Well, good morning, everyone. It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Well, good morning, everyone.
It's 6 o'clock.
Pause.
6 o'clock. Well, good morning. Well, good morning, everyone. Well, good morning, everyone.
That was awkward. Good morning. Let me restart that. It's 6 o'clock out here on the West Coast. It's 9 o'clock on the East Coast of the United States. We started this event at this time to accommodate a lot of folks in Europe. So I apologize for our friends out in Asia, because this is a terrible time to hold an event in Asia. But glad everybody's here. We've got 99 registered attendees, which is great. We're really excited about that. And of course, this is streaming on 6 different channels on YouTube. So you can find it in a couple different places. We're very happy that we're, I don't want to use the word sponsored. I will say, supported and with the trusted partners, with the Mars Society, with Byte Federal, and Axanar, the Star Trek fan community. So this is going out to 6 different channels. So pretty happy about that. So thanks everybody who's partnering with us on these. The day is going to be an interesting day. This is the second time we've done this. We did it a year ago. So for our returning attendees and our returning guests, honestly, we couldn't do this stuff without y'all. So we appreciate you being a part of this. It should be an interesting day. As I told the Marscoin folks, I have only a minor background in the crypto space. I have a strong background in the space, but as I've said to my friend James, the director over at the Mars Society, I'm a lunatic, not a Martian. I tend to spend most of my effort focused on the moon. So to me, I'm actually going to be sitting here taking notes during a lot of the event today, because I'm here to learn as much as the rest of y'all. So we've got a great lineup. I'm excited about several of our speakers here today. It's going to go something like this. We're going to have some opening remarks with really one of the Marscoin founders, Leonard Lopin. James Burke, the executive director of the Mars Society, is going to join us and talk about developing a Martian metaverse. He's working on a couple of VR projects that are pretty interesting. So I hope that he will share about that. We're going to move into talking about a wallet designed for the Martian Republic, which probably, not trying to play favorites for anybody, but that's probably one of the more interesting topics I want to hear about. We'll talk about some more wallets. So that will be Sebastian and Kenneth. And then Jaka, my trusty co-host and moderator here, he'll be talking.
Hi to everybody.
He'll be talking about marketing, so that'll be great, because gosh knows we need to do that. Matt Wise is going to be bringing us some impressions about Brownsville, where Starship is being created down in Texas. I'm also, as your host, I'm also going to be talking about the Starship Singularity and about how everything is going to change once this new machine comes online. I think there's a lot there. A friend over at Axanar is Alec Peters. He's going to talk about the intersection, the mesh between fiction and reality. We're going to have 2 Martian programs, Martian-centered programs. One's a game, and the other one is the Martian Initiative. So Eric is going to talk about Million on Mars, and we'll have an update on the Mars Initiative, and that's going to kind of close out the day. There's a lot going on. We're going to try and keep this speedy and moving. I'll introduce myself here in a bit briefly. I'll talk more about myself later in the day when we get to the Starship Singularity. But I'm Michael Lane. I am the president of Liftport Group. I've been doing space research for most of the last 20 years. I was a part of the original NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts research team to focus on the Earth's space elevator. Later, I got really interested in a different NIAC proposal called the lunar elevator. And over time, I kind of switched my allegiance from the Earth system to the lunar system. I'm not going to talk a lot about that, but that's been primarily my background. And I've been focused on the moon for about 10 or 11 years now. This is now the second iteration of the Marscoin Expo. It's not a new coin. I think all the speakers are going to point that out. It's not a new coin, although it may be new to a lot of you, both in our audience and then outside in the rest of the world. So I'm hoping that we talk a little bit about the history and the evolution of this coin and how it relates to you. I was having dinner with my brother and my sister-in-law yesterday, trying to describe this thing, and I got pretty excited about it because I think this is a neat coin. I am not primarily, I'm not much of a crypto holder. I have a funny story about how I sold all of my Bitcoin at $980 per, because I thought there's no way Bitcoin can ever go over 1,000. So I thought I hit the top of the market. So I am not a heavy investor in any coins. I want to be very clear and have a disclosure up here up front. I only hold about $400 worth of Mars coins, so I'm not in this to pump and dump and make a fortune. I'm in it because I actually think it matters. I think it's really important. And the thing that convinced me was last year's Marscoin Expo, when I realized that Marscoin is the only coin backed by physics. And by that, I mean a blockchain on Earth cannot operate a financial mechanism on another world. Just the simple fact of the speed of light of communications between our planet and that planet means that no matter how robust an ecosystem of coins exists on Earth, they will not work. You'll be able to double spend if you're trying to use that same network on Mars or the moon. So I think this is really interesting. That's how I got involved with it last year. And it's pretty neat. And I really like what they're doing to make, like, we don't have 1 million people living on Mars. We don't. It's going to be a while before we get there. So one of the questions that keeps getting asked of me is, what's the point? Why bother? And I think that the developers here have shown a really powerful and useful roadmap for the future to make the coin useful now for that inevitable future. So I'm really excited about that. My company, Liftport Group, has been hosting online conferences, technical conferences as a service, really as a way to get through the pandemic. So we've now hosted, I think this is number 27 in the last 2 years, 27 events in the last 2 years. So we like this. It's fun. It's good for us. Now with that, I'm going to bring on Leonard and Jaka to say hi, introduce themselves, and then we're going to turn it over to Leonard for his keynote, opening keynote. Jaka, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, maybe just from my side, I'm Jaka Ajman. I'm actually a Marscoin supporter, mainly responsible now for the marketing. I'm happy that this event actually is today, and I would like to greet all over the world because we have supporters practically in all continents. And the most important person who is here with us is for sure Leonard, because he's the founder. He's the founding father of Marscoin. Without him, this project would actually not be alive. So I will not lose my words because I think it's important that he gets the main word. So Leonard, please start, and I will just listen to you and give you the word, please. I think you're mine.
Thank you very much, Jaka, and thank you very much, Michael, for the introductory remarks. Me too. I welcome everybody who's tuning in and listening, either in real time or delayed later this year. Yeah, it's been a pretty long road for Marscoin. We started in 2014. More or less around the same time as Dogecoin was launched, but where Dogecoin was a little bit playing fun with Bitcoin as a meme coin, Marscoin was actually a serious endeavor from the very start to focus on building a community of space enthusiasts and thinking and probing what it could be to create a blockchain that is dedicated for a settlement purpose on Mars. And if you look at the white paper of Marscoin, we make several points. One, of course, the main one that Michael already mentioned is that the light speed prevents communication directly between Earth and Mars in real time. So a secondary internet will be launched on Mars, and a blockchain that operates on Mars obviously is the one that's going to run the financial system there. People will not run around with paper money. They will not. They will probably not take the precious metal and turn that into coins. It makes sense to work on top of the amazing innovation that Satoshi Nakamoto started on Earth with Bitcoin. And so the thought was like, why preempt the launch of a coin here on Earth? Well, one of the big parts, of course, is building this community that Michael mentioned so well. As if anything, we've seen how cryptocurrencies pull people from all over the planet together behind the purpose, behind some new project. And in that sense, Marscoin in particular tries to address and pull in a lot of the future Martians, Mars enthusiasts around the planet. And we've been doing this since 2014. So quite an illustrious and an interesting community, very passionate all around the planet. And I'm just more humbled than anything else every day, communicating to everyone in the community. So I'm going to start just a quick intro to my presentation today. There will be a few remarks on Marscoin itself, but we're taking a very, I should say, very slow, elaborate, and I think not necessarily sophisticated, but conservative approach to developing the coin itself, because we do believe that the technology of the coin needs to be shaped by the Martian community more than anything else. So it's not really our job to add new fancy features. If anything, we're holding back a little bit. We're watching other coins explore new technologies, things that make sense. We start integrating into Marscoin, but that is not basically our main goal to create a fancy latest new technology inside the coin itself. The coin that was launched, Marscoin, originated from the Bitcoin code and fulfills the basics of a blockchain. And the main important thing is a trustless ledger that is secure, that it allows us to annotate data, notarize data, and is tamper-proof. And so a lot of people over the years who have participated in the Marscoin community, their traces, their funds, their involvement is wrapped up in the coin. So the coin is now a history that reflects the Earthlings that have a heart for Mars, and as such keeps building up that history on top of the coin and inside the coin. And that's a beautiful thing to transfer at some point over to Mars and keep going from there. So let me show you what we've been working on in the last year since the last Marscoin Expo. Let's see here. Start this real quick. I hope that's visible for everyone. Okay. So there have been many discussions over the last couple of years to create some form of governance platform on top of the Marscoin blockchain. And I think the reasons are pretty obvious for anybody who starts thinking, and especially people in our space. Finance and governance are very, very closely tied together on Earth. There's reasons for that, but there's also obviously a lot of abuse that comes along with it. And in some form and fashion, if anything can be said about Satoshi Nakamoto's innovation, it is almost a Reformation style attempt of disintermediating and separating the state from the financial system. Just like Martin Luther separated state and church, which took a lot of time and was very bloody. And in the end, I think everybody agreed that was a good idea to separate these two very powerful emotion drivers of humanity from each other and not bundle them up together. In a similar sense, I think we're going currently, and this might go on for another couple of decades, a kind of separation of the financial systems from state actors and governance. And in that sense, of course, a lot of our discussions over the last 8 years at this point have been about what would it look like? What is the ability of a blockchain to help us find ways to organize and govern potentially not just our own project, but maybe decision making beyond the project. And in many of these discussions, we always came back to one of the main features of a blockchain. It is, after all, a tamper-proof, trustless ledger, a way to notarize data that cannot be reverted, not very easily, because you would have to have at least 51% of control over the network in order to roll back or start rolling back transactions. It's very, very difficult. And I'm going to go into the technical specifics a little bit here. And so it allows us to create or to have an arbiter of truth, the final arbiter of truth, if you will. And we see with Bitcoin and the various Bitcoin projects for the last decade, actually, how Bitcoin has entered a lot of spaces where before we had a trusted central authority that needed to be asked and requested to make changes or updates and tell us the truth. Mostly, of course, in the financial sector, but not just there. It goes a little bit further than that, especially if you start thinking about the implications of Bitcoin or blockchains in general. And so about last year, we had discussions with James. James was intending pre-COVID to set up or go to the Mars Desert Research Station in Utah. And the intention was there to run the blockchain, the Marscoin blockchain, as a copy, just the way we would intend to take Marscoin to Mars, and then explore an online wallet, explore transactions between participants. But very quickly the thought came up, well, can't we do more? Can't we just like we experimented with Marscoin as a financial basically building this financial infrastructure here on Earth and taking it to Mars? Wouldn't it make sense to take some of the features that allow us to coordinate our decision-making process in a trusted and transparent way? Wouldn't it make sense to explore this as well here? Add those features on top of the Marscoin blockchain. And then when this project gets moved to Mars at some point, the early settlers would have a full functioning way to coordinate their decision-making process in a transparent, end-to-end auditable manner. And so that was discussions last year, pretty much close after the Marscoin Expo. And a lot of these thoughts, as you will see, have, I think, percolated and came about in many discussions, not just in the Marscoin community or space community, but overall as a society evolved with blockchains over the last 10 years. So you'll see a lot of these references as I go through the talk. But the basic idea of the Martian Republic is, as it's defined here on this initial screen, it is a blockchain-based, decentralized, and auditable peer-to-peer governance system. That's kind of in a nutshell. If you need the elevator pitch, that would be it. So if we go into the details, motivation and purpose, a few of those things I already mentioned. The Martian Republic, a little bit more in detail. So we're saying that it is an online governance system. Online basically means we do need some form of network on Mars. So none of what you see here, I will not just promote something unrealistically. We put together a very detailed 25-page research paper, which we'll be releasing after the Marscoin Expo. So a lot of this is technical, has hand and feet, but there's also a lot of caveats. So we will address those as well as we go through the presentation, so it's clear where the pros and cons are. One of the needs, of course, is a networking system on Mars that already exists. Whether it's 1 or 2 machines, you would have to set up some form of network, internet for Mars. So, but that's our premise, that's our assumption that exists, that won't be too difficult to set up. Maybe even just wireless with a Starlink type network, and not necessarily cables all over the place. So given that we have a network on Mars, we propose this governance system that would allow these Martian settlers to engage. We're proposing all civic tasks that are necessary for a direct democratic state. And we're calling it kind of a republic as a service, just how the internet has taken over news media, music industry, publishing. With Bitcoin, you could say the internet is now taking over finance in a way, making it more efficient, making it faster, making it cutting out the middleman, the layers of middlemen, and thus increasing productivity overall. In this sense, what we're attempting here is we're trying to cut out the biggest middleman, if you will, of them all, which would be the state itself, and we're bringing the state back to the individual, and we're trying to do this very carefully, as you will see throughout this presentation. And obviously, the outcome of this is a high level of transparency, and this transparency is built on the cryptographic revolution, if you will, that Bitcoin introduced to the wider world through its technology. And the idea here is to create an immediate consent of the governed, so a direct and immediate consent of the governed. We're still calling it a republic, as the res publica, the problems of the public, are discussed in an open forum in a manner with everyone involved in it. And obviously there would probably be functions going forward where certain votes could be aggregated in a way similar to parties or so. But the final power, if you will, rests cryptographically secured with the individual. So that power can always return to the individual, and not be stolen, if you will, or delineated by someone else. And the problems, that was kind of the next step to kind of say why and what are the things that we're trying to preempt here. So obviously the first part is this man in the middle. It's not just an attack in general, but if you think of the publishing industry, if you think of the news media and music industry, it's just generally the trend of technology to allow us to take things that took a lot of manpower, a lot of time and effort, and automate those processes, which then frees up human creativity and human mind power, if you will, and allow humans to focus on other things. So the same idea is here. If we're able to disintermediate the governance attempts of a populace and create some kind of planetary hive mind, then we're able to be a little bit more efficient, hopefully. And one part of this, of course, is the ability to secure and make votes auditable end-to-end auditable votes. That is a key thing. And we actually, when we started out this project, we were not sure whether this is going to work or not. You'll see this as this little presentation unfolds as well. There's certain tricky problems, and we had to test it, and it actually did work. So about 2 months ago, we ran our first vote on the blockchain, and it did work beautifully, and kind of showed us that cryptographically we're able to audit the entire trail of a voting process without knowing exactly who voted for what, but it was clear who the voters were. So the voters were clear, the vote was clear, but you could not address the individual cast vote to a particular person. So we have this audit trail, which is important. And then, of course, the last part is a scaling aspect. So none of this would matter if you build a governance system that cannot scale. If it has problems similar to Ethereum or other smart contract chains that are just very, very sluggish, slow, cost a lot in terms of the transactions, then you might run into problems of a scaling nature. So we had to make sure that that's also being taken care of. Yeah, what we're accomplishing here, again, a little summary on the screen, but I already talked about it. Tamper-proof decision-making, minimizing special interests, effective, transparent, minimizing bureaucracy, governance, automation. And then a lot of aspects, if you think about it, that we have to deal with in a bureaucratic setting nowadays with government entities could be automated, but just is not being automated. And there's a lot of reasons for that. A lot of it is legacy systems, processes, people involved, and it's very difficult. Mars obviously allows us, even this project itself, even if it never would make it to Mars, it allows us to, similar to a sci-fi actually, allows us to do a thought experiment, implement the technology here, and then use the Marscoin blockchain to actually experiment on it way ahead before we get to Mars. So that's a pretty powerful system and tool. With regard to the technology, the Martian Republic uses here 4 core technologies, 2 of which are very apparent. The other one's probably a little bit less. The 2 underlying decentralized networks on which the Martian Republic is built is, on the one side, the Marscoin blockchain itself. On the other hand, it is IPFS. And so some of you in the audience may have heard of IPFS, some may not have. IPFS is a decentralized data storage system. You probably have interacted with it in the past. It already exists. It's out here on planet Earth. It's an open source project that's been running for many years. What it does differently to the normal internet that we're used to, in the normal internet, we would go to an address bar in a browser and we would enter an address to an actual file, to an actual server. And then that server would find files for us in a centralized manner and return those files to us. The IPFS system was built to build a decentralized data storage, where it's not so much about the name of the file itself. Every file gets a fingerprint, a hash value, a folder, a file. It doesn't matter what it is. It's all the same format of a hash fingerprint, and the system will look up these resources across its global space of computers, and it will return it from the closest node and display it to you. So the beautiful thing is you can keep adding nodes. You can enlarge this file sharing network. Hopefully, and this would be the idea, we would have a decentralized network of data storage on Mars, where it doesn't matter if one server dies or a couple of servers die. They're all creating this giant mesh network, and all our data is being stored in the cloud, if you will, encrypted on this network. So that would make data, if you will, persistent. We would not have to worry necessarily about one machine going down, one server going down, and we'd be able to address any piece of data at any point on the planet and get that piece of information pulled back out of this cloud. So IPFS exists, and we have interfaced with it here for this particular project. So we're using these 2 decentralized cloud networks, if you will. One we're using for notarization purposes, so that anything we're saying sticks and stays in the blockchain and cannot be revoked and cannot be censored, frankly. And we're using this data storage network to store our large files, our data information, which is what IPFS does perfectly. If you will, the Martian Republic basically sits in the middle, and the Martian Republic is built on a very traditional server-client architecture. The source code is open source, so it does not have to be one central Martian Republic server. There could be many of them. They could be run even by different people. They could have different features. They could all compete basically for people to use their platform over someone else's. But if one of them goes offline, there's no problem, because the Martian Republic lives, if you will, in an ephemeral cloud type style. It is actually more a social construct with its own rules written down in the blockchain and in this IPFS decentralized mesh network. So as long as there's one peer who understands the rules of the Martian Republic will live on. Good luck basically taking down one server. It does not matter. There will be others. They can always, if you will, almost like a flower, like a plant, they can just, their roots go into the soil of the Marscoin blockchain and IPFS and outgrows the same Martian Republic again, because it's these rules that the society agreed upon, which are now basically left like a trail in this immutable ledger that allows the Martian Republic to just continue to exist, but not just how should I say, unchangeable. Obviously, it's a living organism, just like society. People will be able to update these rules and change them, as we will see in a moment. And the final technology here on the server, or the two key parts on the server client architecture, this only works if we have a online wallet, a non-custodial online wallet, and we need a protocol for our voting process that actually allows us to create an auditable voting procedure. And I'll go into detail with both of them. Actually, the non-custodial wallet, Sebastian is going to talk in detail about that, so I'm going to skip a little bit. The only important thing here is non-custodial for the audience means that nobody else is in control of this wallet except you. So you have your keys. That's your passport, if you will. That's your Martian passport. And in fact, if you do go to martianrepublic.org, and if you log in and sign up and create your own account, you will see that it creates actually a little passport for you. So if you ever go to Mars, you can, or come from Mars, and you can wave your little Marscoin or Martian Republic, I should say, passport. And let's take a closer look at the basic nuts and bolts of the Republic. What does it actually look like? So on the left side here, you see the different, it's almost like a tool chain. All of these tools, they're sitting right now in our on our server, open source platform, but they don't have to necessarily be. They could also be in separate places. They could be elsewhere. It's just more convenient this way. So the whole thing consists of the blockchain. Here I have a quick overview over Marscoin. Already spent some time talking on it. Launched 2014, running ever since. 2 minutes per block, decentralized, it's global, nobody has control over the network, and it's a proof of work coin. We've probably ideas to switch from script to random X in order to kind of defeat the ASIC problem a little bit and distribute the mining capabilities, but that's probably more work for the next year, and we'll hopefully have an interesting presentation on that next year. But that's the coin itself, the blockchain, which is running, it exists. And then IPFS, we utilize this interplanetary file system, and would, obviously always encourage people to add nodes to our growing network. So if you feel after this presentation, you feel excited, you like what we're doing, if you want to support it, feel free to just throw nodes at us so that data is more distributed and is more decentralized. The wallet, it's a quick overview here. I'm not going to, stop here for too long. This is Sebastian's talk. He worked a great deal on this masterpiece. It's a beautiful online wallet, so non-custodial and extremely secure with backup features built into it. But based on this wallet, we're now able to do a couple of things. We created a public voter registry, a citizen registry. And the most important thing here, obviously in the white paper, you'll be able to read a lot of detail on the motivations and reasons behind it. But if we want a decentralized voting to work, we're faced with a certain dilemma. If we completely anonymize the voting process, then we really don't know who is voting. So if you think of a lot of votes in the Ethereum space, a lot of tokens, a whale, an owner of a large number of coins, can come in and he can create an arbitrary number of new addresses, fund his addresses, and then pretend that he is 10,000 people when he's actually just one individual. And obviously we have the same thing happen in our beautiful Western republics, and probably Eastern as well, where someone indirectly uses his wealth to fund, through lobbying efforts, the swaying the votes in his favor. And while that's theoretically all fine and dandy, there's obviously a moral and ethical question. And then the decision-making process is not the joint hive mind of individuals. It might just be a number of individuals plus this one big whale who's making all the decisions. So the discussions don't happen clearly open in the purview and in the public forum between the individuals who make up the republic, if you will. And so the full anonymization of it is a problem. However, on the other hand, the problem that we're facing also on a daily basis is that there's too much data of each of us out there on the internet, or is somewhere, right? With Facebook or Instagram, let's say, Twitter, data on us in different government entities, in credit bureaus. We have no idea. And the problem, I think, especially in the last couple of years, becomes apparent. As AI technologies keep growing, they're very capable of analyzing and studying us with all this data available, and then creating a profile, and again, shifting and swaying our opinions in a way that we don't even understand or clearly see. So what we had to do is we had to kind of think of and find a way where we create this middle path between these two extremes. And what we decided to do is to come up with it's almost like an old idea. It's an idea of the early republics, that each citizen, each individual is worth and valued by him and herself, and they should be able to make up their minds themselves. They should be able to speak up. They should fear no pushback if they have an opinion that the system or someone else does not like. And we would want them to show their face. We would want them to speak up and feel safe, in the sense that nobody else can come in and subvert, if you will, the discussion process. So what we decided to do is a liveness check, a liveness test. And this is used, you've probably gone through this if you register at a bank or register at some government agency. There's typically a check on your identity where someone confirms that your name matches to your face, and that you actually are a real person, that you're not a robot. And so the question is, like, how to do this on the internet, how to do this in a decentralized fashion. What we ended up doing is we have an onboarding process, very, very simple, that only asks for your name, and it asks for a live picture through a webcam, and a small live video. And in this live video, you're asked to show your Marscoin address that you generated when you created your wallet. So that's going to be extremely difficult to fake, and it might take a while before AI or technology gets capable of faking this extremely well. But we do believe, we feel that it's almost like the first duty of each Martian citizen now to look at this public voter registry and make sure that there is no bots basically trying to get into the system. And there's ways for us to, as a community, as a group, to endorse other citizens and to also flag other accounts that we feel should not belong in here. And the cool thing about all of this is it's entirely programmatic. So the decision-making process is within the society itself to come up with these onboarding, suspension, offboarding, exiling functions, if you will. This is all up to everyone deciding of how this should be. Where should be the benefit of a doubt, right? What do we want to do? We can set these thresholds and levels all ourselves. And if we're very careful in kind of spawning out this community, it'll be very interesting to see where it goes. And obviously it's a learning process. There might be issues, there might be problems with it that we can't foresee, but will be interesting to, at least through this auditable voting record, to see how the community shapes and comes to its decision-making process. Now, one important aspect of this is, which kind of tangentially I mentioned here, is all of the decision-making process by the citizens end up as code. And the code itself, of course, is the platform they're running on. And the platform, if you will, restarts, reboots every 24 hours. So the constitution, if you will, of the society itself, the constitution of the Martian Republic, updates itself according to the decision-making process of its people. And that's a continuous process that makes the entire project basically morph and move along as society evolves. Some of the rules we may not want to change very quickly. If we think of a first speech type amendment, Bill of Rights, for instance, we may not want these things to be easily changed. But as a society here as well in the Martian Republic, we can set certain decision makers, certain bills to be almost rock solid and in stone. And it would take a lot of voters and a very high percentage to make any changes in that regard. But anybody could propose those. Anybody could say, you know what, I think it's time to make a change. And if he does not garner enough support, then it's not going to happen. But if he does, then it has been a decision that was made by everybody. So this public voter registry is a very, very interesting thing in and by itself. It uses the IPFS layer that I described before to store data, and it uses the Marscoin blockchain to tamper-proof notarize basically any changes. I'm going to skip a little bit forward because I'm past my time here, slowly getting towards the end. But the forum is part of where the citizens will be able to discuss. The discussions will be saved in a tamper-proof form as well. So we minimize issues with censorship. And the final part, of which is the key part, which I'm going to go more in detail here, is what we call the Martian Congress. And as you may have noticed, the flag in the background, I have a nice T-shirt here. The people who are familiar with the show The Expanse, a little bit of a fanboy here for that beautiful TV series and the book series. The idea is, it's a play on the TV show, which features a Martian Congress. So our fun play here is the Martian Congress consists of the congregation of all the citizens. There's no representation here. It's a very futuristic society. But yeah, so we're calling this particular part that's responsible for proposals and bills and voting on it the Martian Congress. And it doesn't stop there. Once you understand kind of the philosophy, you immediately realize there's a lot of other tools, governance tools that could be added to it at any point in time. So we have a couple of them already running and in the process of being built. One of them is kind of an online drive for publications. You can just publish your information. It gets tagged in the Marscoin blockchain. So it's an immediate, if you have an idea of an invention, you can secure your IP by tamper-proof storing it in the Marscoin blockchain, and the data shows up in IPFS for all eternity, for everyone to come. Everybody will be able to see when you had that idea, and nobody can say that you did not. The same with IoT. So imagine on Mars, big factories producing items, inventory, all of that could be tagged through the Martian Republic. There could be a tamper-proof ways of seeing what the production levels are of certain materials and raw materials. A public land registry. Matt talked about this last year in great length. We're still working on this. That'll be a great add-on as well for the public to make decisions on the public lands through a voting system and so on. So you can kind of see where this might be going. The deep dive problem is, like, I'm running a little bit behind in time, but let me just kind of give you an idea. This I already mentioned. You see the three parts. We have the IPFS network on the one side, we have the Marscoin blockchain, and then we have the Martian Republic basically interacting with both of these layers. This is mostly obviously for folks who will look up this presentation later on. You can kind of take a closer look at it. But it does show you the technical aspects of a blockchain that is censor proof, tamper proof, and how the Martian Republic basically uses the online wallet to store voting and public messaging in the data storage layer and in the Marscoin blockchain. The way this would look like from if you were to look into it, you have the website, if you will, on the left side. Again, this is our first implementation. Anybody can tie himself into the IPFS layer and the Marscoin blockchain. All of the decision-making process is notarized in the Marscoin blockchain. So any other tool can consume these decision-making processes, can consume all the onboarding of new members, the switch from a general public to a citizen, if you will, and they can display this data in any other form and fashion, whether it's a mobile app, whether it's a tablet, whether it's a kiosk, for instance. We could imagine kiosk when people land on Mars. they sign up, they register, basically they onboard to the larger society, and they immediately are able to interact with the rest of society. But this is how it would look like if you were to take a closer look at the data. And here's, I want to spend, if that's okay, a little bit more time, the end-to-end auditable voting process. So we're using something, it's called a coin shuffle protocol. It was, I think it was launched or conceived in 2014, 2015, if I'm not wrong, for the Bitcoin blockchain originally. There's been just a handful of implementations of this. It's a very fascinating way of, in essence, obfuscate a transaction on a blockchain. So what you'll see here at the bottom, if I may point this out, you end up with, and folks who are not familiar with transactions on the blockchain, this might be a little bit too much, but you can take a closer look at the research paper that we wrote on the Martian Republic. It explains it very, very clearly and in layman's terms, if you will. But basically what we're looking at here is a transaction that takes place with many, many individuals involved in it at the same time. So when someone requests a ballot in the Martian Republic to vote on anything, for instance, here we had like a fun voting on, should we nuke the poles of Mars? One of Elon Musk's ideas, should we do that in order to warm up the planet? So what will happen is you will request a ballot on this particular bill, if you will, proposal. And on the page that you get to, which is a website, we will connect you, the server will connect you, we'll wait for other people to join and request ballots as well. And once enough ballot requests have been requested, the server goes about and does something that the coin shuffle protocol lays out, where all of these incoming requests get mixed up and shuffled around. And so the final transaction, basically, in the final transaction, you will know that we had these particular people come in, but we don't know who got what result. And the beauty about this thing is that now we combine this with our public voter registry. We can see that everybody who's joining here, this shuffle transaction, we can see that they're part of our public voter registry. We know that they're voters. We know that they're endorsed citizens by other citizens. And we can see that they all got a new fresh ballot, but we do not know who has which ballot at the end of the shuffle transaction. So once they cast their votes, they'll vote for something. And we'll know that within this group of 50, 100, there's probably a limit somewhere, technically speaking, but we've done this with a couple of people and it's like in milliseconds. So the shuffle takes some time and we'll have to see where the scaling limits are. But these shuffle could take place in parallel. So you could have shuffles of 100 people and then you could have that 1,000 times at the same time happening. So there's not really a problem there. And so in the end of the story, you'll see in the Marscoin blockchain. So here, if I look at this picture, each of these citizens got a ballot, and then they were spending the fresh ballot on a vote. So they're spending here the entire 0.1 Mars, and they're voting. The Marscoin Explorer understands and interprets this transaction and understands that there's metadata attached to it, and automatically creates a link to the IPFS layer. So you can see, okay, this citizen voted yes, but I do not know who of these incoming citizens was the citizen who voted yes. I know one of them must have voted yes, but I don't know who it is. So in that sense, the idea was to create a very, very simple, this might look complicated at a first look at it, but it's a very basic blockchain explorer type instance here, what's happening. So it's relatively easy to explain. And this allows us to verify and audit, make it auditable, not for just a data scientist and a sophisticated person, make it relatively easily auditable for the individual citizen to verify, and even verify then the tools that automate this process to look through and see what happened. Is this actually true? Did this person actually vote? Or basically, was he part of a voting process and then all the votes were cast? I wouldn't know what he voted for, but I did know that he participated in this vote. So This allows this auditable voting aspect that I mentioned in the beginning, and it's a pretty neat thing. I think honestly, I do not know of any project that does this in combination, and particularly the way we do this. So it's pretty unique, and yeah, what can I say? We're pretty proud of the whole process. Here's a little bit looking at the shuffle itself. I'll leave this to you. On this screen, it's a little interesting. You kind of see the first stage on the left, where the citizen just requested a proposal, a ballot. And then on the second page, you see when the shuffle is completed, the citizen now can spend his ballot balance on the vote. Yes, no, abstain. And with regards to the money itself, obviously these are pennies. This is small amounts of money. Nobody has to spend $100 to vote. But at the same time, it avoids spamming. It avoids people abusing it. It's like someone driving to the polling station. You have to get up in the morning. You have to get into the car. You have to spend the gas. You drive there. In this case, you basically do the same thing here on the ballots, on our requesting a ballot, spending 0.1 Marscoin or whatever. It could be adjusted, right? All these settings and values can be adjusted by the citizens themselves. And the cool aspect of this too is that the funds now go to the next miner who mines the transaction and does safeguards, not just the Republic, but he safeguards also the financial network. It is a beautiful, virtuous cycle where everybody wins, if you will. And it also gives us an additional incentive, even long after all the coins have been mined, for people to still participate and keep mining the network, because there's always going to be some government transactions, DMV style notarizations that will go on continuously. And it's good for everyone to have a miner running in the backyard, if you will. Final thoughts. Some of this is on a philosophical nature. Obviously, this does not have to stay in a browser on a desktop. This could move also to a Pine phone, some mobile device, whatever we'll end up using on Mars. So in that sense, the technology we try to keep very simple, intentionally, very, it's not the latest, how should I say, newfangled type of web framework. It is robust. We're intentionally trying to use things that we know worked for a long time and will work for a long time. And a quote here, obviously, our Elon, when he was asked about the form of democracy or government on Mars, he mentioned the direct democracy. And we also decided to build these proposals in a way that they expire, actually. So if unless they're voted upon again, and unless their code changes, if you will, they will expire. If it's just a law or regulation, you can set the time at which you want this thing to expire, and it has to be voted back in, so as not to create this mountain of regulations, that stick with us, and there's no way for us to get rid of it. A couple of points that might be a problem here. Obviously, this network is as robust as the number of nodes that are participating in the network. It's beautiful in that sense. We have a control over the robustness and censorship, or the sensor resistance of the network. It's in our hands, if you will. The more nodes we throw at it, the better. This is true for IPFS, and it's true for the Marscoin network, both of them underlying the system. And the ballot shuffle procedure right now requires people to be online during the ballot shuffle itself, not before, not after. So the way we're currently doing this is we're asking folks, when you open this page, to just leave it there. And it's a long browser session. It does not really matter. As soon as there's enough people, what we're thinking will happen is, if people start builds and proposals for builds, there's probably going to be a time frame, whether it's a week or a couple of days or whatever. And within that time frame, people will have to show up just like they do on an election day. And the shuffle server will basically connect these individuals and create the shuffle transactions automatically. But it is a, if you will, this is a drawback. This has to be said. Where are we with this project? Well, you're looking at an early beta right now. If you go to marscoin.org, and it's working, you can sign up, you can participate, and we really invite everyone to come and join us there and try it out. Our Discord server is very lively. We hope to move a lot of folks over here. This would be basically our own platform, and if you will, our own, in the essence, hopefully also a fundamental underlying layer for the future Martians on Mars once we move it over. But We hope with your feedback, we'll keep improving it, field testing it with James at the Mars Desert Research Station in Utah. And then one day we'll just take one person to take this whole thing to Mars. That's the cool thing. Eventually we'll wrap this all up on a USB stick, and that's it. You just take that stick, you plug it in, and you can bootstrap the entire financial IPFS data layer and the Martian Republic. And with that, I would like to thank everyone for your time and attention to this rather arcane topic.
Thank you, Leonard. Pretty interesting stuff. I'm going to ask you to do something quick. Post some links in the chat, and then I'm going to take those links and post them to the YouTube channels. There's definitely a lot of questions. So post a link to the paper, to Marscoin, to the wallet, because there's a lot of conversations happening outside of our little community here on this internal channel, but the outside folks on YouTube are asking questions. So I want to, well, I'll get those links posted in just a moment. We're going to transition here in just like 4 minutes, so we don't have a lot of time. But Kurt is asking internally here, is there an audit trail for counts to enable a third party to do a recount to challenge claims of a hack?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. The tool comes right, or the software comes with a script that shows how the blockchain is being read. That tool is written in Python, simple code. Basically, each of these notarized transactions, they happen on the blockchain. In each transaction itself, there's something called an OP return flag in a Bitcoin transaction or Marscoin transaction, and this OP return flag then has a 3-character code, if you will, that identifies what this particular embedded data transaction means. So for instance, if it is an endorsement, it would be ED _ and then the link to the IPFS data set. If it is a vote, for instance, it would be a PRN, proposal rejected, proposal no _ and then a link to the proposal. So it's really, really easy to read. And that actually, in essence, that actually is the Martian Republic. The Martian Republic is not necessarily the interface. Obviously, people will kind of more gravitate towards that interpretation because it's easy to see. But the reality is that it is actually that the arbiter of truth, the Marscoin blockchain, that holds up the rule set of the community, and the IPFS layer that explains, in, if you will, in layman's terms, what this decision-making process and these individual transactions mean.
Pretty interesting stuff. I don't know that everybody fully understands the interplanetary file system component. I didn't, so that's something I think we're going to want to explore a little bit further. I wanted to say also, Michael, that I'm intending to do a series of podcasts because this is a lot of material. It's shell shocking even for me. It felt like it was born through us. It wasn't really just us sitting there kind of scribbling something. It's very powerful, and I would like to do a podcast series to explain these individual pieces and parts more detail. Very cool, very cool. I think that would go a long ways. The Marscoin community is relatively small, especially compared to some of the other meme coins and things like that. And so I think that sort of public explanation, it's one of the reasons why we're doing this event in the first place in a public forum, right? That's why we're trying to do it, is showcase transparency, get greater participation, build a developer community, all the things necessary. So great. One last question before you go. I always ask people to pull out a crystal ball. So where are we going to be, say, in 3 years with this project? Well, with this project, what I'm personally hoping is that we can rope back in a lot of the
we did an internal poll in the Discord server of the folks that are associated to the project in general, but how many of you guys would actually leave everything and go to Mars if you had the choice? If really serious, right? Because it was really interesting to see, and I think there were about 100 people relatively quickly that responded, "I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. I would go." So what I'm hoping with this project is that we actually do get an initial seed crowd, if you will, of very dedicated Martians that take this extremely serious. Those are the people that I think are important founding fathers and women, if you will, of future Mars, to take this to the next level through their feedback, through their programming. And when they travel to Mars, they'll say, you know what, I don't care what everybody else does, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to keep working on this type of direct decision-making process as a society, and I want to see where this keeps what it keeps evolving into. So yeah, so just it will grow in terms of numbers and I think sophistication, hopefully.
Cool. Post the invite to the Discord channel as well. I will get that updated beyond as well. All right, we're gonna switch gears. If you could release your screen there, sir. Leonard, it's always terrific talking to you. Thank you very much. I'm going to put you back into the panelists section. And bring on James.
So for the time being, I would rather present James also actually use this privilege to present one of the most important person for the Marscoin project. It's James Burke, who is executive director of the Mars Society, the world's largest space advocacy organization dedicated to sending human explorers to planet Mars. He's a former Microsoft engineer and a technical project manager. James leads the fundraising and program development activities of the organization. He also leads the Mars Virtual Reality, a Mars VR project, which creates immersive experiences using the latest technologies to tell the story of human Mars exploration in a new way. He's based in Seattle, Washington, and he will talk about his topics, which is towards a Mars metaverse. So I would give the word to James. Thank you very much being here with us. So the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Jaka. Thank you, Michael and Leonard and the team. I want to congratulate you guys on the beta release of the Martian Republic. It's really fantastic engineering work you guys have been doing, and I'm really proud of you guys. And I can't wait to play around with it myself and record my video and get myself enlisted as a citizen in the Martian Republic. So what I'd like to talk about today is a topic I've been thinking a lot about this year, and something that I think can really change the game a lot with what I do at the Mars Society. And by the way, I've gotten a job promotion since last year at the Marscoin Expo. I'm now the executive director of the Mars Society. Very thankful to Robert Zubrin and the board for giving me this opportunity. And I've been on the job now for 7 months. I'm responsible for all of our fundraising and our program delivery at the Mars Society. And we're planning a lot of great things right now. We're actually working this summer on a high school program, online high school program, where we're teaching high school age kids from around the world about Mars and how to design a Mars mission using a method that's used in some of the best engineering schools in the world, which is an engineering design class. And it's going really well. But I want to talk again, I want to kind of set the table here about the metaverse and how the Mars Society and Marscoin and others could stay relevant in this new world where that's being birthed around us. 5 years ago, I started the Mars VR project after I had gotten a private tour at JPL and seen what the Curiosity rover team uses to explore Mars, where they take the data from the rover and process it and put it into a virtual reality environment and put on some HoloLens AR goggles. And they're scientists, instead of poring over a paper map, to try to figure out like where they wanted to go next with the rover and drill and explore rocks and explore, search Mars for cool things. They would now put on a Microsoft HoloLens and walk around the room and talk to each other, and they'd literally be standing next to the Curiosity rover. So I got the opportunity to do that in 2017 on a private tour, and I took those goggles off and I thought, more people should get to do this. More people should see what I just saw, should be able to have the experience of walking around on Mars. And it was a very surreal and emotional moment for me. And I got back to Seattle and I contacted Robert Zubrin and others, and we put together a plan to build what is now Mars VR, which is a digital twin of our Mars Desert Research Station in Utah. So we've been operating a research station for 20 years in Utah, in southern Utah, in the desert near Moab. And we've had over 280 crews, over 1,500 crew members. One of our crew members is on the International Space Station right now, Jessica Watkins. And we're trying to get her to speak at our conference in October. It's looking good so far. So we built the Mars VR project not only as a public outreach tool, but also as a research tool, so that we could actually train our crews before they come out to Utah using virtual reality. And in the last 5 years, I've had the opportunity to show Mars VR to hundreds of people at different events in Seattle and around the country, as well as other people in the Mars Society have showed it around the world, in Europe and Asia as well. And the feedback is pretty much 100% positive, that people really get inspired when they're able to walk around in VR on Mars. It's a pretty limited application. It's just, one person can do it at a time. And we have a square mile or square kilometer of terrain that we scanned with a drone. And we have a high resolution version of our campus. All these 3D models of all the buildings inside and out, and all these objects you can pick up and manipulate. You could do things like put on one of our simulated suits, spacesuits, learn kind of the process to do that. You could do things like go get a sample outside and bring it inside and analyze it. We even have a couple little fun games where you can take a gas can that has the Earth weight and a gas can that has the Mars weight, a blue one and a red one, and throw them and kind of see the differences there in gravity between Earth and Mars. We also have a soccer ball, and we actually made the Wall Street Journal with that. There was an article recently about sports games in space, and there's a paragraph about Mars VR in that. So, but that all represents like an early first step towards what we want to do overall with virtual reality. One of the things we're working on now is trying to put together a demonstration of doing field work. So actually being out in the field in Utah maybe as a geologist or as a microbiologist, where you're analyzing rocks or you're looking for fossils, looking for extremophiles, and you're able, as an analog astronaut out in the field with a suit on, to communicate over radio, voice and data, with someone back in the main building, the habitat, and they're in VR, they're in a headset, and they can see, they're in the same terrain as the analog astronaut, they're walking alongside them, and they're able to help guide them and explore Mars together. And so that's something we're working on now. But there's so much more we could do with these virtual technologies. And there's been a lot of news, there's been a lot of like concepts and talk about something called the metaverse. And the metaverse means different things to different people. So I want to talk about what it means to me. What the metaverse means to me is it's an open environment. It's an open platform, as opposed to what the company formerly known as Facebook is working on, which is a closed platform. You know, it's for you to get your application into what they're doing, they have to review it and approve it. They most likely take a cut of any money you make on your project. And so there's a lot of barriers to you actually, building an application and being inside what they're doing. I don't think that's the future, honestly. I think the future is open. The future is decentralized. The future is something where people can bring their own skills into a project and benefit financially from it, or connect with people that are in their own constituency seamlessly, and not have to get permission to do any of that, not have to get approval or get reviewed. So to me, a metaverse is something that's open. It's also something that multiple projects can play in seamlessly. Multiple projects can come in and, from whole cloth, get imported into the system and be, take advantage of the user base, take advantage of whatever commerce engine is there and whatever other content is there, as well as the platform itself. So that's, to me, what an open metaverse is. And so I would like to talk about what the Mars Society is interested in building for a Mars metaverse. And to kind of explain this, I've developed a really simple algorithm. Everyone's familiar with E equals MC squared, the famous Albert Einstein equation. Well, I've got a little variant of that, and it's basically M equals MC cubed. Now, what does that mean? It's just a little fun thing. Well, what that means is the metaverse equals Mars plus 3 C's: content, community, and commerce. So let me break this down. What do I mean by this? Essentially, these are the 4 pillars: Mars, content, community, and commerce. These are the 4 pillars of a future metaverse that's focused on Mars. So the first one would be a virtual Mars. A virtual Mars would be a high fidelity, immersive, global experience that takes all the science and data that we have captured to date about Mars and puts it into a single immersive application, a single immersive environment. So you can imagine this being the globe of Mars. You've got all global coverage of the altimetry data from Mars, from the Mars Global Surveyor mission in 1996. It had an instrument called the MOLA, and it was essentially a laser altimeter, and it measured the entire planet of Mars, what the altitudes were of all the terrain. So you could take that data and build a 3D terrain map of Mars and be able to walk around anywhere on the surface. You would know what the terrain in general, what the terrain height was. And so you could see things like mountains and cliffs, valleys. You also have, through many of the different reconnaissance orbiter instruments, such as the HiRISE instrument on the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, you also have high fidelity images of many places on Mars. So by taking this data, in addition to older data that has global coverage of the surface, so back to the Vikings missions in the 70s, they had global coverage of visual coverage of Mars, although it wasn't high resolution. And then the Mars Global Surveyor mission in 1996, again, also had global coverage of the planet visually. You could take that data as well as higher resolution areas and make a global terrain map of Mars that gave you visual and 3D terrain altimetry data. So all the pieces are there to do this. No one's done it yet. Our team with Mars VR, led by Jeff Rayner, Mixed Reality in Seattle, we've done a demo taking a slice of a high-rise image and created a VR environment, a virtual reality immersive environment from that terrain slice. And we're able to like drive around in it with a rover, fly the helicopter around in it, and it's very large. So we've done a proof of concept of this. And others have done proof of concepts of this as well. So it's possible to do. So what I propose is to build a global version of Mars, a virtual immersive version of Mars that you could walk around anywhere and you can really visualize different locations. So that's Mars. That's the first pillar. The second pillar is the content. So a future Mars metaverse, you would be able to bring in all the concepts that people are working on of a future human settlement, future human bases, habitats, equipment, all the past missions as well, all the rover missions and what the models of the rovers, the data that they've found, the rocks they found. You'd be able to put all that content into this, and you'd be able to have a way to teach people all about the different aspects of Mars. And also you'd be able to use this content for your own projects. So if you wanted to, make a game where you're going to go visit all the rovers that have landed on Mars and learn about each one, learn about each mission, then this metaverse would be able to allow you to do that. All the pieces would be there for you to build your game. So that's content. And also it would be seamless for new content to be added. So if somebody created a new 3D model of a Mars colony design, then they could easily import that into this project. The next pillar is community. Now, we run an annual conference at the Mars Society. And for the last 2 years, it's been a virtual conference. And in 2020, we had about 10,000 attendees, and we had a demonstration where you could have a little map of Mars, a little area of Mars, and the attendees could log into this, and they could move their little avatar around on the map. And when they got close to another person, it would start a video call. So we did that a little quick networking demo in 2020, and a lot of people had fun with that. Now, last year, what we did is something a little bit more immersive. We partnered up with AltSpace VR, which is a company that was bought by Microsoft that operates a virtual reality application that allows people to chat, allows people to world build and import their own content. And so we made a room, and it was actually a whole kind of series of, it was like a building with, you can go outside and inside. We made this sort of event space, virtual event space in AltSpace VR that was part of our conference. And we had the Zoom webinar from our conference inside the immersive area up on a wall and as a big screen. We had a microphone object in the VR environment. And so a person could walk up to the microphone and actually ask a question of the live speakers at the conference. And to them, the person in VR just looked like a Zoom attendee. So it was really slick. And it was a way that we could have a connection between the Zoom call, the real world, and VR. And it worked out really well. But what was great about that room is that it was a way for people to network. A lot of people logged into that room. I think over 100 people at one point were in that room, and they could talk to each other. And it was just like being in a real place. You could walk up to someone and have a conversation with them and hear their voice. Now they were a cartoon, they were an avatar, but that's just because the technology is new. Eventually this will be fully immersive, and the avatars will be photorealistic. It really will just be like a hologram of yourself. So that was a great experience, and it really helped us show that you could build community with these immersive technologies. And there were people that met each other in that VR room as part of our conference and went off and did projects together. There were people that also, we had a lot of models in that room of the rovers and Mars and the station, our station in Utah, and people learned about things while they were there too. So it was a great experience. It was a great demonstration. So in talking about the Mars metaverse, community is going to be a key part of that. Because once you have all this content, once you have a virtual version of Mars, that would be a great place for people to congregate and work on projects together, teach each other about things, explore Mars together. There's an unlimited amount of activities that people could do together in that type of environment. So community is key to this. We want this metaverse to be something where researchers and students and enthusiasts can meet and network and work together, build relationships. People from around the world can connect. Like I could talk to a group of students in China, answer their questions live, things like that. We really want to see things like that be possible. And then the last pillar would be commerce. And so how would you fund all this? And so, there's a lot of projects out there, in the crypto community where they're trying to build a VR immersive environment and then layer on the token of the day that they have. And some of these have been successful, things like Decentraland. Others maybe not so much, others maybe not as altruistic as we are. But definitely commerce should be a part of this. There should be a way for people to start a business inside this environment. And if they want to use Marscoin or other cryptocurrencies, they should be able to do that. And you could also wire the whole experience to fit in with a cryptocurrency such as Marscoin. So you could have things like purchasing a ticket to an event, or selling original content that you created, allowing people to use that, license it using crypto. You could also do lots of other things, like you could do, pick an activity you do in the real world with money. All that should be possible in the metaverse. And so these 4 pillars represent our vision of a Mars metaverse. And we'd like to partner with companies to build this. So if you're interested in helping us make this vision a reality, please reach out to me. You can reach me if you actually just go to marsvr.com. We have a feedback form there, and you can use that to contact me, put in your ideas. Think about what I've talked about today, and any tangential things that come to mind for you. I'd love to hear about them. But this is a project we want to work on. It's part of our long-term plans for using virtual reality to explore Mars. And I think if this technology of a metaverse was available, it would really drive forward a lot of the research that folks are doing in the Mars movement, as well as a new way for us to connect with each other. So that's what I wanted to share today. I'm really excited about the future. I'm really excited about Marscoin as well. I'll reiterate, as I said last year, that the Mars Society is fully in support of Marscoin. We actually hold over 1 million Mars coins that were donated to us as part of the project when it got started in 2014. And then also we were able to take custody of what was given to Mars One in 2019. So we have 1 million Marscoin in our wallet. It's safe and sound, and we haven't spent any of it, and we're long-term holders, and we really believe in the future of Marscoin. So thank you so much. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take those.
Thank you, James. I know that you're kind of all in on VR, right? You've been doing stuff with it for several years now. A couple of weeks ago, you came in and talked about the Mars Desert Research Station site that you're working building in VR also. Why is VR so important to Mars, to Mooncoin, to Marscoin, and to the Mars Society? Why is that the first necessary step?
Well, I think there's a lot of capabilities that you have with virtual reality that can really tell the story well. You could tell the story with all senses. You know, it's one thing to describe what it's like to walk around on Mars, but when you put on a VR headset and you actually feel like you're there, it's a whole other thing. It's a whole other, you know, for me, picking up that Microsoft HoloLens in 2017 at JPL was a very, and walking around where the Curiosity rover was that day and looking off in the distance and seeing like where it could go next. That was just a very emotional and like surreal, but also very visceral experience for me. And, you know, I know that, you know, I had the opportunity, for example, to show about 200 underprivileged middle school girls in Seattle Mars VR a couple years ago before COVID. And they didn't know that they were going to get to walk on Mars that day. They were just going to an event at the Museum of Flight, and they got to walk. A lot of them got to walk on Mars, and I could tell you they were extremely excited, extremely inspired, had a million questions about what they'd seen and what the possibilities of the future are. So I think it's for me, it's two things. It's a public outreach tool, but it's also a research tool.
Right.
And I talked about the field science demo we're working on, where we can actually have someone out in the field, either an analog astronaut or just someone out in the field as a geologist, we're exploring the desert, have a real-time link that's VR enabled where you could guide them where to go. And you can help them take notes and help them, you know, make sure that they're accomplishing what they set out to do.
Right.
You know, giving them that type of support, that type of hand in glove support. You know, that goes way beyond what people have been able to do in the past with just having a radio and a map.
Right.
You know, that's the way field science was typically done, you know, up till today. And so
it's both a tool and a toy. And
exactly.
It's a tool to get real work done, and it's a toy to inspire and provoke in a way to get people to imagine what their future is. I've been to the Museum of Flight many times. I can imagine what that was like going through and putting that headset on people. So why you explained how many coins the Mars Society has. Explain the history of how it got those coins and why that matters.
Yeah, absolutely. So Marscoin as a project was announced at our conference in 2014. So Leonard came to our conference as an attendee, submitted an abstract, just like other people do, to get a 30-minute track talk. And he went over Marscoin, and this was a new Bitcoin altcoin clone. You know, it's a clone of Litecoin. And why do it? Well, because Mars needs an economy, and you can test all these future concepts out, just like Leonard was talking about today. You know, all the great engineering work they've done to enable voting,
right? And
IPFS, which is going to allow us to store files and any type of information on the blockchain. So I was actually, as in my role at the Mars Society, I'm responsible for uploading our videos to YouTube after the conference. And so I met Leonard and I talked to him and I uploaded his video, and I was a supporter right away of what he was trying to do. Part of their initial announcement was they gave 500,000 Mars coin to the Mars Society and 500,000 to Mars One, which was an active project at the time. It was a one-way trip to Mars, and there, you hear about Mars One candidates still. That project is no longer active, but they were given a 500,000 Mars coin. So a couple years ago, Leonard and I reached out to Bas Lansdorp, who's the founder of Mars One, and said, "Hey, you're probably not going to need those. what if you give those to the Mars Society? And he agreed, Bas Lansdorp agreed. And so that's how we ended up with 1 million. We've also gotten a few donations over the years through Marscoin. And so we actively take donations in Marscoin and other cryptocurrencies. And you can read about that on our website, as well as the history I just talked about of Marscoin. But that's how we ended up with a million Marscoin.
I think it's really important to really declare a lot of transparency during today's event, right? Because there are people beyond this closed circle of the Marscoin community that are listening and hearing about this for the first time. So I want to make sure that we give some background knowledge and some background information for all of these topics. All right, James, we're gonna switch gears. I'm gonna pull you off screen. We're gonna bring Sebastian in. Yaka is gonna read his bio. And Yaka, can you just hold off for a second? I wanna play
of course.
Nico's video. I'm going to play Nico's video. And I was trying to do it a minute ago while we were all talking, and it won't work because Zoom overwrites that. So thanks a lot, James. And here is the video. I was trying to do this at the very, very beginning of the day. So thanks to Nico for putting this together. He did a lot of work on imagery for us. But I was having a little bit of technical difficulties on this side. Thank you, Nico, for that. Let me upgrade Sebastian.
Okay, Michael, I will start with Sebastian so all the audience gets a feeling what Sebastian does. It's very good to see new speakers, so very much welcome, Sebastian, to have you here. Sebastian actually began his life in Ecuador, but his family quickly moved to the United States because of different situation as corruption, and of course to be free because democracy is important, as we all know. He then grew up in Fort Lauderdale, where in 2014 he started experimenting with crypto by purchasing Bitcoin using gift cards. He later moved to Orlando to pursue a degree in computer science at USF, where he learned more about crypto and grew closer and closer to the ideals of decentralization for a more transparent and fair society. This led him moving to Sarasota, Florida, to work at Byte Federal, a crypto ATM company. Since then, he has worked on various projects, including the Martian Republic, which was actually presented very detailed by Leonard, with its Marscoin client-side wallet, a Marscoin-based proposal system, which I personally think it's important and will do the first pillars for the Mars settlements, and his development in Byte Wallet, also a great wallet which I personally use for more than a year to bring actually cryptocurrency closer to the users. So his topic today will be Martian Republic wallet, challenges in structure of non-custodial browser-based cryptocurrency wallet design. So Sebastian Fabara, nice to have you here. The stage is all yours.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Five. Thank you.
Okay,
Good morning.
sweet. Hi, good morning. My name is Sebastian Fabara. Today I'll be covering the Martian Republic wallet, the challenges and structure of non-custodial browser-based cryptocurrency wallet design. This is a project I've been working alongside with Leonard for about 5 months now. Happy to present it. So what is the Martian Republic wallet? Essentially, it's an HD hierarchical deterministic wallet, which basically means that it's a wallet that from it is derived a private seed. And with that private seed, you can then get a 12-word or 24 mnemonic, word mnemonic. In our case, it's 12 words. And from there, you can derive multiple other public addresses from that private seed. It's also a non-custodial wallet. So that means that the developers or anybody owning the server will never ever get to see your private keys. The only thing that is sent is an encrypted version of that seed, and that encryption is created with the user password. So the wallet structure follows a bunch of different technologies. Most importantly is Bitcoin.js. This is a very important library that leverages BIP32, BIP39, and BIP44 in a JavaScript package. This allows us to derive a private seed from entropy. From that private seed, we can then create that mnemonic. And from that mnemonic, we're able to derive public addresses. So that's basically the core of the Marscoin client-side wallet. And it's not a Bitcoin wallet because we use the Marscoin derivation path, which allows it to be a Marscoin wallet. We use a LAMP stack, so we're using Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP, and we're using the traditional server client architecture for this project, where the client is the main focus on this, since that's where the wallet is lying, and we're using the server as kind of just caching the user's data to allow expediency. However, that architecture down the line can later be changed up in many ways to allow for greater decentralization. We also use local storage-based caching to kind of allow for a better user experience, because since this is a client-side wallet and we're never sending private keys online, the encrypted seed is always on the client, so the user for any interactions has to constantly put their password to either send money or interact with their wallet. Okay, so the wallet structure. This is once a user is authenticated into Martian Republic, they are led into the wallet page, where you can either create a new wallet or connect an existing wallet. Once you go into creating a new wallet, the wallet, again, everything is just client side. So you're just going to be creating your wallet on the browser with entropy. So just wiggle your mouse, create as much randomness as you can to ensure that there's no duplicate wallets. From there, you can then back up your wallet. So currently been working on updates that I was aiming to release by this weekend. However, development always takes longer than intended. So for now, it's optional to back up your wallet. However, in the future, everyone will have to back up their wallet with a large password to ensure that the decryption is never broken. And on there, we use AES 256 CTR salted encryption with many rounds of SHA-512 hashing to ensure for the most optimal security in our client-side wallet. From there, if a user does not want to create a new wallet and rather connect to a previously created wallet, they can simply enter their 12-seed mnemonic. And this is a typical process with many wallets online. So just enter your 12-seed phrase and log into the wallet. Or you can use the server-side caching approach that it happens when you open your wallet. When you open your wallet, and you can decrypt your wallet with your password and log right in. Once login, your encrypted seed. Well, as of now, the seed is not encrypted, but it's stored in local storage. However, with revisions, which I'll get to later. We'll talk about the updates to that. Okay, so then the basic wallet structure, once a wallet is opened, you have the basic functionalities of a wallet, which allows for the receiving of Marscoin with your address right there. You can copy it or scan the QR to receive, or and then to send Marscoin, you can enter the destination address or scan a QR code. From there, you enter the amount of Mars and send it. Send it to Pebas, which I will cover later in the transaction slide. And then after that, there's only one thing to do, which is just colonize Mars once that wallet is opened up. So then this is basically a high-level overview of the wallet structure and the process. So once the wallet is generated on the client, we then encrypt it on the client as well with the user password. And once that encrypted seed is created, then that's sent to the database and stored. So this is kind of like a non-custodial but semi-custodial, since we're never really seeing the private keys, but only the encrypted seed on our end. And then to ensure that a wallet is decrypted correctly, with the decryption, we the user decrypts the wallet with their password, and then we match that public address that is derived with the one on file to ensure that that is in fact the wallet, and then that seed is then used for all transactions and interactions along the entire Martian Republic space. So with the transactions, we also ended up developing PEBAS, which stands for Public Endpoint for the Blockchain as API Service, which is essentially a server that allows the connection with a Marscoin node via Electrum RPC. So this is kind of like a middle server that allows for the creation of transactions with users' inputs and outputs from their public address. So no Marscoin private key is ever sent through any server. The only thing that's sent is the user's public address, which is public information anyways. So so with the public address, we then construct the transaction and broadcast it as needed. So again, continuing with the security side of things and never broadcasting any keys. All right, so there's many challenges when it comes to creating a client-side wallet. So obviously, I think the biggest factor is security. We never want to leak any keys or leak any data of that fact, especially since we're using client server. Ideally, you want to use just client in its own. But with that, one of the few security flaws that we have encountered is creating enough entropy on wallet creation. So there's no chance of having similar wallets or similar keys. So as much randomness as possible has been one of the most important things. So from there, I was able to create the randomness on mouse movements. However, I would love to bring in an implementation that Cloudflare uses, which is having a CCTV on lava lamps. So that it creates a ton of entropy because lava lamps never are in the same position at the same time. And I think they have something of over 50 to 100 lava lamps at one time. So the CCTV is getting that randomness at all times. That would be ideal for our situation, which if anybody has any ideas of how to use Mars as entropy, that would be great. From there, hashing and encrypting user passwords on client side. I'm using the latest hashing and encryption algorithms with no known leaks, unless there's 0 day. In that case, the whole world would be crumbling down. So hashing and encryption is great. And thanks to Philip Paschaunder, I was able to implement a much greater increase of hashing and therefore more security, as well as requiring users to input a much larger password because we want to keep this as secure as possible. From there, storing encrypted seed in the database can be seen as dangerous, especially if the salt that is used to encrypt is in the wrong hands. As of now, it's semi-centralized since there is salt, and which is some bits that are used to encrypt wallets. That's just used for greater security. However, in the wrong hands, that salt can cause a lot of damage. So later down the line in the proposal system, we can see if there's a better way, or if there can be some sort of a Congress that can handle who is in charge of the salt, or many parties that can be in charge of the encryption services, since there has to be a little bit of accountability there. From there, storing the encrypted seed in local storage, that can also be dangerous in a sense if somebody leaves their computer alone and logged in, and in a library or some sort, and somebody comes and sees their computer on there. Again, it is password protected if any transactions want to occur, but that could lead the way to some sort of a brute force attack if the password is not strong enough. From there, another important element or challenge is that of the user experience of the wallet. The only big problem that is just having to require user decryption for every wallet transaction. So once you are logged in, you have to input your password to do a transaction. You're gonna have to input your password to send any sort of funds or interact with the wallet, which in terms of security, it's the only approach, because previously we were storing the seed decrypted on the client side, which is terrible no-no, but that was just iteration 1 of the Mars Republic wallet. So now that it's encrypted entirely in local storage, the user will have to input password constantly, and that'll be a pain if it's a fat 64 character password. All right, so from there, there's many wallet updates that I've been kind of touching on, but as of now, there's only one wallet that a user can open at a time. So it's just their main wallet, and they can't switch wallets. If they do, they have to disconnect it, open it back up, and it'll be a pain. But in this new rollout, this new update that is coming out soon, we'll be supporting multiple wallets, which will basically allow a user to have their civic wallet, which is what they will use to handle being joined in the Congress and sending out proposals and interacting with the entire legislative part of Martian Republic. And then they can open other wallets that will allow them to just use as like a normal, debit card or wallet for specific purposes, if it's for groceries or whatever it may be. However, the focus will be on that civic wallet with ability to change in between different wallets. From there, also increased previously I thanked Philip for walking me through and explaining different methods of securing this wallet further. We are doing many millions of rounds of hashing to ensure the greatest amount of security in wallet encryption, making this wallet as secure as possible, and so that there's no malicious parties getting a hold of anything. From there, so like I mentioned previously, wallets were previously stored and unencrypted in local storage, and now they're entirely encrypted with this upcoming iteration. From there, we're also implementing wallet exporting and importing, implementing a specific standard for importing a wallet as a JSON file. So if you have your wallet or your private key as in a JSON, you can just upload that and we'll open up your wallet for you. All right. Okay, and then from there, does anybody have any questions? I guess it's the Martian Republic wallet.
Thank you, Sebastian. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna ask if the audience has any questions. I'm scanning the other channels. So from the Mars Society, Cecilia is asking, will there be other methods for UX while sending funds repeatedly?
Sending funds repeatedly. In terms of right now, it's just kind of be to like a one-to-one. So I'm just, if I have an address, somebody's address, I could just send money using that address, just a one-time transaction. As of now, there's no built-in like sending multiple or sending, fractions of Mars to multiple addresses. That's not built in or anything yet, but there's definitely a lot of features that can be requested on the GitHub, on the Martian Republic GitHub. So you can add maybe any issues or recommendations to add any features on there.
So post the links to the GitHub so we can share that to the various communities.
Will do.
What kind of people are you looking for to build it? Just a few minutes ago, James Burke was talking about community as being a really key element to this. What kind of people are you looking for to contribute to the or review the GitHub instance?
Yeah, so the members of the community that I think would be important or would be useful to overview this repository would be any software developers, including web developers, mobile developers, anybody with familiarity with any sort of API or even front-end development, since this is client side heavy, I guess. There's a lot of JavaScript being thrown around. There's a lot of Bitcoin libraries. So anybody like in the crypto sphere, web development sphere, can go ahead and look at this code, clone the repository, run it locally. There's a lot of really good information on how to run it and a lot of detailed explanations of how this wallet is running. So yeah, anybody willing to.
You're getting a thumbs up from Cecilia at the Mars Society channel. And while they're here, I'm just going to kind of do a shout out to the Mars Society and to Axonar and the Marscoin group and Byte Federal, and then our own Liftport group and Better Futures. We're posting this on several channels, so I'm trying to watch other channels all at the same time here, but appreciate all the people on all the channels that are watching. It's really great to kind of see your interaction here. Sebastian,
Yes.
okay, so you just posted, oh, thanks, Larry. He just posted
He did.
the links, and so I'll get them out in just a moment here.
Okay.
Sebastian, you threw yourself under a bus, like, oh, I didn't get to this, I didn't get to that in coding. So what does the next 6 months look like? We hosted this event last year.
Mm.
What do you think we're looking at 6 months from now, a year from now, on your side?
6 months from now into a year, I would probably say the wallet would hopefully be as many bugs free as possible. As many added on functionalities as possible. Cecilia mentioned maybe some sort of way to split a transaction or send to multiple people. I'd be looking at adding as many enhancements to leverage our proposal system as much as possible. I'd be wanting to add as much security, much more security. So if people start looking at the GitHub repo, they have any recommendations or if they see any exploits, I'd love to just patch those up and just make this wallet as secure and as ready to ship as possible. Yeah, so from there, in terms of functionality of the wallet, for the most part, it's good. It's functioning. It's great. The only next 6 months, I guess, would just be nice to have features on the wallet, and maybe even intertwining it with the Byte Wallet mobile app as well. There's a lot of things that could be done there, but yeah, just a lot more work on the wallet, enhancing its features, making it better, more ready to ship to Mars. And
is this development path or the is this all found on the marscoin.org site? Like, can people see the roadmap there?
This PowerPoint itself, or?
Well, I mean, I think it'd be worthwhile to host the PowerPoint because I think that's useful. But I was meaning, is the roadmap of the next 6 months or a year posted anywhere?
For the most part of my knowledge, Not that I know of exactly,
Okay.
but I think that's a great idea to do. Create a roadmap to have full disclosure and transparency to the
Yeah,
community.
I think that's from an outsider's perspective, that's one of the things that I'm always interested in is what's the plan, and then how do you get to the plan?
Right.
Yeah, I think that's kind of fun. There's interest in this tool set, but it's hard to be, it's hard to enter into it, right? It's hard to kind of take that first step. So are you thinking that the GitHub or the Gitter community, that's really the first place to start?
Yeah, if I'm entirely honest, this was my first like client-side wallet. So and I've just been working in crypto for about a year. So so I think anybody with interest in Mars and working with crypto can, and if they have a programming experience, I think they can pick this up relatively quickly.
Okay.
There's the GitHub community as well as the Mars community. If you're a developer, you could and you're intrigued in learning how Bitcoin works and how decryption and encryption works. I think those people in specific that have that want to, they will definitely be able to. Especially like going down the list of technologies, it's relatively simple how it works. Bitcoin.js, just again, it's another GitHub, another project on GitHub. It's a library, so anybody can start picking that apart, creating their own wallet. They can make their own blockchain and relatively simple-ish steps, So yeah, and I guess most importantly is kind of making it known that this is open source, and anybody, even if you're a programmer or not, you can just start reading the README, which just kind of denotes how this works, why it works, even if you're not a programmer.
Yeah, it's I'm not a programmer, so a lot of this stuff I'm hanging on to the ragged edges here. But it is pretty fascinating. I'm learning a lot. One thing I was going to point out, there are a lot of randomness elements in nature that have been identified. So I would think let's use a space technology randomness element. I think there are some feeds for radio signals from the solar system, from the galaxy. I think there are some randomness signals you can get from ocean activity. There's a lot of different random things out there. So I would think rather than the jiggle of your mouse, which I think that you got to start somewhere as a programmer, and that's probably a really easy data source to get is user input. But, there's some random signals coming from space that
I think that's a great idea. And from that topic, I guess it's like, if we can break down this project and ask the community that is not programmers for help, like I have I'm not sure like what randomness exists out there in space, but maybe the Mars community does have a lot more examples. That'd be great to maybe pick apart different pieces of the project that the community could help with and ask them that is not programming specific. So that's a great idea.
I think there's something out there. You could kind of crowdsource some knowledge. There's a couple really big physics communities online, and I'm sure they could point you to 10 different naturally occurring random sources for random information.
That'd be great.
Yeah, cool. Very good. Well, we've got just 2 minutes left. We're going to transition here. How many people are working on this team? Is it just you at Federal, and then you're like working with others that are interacting?
As of now, it's just been Leonard, Philip Poischunder, and I. Kind of Leonard and I mostly in the developing. Philip has been helping a lot with the cerebral parts of it. Yeah, but just Leonard and I working on it, hashing different pieces of the puzzle out together. Yeah.
Awesome. Very cool. All right, Sebastian, thank you very much. We're going to put you back into the attendees section, and we are going to bring Kenneth on. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before I present the next speaker, which will be Kenneth Shortrate, maybe just a commercial break because we don't have some commercials, but I would like to do it. We have actually 3 great wallets. One wallet, which we will now hear about, is Byte Wallet. I'm using it for one year, and I have to say it's safe, it's non-custodial, and it works very well. And another wallet, which will not be presented today, but I think it's worth to mention it, it's the Marscoin Electrum. It's actually the top-notch modified Bitcoin wallet, which is secure, usable, and has a lot of features. I'm using it for at least 1 year. I had no problem with it. And I think the crucial thing about the project is that the wallets are safe. And while I'm in the crypto since 2012 and seen a lot of stuff from wallets which were not custodial, from which were hacked and like this, I have to say that Byte Wallet, mobile and iOS, and this Marscoin Electrum is really something which I have to say it's a big advantage for the project. So I just wanted to mention it so we get a little bit commercial also intake, and it's real from myself and also from other. Kenneth Shortrate, originally from Argentina and son of 2 tech-oriented parents, Kenneth began learning about technology in middle school by studying programming and competing in esports tournaments at the highest level. Then in 2017, he traveled to the US to complete an undergraduate degree in computer science at Rollins College, Orlando, Florida, with an initial focus in the field of game development. And with a deep passion for freedom and decentralization, Kenneth naturally pivoted to blockchain and app development after moving to Sarasota, Florida. He joined Byte Federal, where he has been working to expand the reach and influence of cryptocurrency by developing varied technologies. Most recently, he worked on Byte Federal's mobile app to create a swap that allows users to buy Marscoin with either US dollars or with other cryptocurrency. Personally, I have to say this is the unique project. I'm from Europe. I'm looking forward to get this, I would say, app also in Europe as soon as possible. So the Kenneth's topic is Byte Wallet and Marscoin, coin swaps and Marscoin in a cutting-edge cross-platform mobile wallet. So Kenneth, perfect to have you here. So the stage is all yours, please.
Well, thank you, Jaka, for the presentation. I appreciate it. Let me share my screen real quick.
Thank you.
Let me see if you can see it there. I think it should be sharing now. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone here on Zoom and watching us on video later. I think they were asking a question there on the chat. I believe the videos are going to be up later as well. I know they are recording all the presentations, so that should be available. So I'm Kenneth. I'm a software developer working at Byte Federal to connect the current and the old and the new financial systems. Hope you're all enjoying the day so far, and we're all learning a lot about Marscoin and the new developments in crypto as well. We had some awesome speakers so far, talking about finance, democracy, voting, and even the metaverse. So if you haven't watched them, again, just go check those out later in the recordings. And if you have any questions at any point, please feel free to put them down in the comments or ask them at the end of the presentation. So I was listening to some of the comments that Michael and Leonard touched upon earlier today, and a lot of those were focused on how it is necessary to generate adoption here on Earth first, in order to be able to expand and improve now to prepare for our future on Mars later. In my opinion, one of the worst things about a lot of crypto technologies is how hard it is for a normal person to use the services. And I'm talking about the type of person who doesn't have that immense understanding of technology and who doesn't want to spend lots of hours and days reading white papers and studying the blockchain and technology, which a lot of people out there don't really care that much. They only care about the services and being able to use them. So I think our priority number one is to make it easy to use for the customers so they can expand it and make it part of their daily lives. And I think there are 4 important ideas that we must ensure that we have. So first, I think the crypto has to be simple to obtain. People must have access to a technology, like I said, without having to become experts in the topic in the first place. Second, it must be easy to move around the world and send it anywhere, which is obviously already possible due to the fast transactions and very low fees that we have on the Marscoin blockchain. Third, I think it has to be valuable, and in order to be valuable, it must have some intrinsic value apart from the simple fast fact of being able to send it and receive it. And well, like I said, today we have already heard about some new developments that are going to include the centralized voting system, which is, I think, one of the most fascinating ideas out there and one that could change everything. Or even the idea of Mars metaverse, which you could spend your Marscoin to get content or to access events or other type of functionality inside the metaverse. And fourth, I think it has to be very easy to exchange for other assets that you might need at that moment. So that's why we have been working on all these different points in order to bring Marscoin closer to the public. Now, Marscoin obviously has had the basics down since the beginning. It is easy to send and receive, it has low fees and fast transactions. After that, we were able to set down more than 1,000 ATMs with Bifederal all across the US, where you can buy Marscoin with physical cash, making it a lot easier for people to access it, especially people that don't have access to bank accounts or to sign up for an exchange. And this was extremely helpful for plenty of people. However, it obviously required you to live nearby to one of those locations. And like Jaka said, if you're in Europe, you wouldn't have access to that either. So the idea is to start moving away from those physical locations a little bit and more into the virtual world, which is a lot easier to expand, of course, and connect Marscoin with fiat in a much easier solution directly from your phone. So this is what we've been trying to do with Byte Wallet, and we've been developing for some time since last year to try to bring it closer to everyone. Now, our team, including our previous speaker, Sebastian, spent the last few months building a new banking system on our app as well to directly interact with crypto services and to all the functionality of the blockchain. Now the end user can very easily open a bank account in US dollars that he'll be able to fund from outside from a previous bank account and be able to use for different services. So here we can very quickly see a couple of screenshots from the app itself. Now, on the left, we have some of the banking features.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but what we're seeing is we're seeing your presenter notes and your slides, and they're kind of like layered one on top of each other. Can you move your presenter notes?
Oh, yeah. I thought you were only seeing the, let me see how I can share.
Just move it to a different screen. Do you have a different screen?
Screen.
We're seeing them like one on top of the other. So your presenter notes are blocking your presentation. The other way. That gives us all of your presentation notes, but not your presentation.
Okay, let me see.
There we go. Perfect. Do you still have your presenter notes somewhere?
Let me see.
But we can see, we are seeing what you want us to see now.
Okay, but now we see the notes, right?
Now we see the notes, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We'll do it without the notes then. That's totally fine. Okay. Yes. So let me go back here. Okay, cool.
Thanks.
Yeah. So basically here on the left, we have a first screenshot from the app. And what we can see, this is one of the main screens of the banking solution in the Byte wallet. And here I already created a bank account. So you're going to have your routing number and your account number, just like a normal bank. And you'll be able to add money, send money, and add a bank transfer. Eventually, the idea is also to be able to deposit cash directly into any of those ATM locations that we talked before and be able to fund your account that way as well. So after you create that account, that gives you already a connection to a fiat world that we currently have, and you'll be able to use those dollars to obtain Marscoin very easily and very fast. Imagine if Bank of America or I don't know, any of the other big old banks allow you to download an app and in a matter of hours have your bank account running directly from your phone and buying crypto directly from your bank. And then here on the right, we can see one of the wallets. I know Jaga has been using the app, so he probably has seen this before. And before you were able to only receive and send Marscoin, which obviously generated addresses to receive it or the possibility to select your fees to send it out and stuff. Now you're also being able to buy Marscoin and being able to swap it for other coins, which we'll discuss later as well. Okay. So the first part of it was adding the functionality to buy Marscoin with your US dollars from your bank. And here we can see a quick screenshot of it. As we see here, you have selected USD, which is your dollars, and Marscoin. You're gonna enter the amount of dollars that you want to swap, and this is going to create in the background. We're pulling the current rates for Marscoin. This is being pulled from different exchanges online, so we're comparing the prices. And it's calculating the current transaction fees as well. And this is going to give you back the most recent rate that you're going to be able to swap those Marscoin. And then once you receive those Marscoin, well, you might be able to hold it for years like the Mars Society. But if you want to do something else, or if you need other type of coins at the moment, you will also be able to swap it for a variety of mainstream coins, let's say, such like Bitcoin, Dogecoin, Ethereum, or Litecoin. And again, this happens all in the background. The idea was to try to make it, like I said, the easiest way possible for the user, so they didn't have to think much about anything. They only had to have the funds available, decide what they wanted to do, and exchange it for whatever new asset they desired. And another important part is that everything that we're trying to do is achieve all these solutions in a non-custodial way. We didn't want to go the exchange way where they hold your crypto and they keep all your keys and everything, and then you basically don't own your coins. And we know the bad things that can happen. We've been seeing it all over last year in the past few months, where exchanges get hacked or they go bankrupt and then they take your coins whenever they want to. So we wanted to go the non-custodial way and achieve this in the best manner possible. So here we have a couple more screenshots. This is more from the swapping side. We saw a screenshot from the buying crypto side before. Here you're going to be swapping. So on the left side, we can see it's a very similar screen. Only instead of selecting US dollars, you're here selecting the two cryptos that you want to swap between each other. In this case, we're going to be swapping some of our Marscoin, and we're going to be receiving a bit of Litecoin. So you first select the cryptos that are involved in the transaction. Then you select the desired amount that you want to swap. And you're going to decide how to send the crypto. On the background, like I said, we're pulling all the current rates, and we're calculating the transaction fees that are going to take part in the swap. So if you're swapping for Ethereum, for example, you might have to pay bigger transaction fees, of course. But once you decide on the amounts and you decide that the rate is what you want, then you're going to create the swap. And on the backend, we're going to generate an address for you to send your coins to. And we can see it here on the right side on the screenshot. You receive a detailed explanation of what you're going to receive and what you're going to send. And the cool part of it is that you will be able to select one of your wallets in the Byte wallet, which again are non-custodial, to send those funds quickly for you. So it's all done automatically, and it will only send obviously the amount necessary to complete the swap. Or you can use the QR code that we generated there to scan it from an external app. If you have multiple apps, for example, you could use another one to scan and send your Marscoin that way. And once that is done, we have a script running in the background that's going to check that your coins obviously arrived. It's going to give you a success message, and you're going to be good to go. After a few confirmations of that transaction, your swapped crypto will be received in your non-custodial wallet. So in this case, you will receive your Litecoin back into your wallet. Now we're always adding new coins, and we're trying to expand the amount of assets that you can swap between each other, which we think is extremely important to add more functionality to Marscoin, because you might need US dollars. So we are thinking about being able to send Marscoin directly from your app and receiving those US dollars back into your bank account, or swapping into Lightning Satoshis or other types of crypto as well. So this is some of the development for the maybe next few months as well, to keep adding these features to be able to swap Marscoin into more assets. So I think in order to move towards the future, we must keep focusing on all these different things. In order to move towards a bigger freedom and utilitarian future, we must use decentralization, speed, the power of the blockchain, and some of these new key features like voting, enhancing our democracy, and maybe even the metaverse to expand the capabilities of what we can do with Marscoin. So thank you. Sorry about the notes showing up there. I didn't think you were showing those, but if you have any questions, please feel free to leave them in the comments, or you can unmute yourself, I guess, and ask them as well.
Kenneth, thank you. My first question is entirely selfish. I'm in Washington State. Byte Federal doesn't have any ATMs up here. The local one I think is in Oregon. Am I still able to use the wallet even if I don't have access to the ATM network?
We currently support most states, I believe, for the wallet, even some that don't have ATMs. I'm not sure exactly about your state. We could probably ask Leonard about that. He probably has the current list. Cool. But the idea is to keep expanding, and I know we're currently, there is a lot of regulation about all this stuff. Of course, the government wants to be involved. So we're always trying to expand to the other states that we don't have access to yet. I know Leonard and the other members of Byte Federal are working hard on that. So hopefully pretty soon it should be available everywhere. Yeah, at least in the US. And we're also working on the meantime to try to expand the banking capabilities to other countries as well. I know Jaka asked about Europe earlier today as well. So even if you don't have ATMs over there, the idea would be for them to be able to use the functionality of the app despite not having an ATM nearby.
Larry, by the way, is posting in the chat. Unfortunately, Washington requires certification that we do not have. By wallet swap and purchase works in 40 states. Okay, so 40 states, pretty good, very good. Happy to do it. I'll be happy to be a client as soon as Washington State approves that. This is pretty exciting, right? You know, without divulging a lot of secrets, it's really challenging to buy currencies. It is as an outsider, as a novice. You know, I know there was a bunch of hype a few years ago when people were giving Bitcoins as Christmas presents when it was, you know, $12,000 and went up to $30,000, right? That year.
Yeah.
You know, it's fun, but no one's made this stuff easy yet, right? So I had to do a transaction recently with a new account, and so I had to set up an account from scratch, even though I know this stuff, and the processes are complicated. So it's really great that you're kind of integrating that into a single tool, because talking to my bank and talking to my my wallet holder, which I don't have the wallet myself. It's a mess. It's a complicated process, and you know, people are asking, like, why do all this work in prep for a Martian economy that doesn't exist yet, right? So why are we doing this? And I like your last screen about as we move towards the future. So why put all this effort into something that that we don't have yet? We don't have boot prints on Mars yet, and we're not going to for a while. We're certainly not going to have an economy on Mars for a while. So why put all the effort into this now?
Yeah, well, I think one of the best things about Mars is that it provides an opportunity, right? It provides an opportunity to learn from all the mistakes and all the outdated systems that we have and try to expand them and improve them in a way that's more decentralized and focused on the individual. And well, like you were saying, it's not that easy currently to obtain your coins. And the only services that make it a little bit easier are usually all exchanges that are custodial. They control everything you own. They can close down your account or suspend it whenever they want. And I think this is completely the opposite of what we want to achieve in the future. Hopefully here on Earth too, but maybe it will have to happen on Mars. And like Leonard and the other speakers were talking about before, I think in order to be able to ensure that this occurs once we get to Mars, I think we must prove the concept here on Earth first. And not only that, that will also give us the feedback that we need in order to improve all these technologies and add the new features that we need and expand on or change some of the mistakes that we might have made. So I think it's very important to start now and make it as easier and as decentralized as we possibly can in all the different applications, not only the swapping and buying, but also, like they said before, in the voting systems or a metaverse that's not controlled by a big corporation. I think all those things are going to be extremely important as we move forward in the next few years.
We were seeing earlier that you know, community is kind of key to this. Content is key to this. There's a phrase that is common within the whole aerospace community, especially as venture capital is starting to flow into the community more and more, and it's test before you invest. And so in a way, you are using us down here on the ground as test guinea pigs for a future economy, a future voting system, a future property rights management system. You're incorporating, I mean, not you directly, but the the Marscoin community is incorporating all of those elements into its core tools so that we can test before we invest, before we go.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and we are already going to have to do a lot of development once we get to Mars. So the idea would be to, if we can have already a set financial system and voting system, probably that we know, like you said, that functions and that works correctly and that has all the necessary features that we need, then that would be a huge improvement when we reach there, to already have that ready and not have to prepare it there, make some mistakes there and change it.
There's a comment again from Leonard. He's I think referring to my comment. Non-custodial part of this tool works globally, so I am actually able to use it. So that's good to know, Leonard. I'll ask you some more questions about that. Kurt's posted a comment that I particularly like because it makes me feel maybe not like I'm the dumbest guy in the room. He says, "Yay! Why not put some effort into ease of use? Pretend that it's important to expand the user base," right? I think that's how Coinbase did what it did. It wasn't the best system out there, but it did make onboarding very easy. Pretend like it's important to expand the user base. Well, maybe add some non-technical people to the development team. I'm going to expand on that for Kurt and say maybe a focus group of non-techie people to evaluate the tools that y'all are building. Yeah, I think that's really wise because, yeah, I was sitting down having pizza with my family yesterday, and I can't tell you how many times I asked the question, why and what's the point? So there is an adoption curve there that's really steep. But I think this is a kind of a necessary first step, right? So banking, trading, property rights, those are the three things that Marscoin is trying to do down here on the ground. We're gonna move over to our next speaker in just a few minutes.
Okay.
But as I've asked each speaker so far, what does 6 months or a year from now look like? What does your roadmap look like? What do you want to accomplish?
Yeah, well, the idea, I think, like I said, is to keep increasing the amount of assets that you can trade with Marscoin. I think that's one of the biggest things. People, like we know, there are a lot of much bigger cryptocurrencies at the moment. So I think being able to swap those for Marscoin and Marscoin for those back and forth, I think that's going to be very big for an increased adoption as well. Because those people might arrive through other coins, like, I don't know, say Solana or other type of cryptos, but then they might get into this ecosystem, and that helps, that adoption curve as well. Apart from that, I think what you said about having more feedback from maybe not tech people is huge, because most people that are not strictly into this space and are not programming these services might think completely different about the applications and how the software works. So I think getting their feedback and whether it's simple for them or how we can make it easier is going to be huge, and making the updates from that feedback as well.
Cool. Okay, Kenneth, thank you so much. We're going to switch gears here. Appreciate it. I think this kind of stuff is it's necessary, and that's one of the reasons why we do these events, not just to a closed audience, but to an expanded audience out into the YouTube community, because we are building the future, and I want people to understand that, right? That this isn't science fiction anymore. We're actually trying to build the blocks, the building blocks, the foundation for that kind of future.
Yeah. And it has to be a collaborative effort as well. So I think it's great to have all types of people involved in the project as well.
Last comments. Lexi is saying that we need a model and that we should be on Bitpanda. I'll leave that to y'all. And she's saying more emotions, not technicians.
Yeah.
And then Kurt is asking who's working on property rights. I have a skill set that can contribute, and he has posted his email address. Kurt, I will not be posting your email address to the various channels, but if you would like me to post your LinkedIn connections, I'm willing to do that. Okay, credentials. Same thing with you, Lexi. All right, Kenneth, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. We'll see you soon. Keep up the good work, buddy. Thanks.
Thank you.
And with that, we're gonna bring on Jaka. I wanna just do a shout out to Jaka. He has truly been the, oh my gosh, I just hit the wrong button. Jaka, hold on a second. I'm trying to compliment you and I hit the wrong button. There we go. Jaka has been truly the driving force behind this event. I sincerely tell you all that if it wasn't for him pushing, I don't know that this whole expo would have happened at all. So there was some behind the scenes madness because I wound up with COVID and that pushed this whole thing out an extra, I don't know, 6 weeks or so. But Jaka has been extraordinarily patient, extraordinarily consistent. And if he hadn't been pushing to make this thing happen, I don't know that it would. So I think that's the best intro we could have for a guy who's going to talk about marketing Marscoin, is that he's out there doing it, walking the walk every single day. So my hat's off to you, Jaka. I really appreciate all the work that you have done for this. And with that, I'm going to turn it over and the screen is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael. I appreciate also all the works that has been done from other, I would say from, I just have to check just a moment. I have to just, oh.
Yeah, you're showing your screen, a couple tabs.
Yeah, it happens. Now I'm here. Thanks also for all the Marscoin, I would say, core team, because without you, it would also not be possible, to Leonard, to James, to all the speakers, and you, Michael, because you're doing a great job, I would say, as an anchor. Thanks also for you guys. In regard to my effort, I think this is one of the greatest projects in the crypto world. Why? Because it has solid foundations, and I will talk about the solid foundations, also about the future. Because, Michael, as you mentioned, the future, the vision of the Marscoin is actually to be the cryptocurrency on Mars. This is a vision that could be accomplished in 10, 20, or 30 years, depends on the big guys. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, depends on them. But what we can do is actually to be as effective, as active as possible, as Byte Federalists, with creating new, developing new wallets. And we have to put some meat in it, also in regard to marketing. What does it mean? What do we need also? We need a middle term vision. We need a strategy. We need an operational plan. And what is a middle strategy? The strategy is actually to bring the Marscoin cryptocurrency near the people, and how we will do it. And that's obviously always the question, how. It's actually the right step is to gaming and also to creating, as James Burke, we had the privilege to talk, that he talked about the metaverse, true metaverse. So this could be, and this will be, the middle term strategy, to create something which will be interesting for a wider public, and also to engage them and to bring usage to Marscoin. So just doing some basics, maybe to the new guys, new ladies who come into the project, maybe to know why we are doing it. Obviously, as I mentioned, the long-term vision is to finance the research in human exploration through the Mars Society, then establishing a predefined financial system. It has to be strong, the system has to be strong, and we have to work on it consistently. Setting up the technological pillars for the first Mars settlements. in regard to the Martian Republic. We see it, it's actually voting, localization, land registry, and also to register all of the future Mars population is one thing that we are working towards it. And to see maybe when was this time when Marscoin actually got a little bit into the spotlight, but then it went down. It was in February 2020 when Elon Musk and CZ from Binance talk about it. It was actually like a conversation between them. But after that, it was a little bit of silence. So it's now on us to do the work, to do the business, to market it, and also to develop it constantly and simultaneously. So some basic facts about the Marscoin, so we can, even if we say these facts 2 or 3 times, it's better because people will then recover it and know it. So the Genesis block happened on 1st of January 2014. It's a Litecoin fork. Maximum supply was 48 millions. At the moment, more or less, it's about 40 million. So this asset is very scarce. Has a little bit more than Bitcoin, but it's still scarce, scarcer than a lot of crypto assets in this space. It's crypt algorithm, so it could be mineable using CPU, GPU, and miner. Approximately 36 million have been mined. And the blockchain, you can check it out on Marscoin Explorer, works 24/7 since 2014. So this is quite an achievement, I would say, to the team, to the Marscoin organization, to Leonard Lopin. It's a decentralized project. We will see later on some numbers. Actually, the whole world is on the project. Maybe we're not so much in the numbers, but we are still growing. So in all continents, you will afterwards see the number of supporters is growing. So we have here a real possibility to move further on and to present it even more. And the cooperation, the Mars Society, it's actually one of the, I would say, the rarest coin that has a real scientific support. I can't remember that any space crypto coin would have such a support, which is based from science and by Dr. Zubrin. And we also have the privilege to have executive director, James Burke, which was actually the volunteer and the supporter of the Marscoin, and as well as the Mars Society. It was actually one of the founding father of it. We have never to forget that the science brings a lot to it. So as the programs, as initiatives, as Mars Desert Research Station in Utah, USA, this is a grant project, I would say, managed since, if I remember correctly, since 2001. So all the credit to guys, to all the scientists who are working on it. And Mars Arctic Research Station, as well as mentioned by the executive director, the Mars virtual reality, which will grow and expand, and is something that we will work on it. I will explain it also more into details. So if we just take a look on the Mars Desert Research Station, that's a real station. It's actually a station where the scientists work, where they live. They actually, if I remember correctly, they also have a telescope. It was named by Elon Musk because he gave the funding to it. So it's like the great connection between great entrepreneurs, great scientific, I would say, scientific community, and now later on also the blockchain, Marscoin. So it is destined to be, Marscoin is actually destined to be the cryptocurrency for Mars. And all the facts are just saying it by itself. So with regard to marketing, maybe just some basic facts. Marscoin is present on all major social media. It has a lively Discord society, Telegram moderating space, Facebook group, and it also has its own official Twitter account. But what makes Marscoin alive is their community, their supporters. And I will show you some tweets of them. They're not paid, so they're doing everything for free. So we will just take a look something on it, and also to show you which sites are supporting and how many followers we have actually in the meantime. So the Marscoin, it has now a little bit more than 4,000. These are still some old data.
Yaka, are you trying to show something on your screen or just reading it?
Just showing it.
Okay.
Can you see it?
No, we can't
Yeah.
see anything.
Is the presentation visible?
No, it's not.
Just a moment. Sorry. That is something. Just a moment. Should be, but I don't know why it isn't.
You were sharing your screen a moment ago.
But was the presentation visible at the moment
No,
ago?
all we saw was
No.
your browsers, your browser tabs.
Just a moment. Sorry. Can we just have a 1 minute break so I check what's the point, and I will just return immediately because
Sure. Do you want me to demote you and come back in?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe that's the case.
Okay, y'all. This is what happens when you're building a live performance. Let me just bring him right back in. Now we got it. Thank you. Turn on your microphone.
Can you see the screen now that I'm
Perfect.
sharing? the presentation?
Perfect. Yep.
Okay, it's a pity that I haven't, that I didn't know that this. One more thing. Then I will go very quickly. Just tell me if you can see the presentation.
Loud and clear. Perfect.
So I will just go briefly to the presentation, then I will stop actually where this was just a slide where I just wanted to show you that Elon Musk and CZ Binance talked about Marscoin since 1 year ago. Then a little bit about the facts that we are centralized, just summing it up so you know that's behind the screen presentation, together with the Mars Desert Research Station to show you all the details around how many work hours guys have to put in to build everything. And actually to show you that we're present all over the I would say the social media. We have here a contribution from Marscoin, which is since 2014. Then we have also in the region, the Mars Society as well, now has a lot of more supporters growing each day. So the Discord channel, Lively, it has around 1,830 members. Then also this, what I would like to mention and thank to all of them, they're doing it for free and they're enthusiasts. So they are constructing memes from themselves. So this is the work, this is the community we need. It's actually this one, and this is marketing. So we have the technology and we need marketing, and we have it, and we will stick to it, and we will make it even stronger. Maybe at this time, just to say one thing. Yes, Marscoin struggled a lot with exchanges. Some came, some went. As it was described before, it is hard for a small coin to be enlisted on a small exchange, but we are growing. We are becoming more and more interesting for people because we have, I would say, solid pillars behind the coin. So at the moment, we are listed on Dextrade. We are listed on FinexBox. I have to give a special thank to FinexBox because they managed to have Marscoin on for all the time, even though we had some troubles on it. So thanks FinexBox, and of course to Dextrade once again. But what we are doing for what Marscoin is doing, it's actually searching actively for new exchanges, and we will add only solid and secure exchanges. So no more troubles in the future. And this is our word, and we are giving it. It will not be easy, but we'll do it. So if we take a look a little bit about the price movement, obviously you will notice two spikes. One spike was on the 16th of February when CZ Binance and Elon Musk talk about the coin. Then it was constant. In the next, it was like a small pump when the majority of the crypto was actually in the bull run. So also Marscoin went up. But what was interesting was that actually Marscoin remained quite stable. Okay, these are actually the red colors, but we have to take it in a larger concept. It was actually going into a bear market. But what it did, it was remaining constant through the bear market. So Marscoin is one of the rarest coins which actually remained quite stable, which is great, without any pump and dumps. What I would like to mention about the wallets, we have two wallets. Today, colleagues were talking about the Martian Republic wallet and the Byte wallet. I would add also Electron wallet to it. So once again, in regard to marketing, we have three wallets and two of them are actually great and used for at least 1 year without any, I would say, major obstacles. And I'm using both. So one of them is the Marscoin Electrum. You can save it down on www.marscoin.org, and the Byte wallet. If you have iOS, then you just upload and you have it on your mobile phone. So one of the rarest project which has two solid wallets, and one is actually modified from the Bitcoin. You can check it out on the internet. It's Electrum. So this is for sure a benefit, and it's advantageous to all other projects. Just to tell you about a little bit about the future plan, and then I will have a premiere just to tell you that we are working on it, that we are deeply into the strategy, deeply in operational, and that we are investing to pull this project to the point where it deserves. One point is obviously we need to create a marketing plan. I'm doing it. To establish a marketing team. We will do it. We are constantly working on it, searching for possible influencers on Twitter, on YouTube. And of course, as we get it, we will execute all the marketing activities. It's still early to talk about it. Also not to know all the competition, what we are upon to. Some things we will reveal, but not everything. It's normal. And I would also like to reveal my email. So if any of the social media professionals would like to cooperate with us, just give me an email. It's like here, it's jake.asman3@gmail.com. I'm 24/7 available for Marscoin. So just pin me, send me. We're searching for Twitter influencers, for YouTubers, everyone who would be prepared to cooperate with us, to help us, to support us. So we are here. Then blockchain and servers. A lot has been done in the last year, as it was presented by the colleagues. Wallets, Martian Republic, a lot of the work, it's actually voluntary. A lot of work cannot be described in money, but we will, of course, start to also adding additional servers. First, we'll do analysis, what else we need to make it even more secure, if there will be some necessary changes to the IT infrastructure, and the security analysis to deploy any necessary adjustment. That's normal, and it should be done. But at the moment, I have to say all of the wallets are secure. And the technological pillars for the Mars settlements, as Leonard described, this is actually what Elon was also talking about. But we're not waiting for these big companies to push us. We are waiting, we are actually working right now to present something which will be then usable for the Mars settlements. So this, I think, is action, less talking, more doing. But if everything comes together, technique and marketing, I think we are unstoppable. This will be just a short movie. Sorry, I'm not a professional to editing movies, but I just want to tell you that we were present. Marscoin organization were present in Dubai on 28th of March till April. I was there personally with some of my colleagues, which were there voluntarily presenting Marscoin also to Binance. It was interesting because I met a lot of guys from Binance, from other projects, and I gather a lot of data information which will be valuable, priceless for the project. So just take 1 minute and just enjoy the movie. Some parts will be funny, but you know, we have also to be a little bit funny. Whoops. I've arrived in Dubai, so let the journey begin. We are now on the still Corona, yeah, time. Waiting for the whole package, then we will drive to hotel. So see you soon. And then you will hear some ladies complaining about the view, but it was great.
So where's the beach. Okay, so
This was the greatest view. It paid off. And this was me when I was walking through the blockchain week, so you all know that it was real, that it was not. And this was a super event for getting to know the Binance guys. Just some shots about the events. You hear the Corona coughing. Hopefully it goes away. It was great entrance.
And responsibilities to you for you to have a free conduit to interact with the blockchain and the exciting Web3 developments. Then how many of you have actually struggled with your crypto wallets?
So much about the wallets. And actually on the event I met a lot of people from India, from all over the world, from Austria, software engineers, crypto enthusiasts, crypto traders. Actually I got all the knowledge about what is new to the crypto, what are the, I would say, yeah, of course we also had to be presented as a marketing officer. I actually got the possibilities to know some of the guys, some I didn't met. The lady from Binance was so occupied that I couldn't go, but there were some guys, owners of the companies, who actually talked about the Marscoin, and they were enthusiastic about it. And I think there are a lot of people now knowing about the coin, so sometimes you have to be there physically. So this is the one, and it's also interesting to see this Carl Sagan quote, "Whatever the reason you're on Mars, I'm glad you're there and I wish I was with you." So this is, I would say, something that I had to put in the presentation. And this is Premiere. Why it's Premiere? Because I would like to present you, I will not go into detail, but I'm not just a Marscoin supporter with my heart and also doing for the marketing. I'm also a founder of a startup company, which is called JI Martian. And we are developing a Mars game, which will be supported by the Marscoin. So Marscoin will play a crucial role on it. And then we move directly with action, with power to Mars Metaverse. So this is the middle vision, and we are looking forward to embark on this, I would say, highly interesting but hard journey, but we will do it for the sake of the Marscoin, the Mars Society, and engaging people to come to Mars. And this is just a short version, just a short demo about the game. So you will be developing the habitat, the individual houses, individual possibilities. You will explore the game with Marscoin. You can go into the casino, you will earn Marscoin, but then you will also go into the real Marscoin environment, and then you will explore and find additional Marscoin. I will not reveal everything, but this is just a short explanation how it will look like. We have additional, I would say, gadgets, and we're fully working on it. So it will be, it's, I would say, to 80% finished, and it will be quite, I would say, lots of fun on all stages. This is just a small demo for you guys. It's a premiere, but I think you deserve it to see it. So as I said, developing the Marscoin gaming and Mars Metaverse segment. This is the first goal of the startup JA Martian. We will present the Marscoin gaming, the Mars gaming, on different worldwide crypto events together with Marscoin and the partner, the Mars Society, because I think that this partnership between Marscoin and the Mars Society is really great, having the blockchain and scientific community behind it. And we plan to be as active as possible, to do a marketing end of 2022 in the whole world and the whole year of 2023. So marketing will be stronger, greater, and we're looking forward. We're not scared by the future. We're looking in the eyes of this great journey and challenge. So thank you very much, Michael, for giving me the word to explain all in the details.
Jaka, terrific. Thank you for your presentation. You put a lot of work into it. I'm glad we got the technical side of it sorted. So I think it's pretty impressive that you're out in the world talking to people, even despite all the madness of travel these days. How do they react? What do you talk to them about when you're out in the world? Give me some examples of some of the people you've talked to and what their reactions were.
Yeah, great question. Actually, in that time, the corona was still quite active, so it was a big decision to go there on the plane. And actually, but I said it's now or nothing because this project deserves it. And I went with my colleagues to the Binance blockchain. I actually met a lot of people there. Some of them were owners of gaming companies. We talk about it, and what they lack, it was actually they lack coins, tokens, which would have, I would say, a solid foundations. We have it. In regard to other people, they were like never heard about Marscoin. Some of them never heard about Marscoin, but they find it very interesting, especially the connection between the scientific community and a blockchain, because they say, okay, this is really a big thing. What actually, I also know a guy who is from Germany. He's having a, I would say, a Swift firm, having crypto for increasing the speed of payments. His uncle was actually a German guy, actually was in the Marscoin projects. And he said, yeah, I know Marscoin. So we have people who know Marscoin, some don't know, but if you explain them quite well what's about, they're actually enthusiastic. So it's not much to do. It's not, it doesn't need a high intelligence to grasp that we have a great, I would say, gem hidden, I would say, but you just have to do it. And the Binance guys, I actually went to the director of the whole MENA region. That means Middle East in Dubai. And I actually also told him about it. So people are now, I would say, slowly thinking about it. And if we move forward, it will be better known for sure. Has potential.
What would be something that this community, you know, there's the folks that are actively involved with Marscoin on the inside of the Zoom channel, but then there's those folks that are gonna watch this in the days and weeks to come on YouTube. They're watching it live right now. What would be something you could ask of them to do that's relatively simple, that could be that could help move this thing forward? So I'm going to suggest, you know, following Twitter, following LinkedIn, going to the Discord channels. I want you to post those links in the chat here, and I will forward them all out to the rest of the community. Also, your LinkedIn profile, so I can pass that along to the rest of the community as well. Because that's what we're doing. We need to build this team, this community. I'm excited about your game, by the way. That looks super fun. That looks my speed. That's cool.
I would actually suggest it's great to see the people are interested all over the world. We actually got also some numbers. I can also share it to you, or maybe later, that people are actually seeing Marscoin. They're following it. What I would suggest is do your own, I would say, research. Expo is for sure one event where you can see that there are real, I would say, professionals on the work, that there are companies on the work, and that the community is quite active. And the project, if you could check it out, the Mars Society, Marscoin Organization, Byte Federal, there are some, I would say, solid and trustworthy institution behind it. And of course, every project has its own problems, but if you tackle them, then everything can be done. So I would say do your own research, help us, and for all the community in Marscoin, just wake up and do 1 tweet per day, and you will help us a lot. You don't need to do a game, you don't need to do a metaverse, but if you spread a good, I would say, word for the project, you did it all. And it's a common effort, so we can do it together. Not
one tweet a day. Is that what you said? 1 tweet a day? Okay, that's a super easy lift for everybody on this channel. Post the links. I will forward them on, and let's keep spreading the word, sir. You're doing a terrific job. Again, this event wouldn't have happened without you pushing for it. So Jaka, thank you for all of your work to make this thing happen in the first place. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. The common effort is what counts. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna pull you out, and we are gonna bring up Chris. He was here a minute ago. I saw him. Jaka, can you stop sharing your screen? Thank you. Before Chris comes on, I'm gonna have Jaka come back in and introduce you. But before Chris comes on, I want the world to see some of these memes that he was showing here. I'm not going to do it for very long. It's 7 minutes worth of memes. I think that's amazing. Let me just share a bit of them. Give me 1 second, please. Oh, wrong one. This thing is crazy. It's 7 minutes long, and it's just one meme after another, after another, after another. It's really remarkable. Are y'all seeing the video? Can somebody give me a thumbs up or a yes or no?
We are not seeing it.
You are not seeing it. I don't know why this is tricky today. Okay, well, I'm going to bring in Chris, and I will still try and get the video to work. I'm really struggling with this video today. We've got some great stuff, and if we're not able to show them in the event itself, we'll make sure that they're available to the community afterwards, because Nico's put a lot of effort into them, and I want to show them. All right, Chris, thanks for coming on board here. Jaka is going to read off your bio, but we're really glad to have you here. Thank you, sir. Can you turn on
Michael,
your
just yes,
Chris?
Michael, just a short thing. I think I didn't got the Chris Bayland CV now. I would just say, okay, if Chris can introduce himself shortly.
Terrific.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yes.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Chris, can you come on and turn on? Yeah, thanks.
Oh, sorry, fighting with technology.
It's 2.5 years into this. This is now our 27th event, and there's not one event that goes flawlessly. So we're kind of used to it, but we kind of like to be over it, right? So please take it away. Please
Okay,
introduce yourself first and then jump into your screen.
sorry, just trying to at least share the right screen. Okay, you should be seeing my title slide now.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay, great. My name is Chris Ballant. I'm the executive director of the Mars Initiative. It's an all-volunteer position, so I call it my evening job. Much like a lot of you working on getting humans to Mars, it's a passion-driven organization. My day job is working with the International Space Station. I've been there for about 8 years. Before that, I got to work with some prototype LiDAR instruments, designing, assembling, and most fun of all is installing in various locations throughout the country. Before that, I was in the Navy as a nuclear reactor operator. So I got to see the world, as they say, or I got to see the world's oceans anyway. And then I got my aerospace degrees from the University of Michigan, focusing on space propulsion. I appreciate you letting me join today, and what I'm here to talk about is just what the Mars Initiative is doing and what we've been doing with Marscoin, and kind of what we hope to do in the future, and maybe get some kind of partnerships or get some advice from the rest of you on how we can help out the cause, because we're really excited about this too. So the Mars Initiative is really the combination of wanting to get humans to Mars faster, and how can we do that with kind of crowdsourcing and finance. So it's really exciting to be in a conference that also lives in that intersection of getting to Mars and finance. We see the problem of getting humans to Mars as mostly an economic one. A lot of the designs that we've seen in the past are great technical designs, but funding is always a problem. And so that's kind of why the Mars Initiative was created, is because getting to Mars is hard, but it's really expensive. And a lot of people are working on the technical aspects, but there wasn't a lot of work going on the financial aspects. We saw, like I said, a lot of great plans. Mars One had a plan. Mars Society has had Mars Direct or different versions of it for a long time. NASA has a lot of plans, but they're all the same problem. They all need more financial help. So what we see is that support for going to Mars is increasing. It's somewhere around like 1/3 of the world is interested in humans getting to Mars. More than 50% for the first time in our country are of people support using taxpayer funds getting humans to Mars. So we thought, why not give people away, anybody across the planet, a way to get involved with getting humans to Mars and support the first trip to the red planet. So we were founded on the Mars Prize Fund, which is a crowd-funded prize for the first crewed landing on Mars. The key is you have to get humans on Mars, they have to be safe, and you have to have the intent of keeping them alive. So a one-way mission, round-trip mission, we don't care. We think that the barrier is just getting humans to Mars for the first time, and then after that, kind of the floodgates will open and countries will start sending missions, and technology development will accelerate, and it'll be easier to get humans to Mars. So the majority of our organization is focused on allowing people to donate small amounts of money or other financial assets to support that first crewed trip to Mars. We also have an educational grant program that helps teachers across the world, gives them small grants to be able to teach anything related to space. Our biggest problem right now is just getting the word out, as was mentioned in the last presentation. We actually have more donors and more money that we can award over the last couple of years. If you know a teacher that could use a couple $100s anywhere across the world to teach anything related to space, we try and fund materials that can be reused. Just have them get a hold of us, and we would love to work with them. And we'll talk a little more about what we've done so far with that later. And then we've recently started a space innovation grant. We're starting to channel a little bit of funds to help early stage startups get a little bit of seed capital. So it'd be like a low effort grant for them to help move along promising technologies. So the Mars Prize Fund is what we're founded on, and I'll mostly talk about that. And the whole goal is, we think if everybody that's interested in getting humans to Mars can just donate a small amount of money into a common prize fund, that'll grow quickly. And then if you have a prize fund that'll offset some of the costs of going to Mars, it'll eventually help the mission to be quicker. So if anybody wants to see humans to get to Mars quicker, this is an easy way to make that happen. It's crowdfunded, like I said, so it's kind of like a public savings account. We don't spend anything that goes into the account. None of it is on overhead. None of it is on other competitions or prizes. It's 100% for the first trip to Mars, and it's awarded after the fact. So once you launch, you still haven't won the prize. You have to get humans safely on the surface with the intent of keeping them alive. And we have some rules on our website, but that's the high level. And what I really like about this is it allows anybody on the planet to be a part of it. So it's not just like a NASA mission or a NASA with a couple other countries. You know, if you live in one of the smallest countries on the planet that doesn't have a space program, you can donate $2 or $3, and now you have gotten humans closer to Mars, and you've made a difference. One of the coolest things that we've done that we've realized with playing with the numbers is, I'll talk about why on the next slide a little bit, but it's about $100 a mile to get humans to Mars. So if for every $100 someone donates, whether it's $2 a month or $5 a year, we give them a certificate, and that's an early draft of what we're working on. So they have a certificate saying, you know, you've paid for 1 mile of humanity's first trip to Mars. So it just kind of helps to recognize them for the ownership. We found a bunch of estimates for the cost to go into Mars, and basically all the NASA estimates are just impossible, and everything other than the Mars Direct estimates that the Mars Society has put out are just way underfunded. So we really think Zubrin's estimate of about $30 billion for kind of a Mars Direct mission on a commercially funded rocket, if the mission's going to happen, that's really the price point that it's going to happen at. So that's the number we use for all our math, and it's about a 300 million mile journey for the distance that the humans will travel to get there. So 30 billion divided by 300 million miles comes out to just exactly $100 a mile. So that's where the numbers come from. And I kind of mentioned this before, but the thing I really like about the Mars Prize Fund is it's spread out over the entire planet, and it's created by passionate people. It's not it's really similar to the X Prize, except the X Prize for different things is usually one person or a group or a family that is the seed for it, the main amount of money. And so it's really one person pushing something forward. And the Mars Prize Fund is, you know, little kids, grandparents, somebody, like I said, someone in the smallest country in the world can contribute. And so it's really society as a whole coming together to get humans to Mars faster. So our progress, this slide's a little old. We're up close to 200 miles sponsored now. Our grant program, we have awarded 10 or 11 grants. We've reached about 450 children. Like I said, we try and reward grants for materials that can be reused. So our impact is probably twice this by now, because that's a year or two old. The teachers can keep reusing the materials year after year. And we've had donations or volunteers from 41 different countries around the world so far. The Mars Prize Fund, the end of last year, we went over 25,000. We were close to 27,000 before the economy crashed, and our index funds and our crypto that we have invested in tanked. So we're a little under 25,000 right now, but pretty soon we'll be back above that. We have been accepting crypto for about 2 years now, 2.5. We've been slowly incorporating more and more cryptos. We have the standard ones, and then when Doge became big, we started accepting that, and of course Marscoin. We have more activity with Marscoin than the other coins, which is exciting for us. We have about 6,000 Marscoin right now. In the last couple of weeks, we've had 115 and a 420 Marscoin donation, and they didn't email us and let us know who it was from. So if that was you supporting us, send me a message, and I'll put you down in the ledger, and we can earmark those towards your Mars Mile certificate. So for all cryptocurrencies, we believe, unless told otherwise, that the donor wants us to hold it in that cryptocurrency. So we're holding all cryptocurrencies that we get in the donation form that we received until the prize is awarded. And then we're going to try and transfer it in that form to the donor, unless they direct us to cash it out and turn it into something else. So if you donate Marscoin, it'll be in the Mars Prize Fund until humans land on Mars, and then it'll be transferred to whatever entity is leading that mission. That's something that our crypto donors have been very, very happy with, because we've gotten comments from a few of them that some organizations just cash them out and use them as dollars, or immediately convert them and spend them, basically. But we're holding on to them, much like James said with the Mars Society. We're holding on to those. So our current custodian is much more knowledgeable than I about Marscoin and cryptocurrencies. We're lucky to have them. We have a wallet we've been storing in. We had some problems with it, and Leonard rescued our Marscoins a couple months ago, and now we're using the Electrum wallet that was advertised in the commercial about an hour ago. And it is compatible with the Byte Federal mobile wallet. And like I said, we're about 6,000 coins. We were 5,500 a couple weeks ago, and we're trying to get up to 7,000 coins. So if you have an interest in donating a couple coins, our QR code's on the page, and it'll also be on the summary slide at the end. And if you do donate, send me your name and how many coins you donated, and I'll keep you down in our accounting. As I mentioned earlier, Marscoin is really where we get we have a higher number of donations through Marscoin than other donors. It's our members, we're trying to get to Mars, so of course Marscoin resonates with our donors, and that's exciting to see, and we try and support that in any way we can. So a couple of talks have talked about trying to get the word out. We're absolutely open to partnering with anybody trying to get the word out. If you want me to post something in particular, send us an email or contact us, and we'll help do whatever we can. Just want to give a shout out to a few of our larger Marscoin donors so far. And they're listed on the slide. James donated a few. Greg Tucker, Phoenix is his Discord handle, and I've donated a few. And then I mentioned the few anonymous donors recently. We see a lot of synergies and a lot of with Marscoin, and we have a lot of the same passion and interests. So any way we can help this project move along, we're very interested in any kind of innovations or public outreach or anything we can do to support. One of the new programs that we're starting up, I guess I should mention, up to this point, any cryptocurrency that's been donated, we just use for the Mars Mile program. We haven't been using it for any of the other programs because those other programs we cash out donations and send the amount to as a form of grant to either teachers or companies, startup companies. So we keep all the Mars Mile and other cryptocurrency donations for the Mars Mile program for the Mars Prize Fund to help get humans to Mars. We're starting a new program called Munchies for Mars, and we're trying to partner with restaurants where they have a product that sponsors the Mars Prize Fund. So if you purchase that particular product, you can actually help humans get to Mars. So right now we've only partnered with 2 restaurants. We've just started it last month. We're trying to build up partnerships with more restaurants and bars and just food establishments. And then we think that might be a way to kind of advertise Marscoin to them. Anybody that's at all interested in cryptocurrency accepting, we can start the conversation with Marscoin and see if maybe they'd be open to transactions for food or something like that. But we think that might be a good way to get the word out. And like I said, we're opening to marketing and partnerships with anybody. We'd love to get the word out. Like I said in the chat earlier, just getting the word out is half the battle. And everybody that we talked to about the Mars Prize Fund, well over 50% of people are interested in that and like it. And I think Marscoin has the same reception. A lot of people are interested in it. We just have to get the word out. So we're happy to help in that area. So I've got kind of a summary slide here that will help with any kind of questions that people might have. Like I said, there's the QR code up here for our Marscoin wallet. If you're interested in helping humans get to Mars, we'd love to have a donation of any size. Just send me your name and I'll put you down in the ledger for keeping track of your donations to help you get a Mars Mile certificate once you hit the $100 mark. And then everything else on here, I got my contact information on the bottom and just kind of a summary of everything we talked about. So with that, any questions?
Hey, Chris, thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
First of all, I want to make sure that you post the links in the chat so I can copy them and then post them out to the other channels that are not internal here.
Okay, what links would you like?
The ones you want public. So,
like contact information, website?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that right after we're done talking.
Yeah, so by the way, I like the name Munchies on Mars. I mean, that just resonates with me personally. So that's
we're actually in the last week we've just been finalizing that, and we've been just emailing everybody that I can think of with the list of names, and like 7 out of 10 people preferred that name. So yeah. Glad to hear that you like it too.
Yeah. Focus group of 1 on this side, but it immediately resonated. Yeah. A lot of people learned Martian science from watching the movie The Martian, right? Like, and what they know about growing food on Mars, they only know by watching that movie. So the idea of Munchies for Mars, I think, kind of closes that gap and makes it a little bit more tangible. I think that'll be fun. I think that's really neat.
What we're really trying to do with that program is make a way that people can do what they're already doing in their everyday life and also help do something amazing, getting humans to another planet for the first time.
Yeah.
So, we're trying to partner with restaurants and eventually breweries, and kind of one of my goals with this program is that there's a group of people and they're about to leave, and someone's like, humans aren't going to get to Mars on their own. Let's get another round, and they order whatever sponsored product it is, and so they use getting to Mars as an excuse to stay out later.
Yep. I think that's brilliant. I really do. I think that's really clever, and it taps into kind of like this subconscious need to explore that I think most of us have, or at least a lot of us have. So let's we've got about 7 minutes here, so we can kind of dig into this a little bit more. the micro grant program, you only talked about that for like 10 seconds. So I feel like we need to kind of expand on that a little bit. And also with the Space Innovation Grant, those two things you went by pretty fast.
Yeah, I just didn't think I had time to really dive into everything. So the micro grant program, mostly it's supported by donors donating a couple bucks a month that really resonate with, teachers not having enough funding to do what they need to do. And so we're just trying to help teachers that have good lesson plans, that want to teach anything related to outer space, but just don't have enough for the materials. We're trying to get them a couple $100 to help cover the cost of materials. So far we've done, we partnered with Teachers in Space. We got them a couple Arduino sat kits. We did a sun spotter for a school in South Carolina. We did a couple hydroponics kits. We got some Martian simulated soil for a school so they could grow potatoes in normal soil and Martian simulated soil after the movie. And then we've done some other smaller things. One of them was like kind of an interactive Mars globe where you could, I think, put an app on your phone and you could kind of interact with it and get information off of it. So that's what we have right now. We are currently, our biggest problem is we're an all volunteer organization. And so we'll get somebody that'll run the program for about a year and a half, and then life circumstances will change. So about 6 months ago, our program coordinator was unable to have time to volunteer anymore. So we're looking for a new program coordinator for that. So we're looking for anybody that's interested in getting money to teachers on a volunteer basis. And that's actually harder to find somebody than you'd expect. So we still have money from donors coming in, and we have a couple $1,000s in an account. So we have enough for about 10 grants, and we just need someone to help us advertise and get the word out, and award grants.
Awesome. Well, that's super fun. That's a nice little detail. The reason we're hosting this program the way that we are with a public forum is to attract that kind of interest and capacity, right? So you need a volunteer that's going to help distribute a couple $1,000s to teachers that want to teach space science, Mars science. I know 2 teachers right off the bat that love teaching science to their students, space science to their students. So that's terrific. I really love that. How long have you been accepting crypto, and why did you decide to take that route? Because that's not, most places are not doing that.
We basically, once we get a donor that's interested in donating in a certain way, we try and enable that. So about 2.5, it was a little bit before we started looking into it, maybe end of 2019 and beginning of 2020, we were looking into accepting crypto, and we just had somebody on the team that had the expertise, and we had somebody else that was looking to donate. And so we just started incorporating it, and then we got started with the currency they were interested in, and then we just kept adding and got Marscoin pretty quick. And so we've added 5. We've got 5 different currencies we can accept now. So if anybody's interested in donating a different currency that we don't have, we'd be happy to make that a possibility. Yeah, we're really excited into getting into that area. And keeping the coins also, honoring the wishes of the donors and keeping them in the donated form.
Yeah, I think that's terrific. And I also like that you're committed to holding them till whenever, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the Mars Society has the same philosophy for their coins that they're holding. Most people that I know, and I don't know a lot of people in this community, I don't want to like oversell it, but most people that I know are in the hold and wait perspective. I think it makes sense, but disclosure, this is not investment advice. I'm not trying to tell people what to do or how to do it. All right, we're gonna switch gears here in just a minute. I want to make sure that you post your links in the chat so that I can then copy them to everybody else. I've asked everybody this: what's 6 months away? What's a year away? What's the next? What happens next for y'all?
We're focused on finding someone to help get the grant program going again, and then the Munchies on Mars program. We're in about 2 weeks. We're gonna do a pretty big push to bring on new restaurants. We've been just kind of figuring out the program for the last month. I've got a couple interns helping us out. So we hope to be, in 6 months, we hope to probably have 50 to 100 restaurants on board.
Wow, huge. That's huge. That's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work. I think once we have the program figured out, it won't be that bad. And the idea is they just donate a small fraction of an item on their menu, and then they'll also have maybe a description advertising back for us, talking about what it is, and you can help humans get to Mars through that, and then we'll help advertise for the restaurant. We see this as a pretty big potential to get the word out across the country, and the first 2 restaurants we talked to were on board, so we've had pretty good reception so far.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Chris. Appreciate it. I'm gonna pull you out of the panel here, and believe it or not, it's my turn to come on screen, as if I haven't gotten enough screen time already. All right, y'all. It's been a pretty great day, I think. I've learned a lot, terrific speakers. Part of the next part of the afternoon is really talking about potential, where we're going from here, why we think that there needs to be a currency on Mars is because we think humans are going to Mars in a really significant way. European Space Agency has programs. United Arab Emirates has some really fascinating programs. I argue the UAE might have the most interesting long-term vision for Mars. There are other nations developing their plans. And of course, the US has been operating with a robot on Mars for quite a long time. So why do we think this is even possible? Why do we even think this is a relevant topic for conversation? Couple things are happening, right? I think it's a safe bet that a lot of y'all know Dr. Robert Zubrin. Certainly the Mars Society folks know him, but for folks that don't know Dr. Zubrin, he is a catalyst for moving humanity to Mars. He's been pushing this for at least the 20 years that I've known him, and arguably probably 5 or 10 years longer than that. Chris just posted a moment ago a Mars Direct plan when he's showing a budget, $10 to $30 billion. I'm not going to sit here and speculate on the number, but I do think that we as humanity have been kind of looking at the red planet for a while and thinking, how do we get there? What are we going to do? And it's documented that Zubrin had an early impact on Elon Musk and maybe sparked Musk's imagination for going to Mars. Now, when that happened, Musk was not the multi-hundred billionaire that he is now. He was a solid millionaire. I met Musk for the first time at a Mars Society event. I think it was in Denver, and I think it was in 2001. Might have been 2002. But so those two have kind of been around the block for quite a while. And why do we think we as humanity really have this shot to go to Mars. So I'm going to play a clip that Dr. Zubrin had on my show just maybe it was 2 weeks ago. Let me just share a screen here. So this is Dr. Zubrin. This is just a 1-minute clip.
We're going to settle Mars in our lifetime, Starship essential.
Yep. So Starship is essential. We're going to talk about the Starship singularity here in just a moment, but that's the piece I want to make sure everybody catches.
Of course, if the Starship program fails and then we don't settle Mars in our lifetime, then something else is going to have to come along. But I believe that Starship will be reaching orbit on a regular basis by 2024. We're going to have an election in 2024. Someone's going to be elected president. And if that's the reality that they're looking at, he or she is going to, the person elected, is going to turn to his or her advisors and say, wow, this guy wants to go to Mars and he's got this stuff. If we got together with him, could we have people on Mars by the end of my second term? And the answer is going to be, of course. And they say, well, is it going to cost $1 trillion? No, it could probably be done within NASA's existing budget.
All right, so that's just one piece, right? So this Starship singularity idea started taking shape, I don't know, maybe it's a year and a half ago. I was on a different event interviewing Michael Mealing. Michael Mealing is an investor with Starbridge Capital. And we were talking about, the economy of space, the cislunar econosphere, and that new money is moving into the space field. And it was pretty neat, right? But then he had something that really caught me off guard. He said, most people are not planning for Starship. And that was an aha moment for me. It's like, okay, what do you mean by that? And he said, this Starship that SpaceX is crafting, it's on the drawing boards. It's really big, and people are not factoring in just how big this thing is and what it's going to do to the whole space industry. And I said something about, off the cuff, I said, oh, it's a Starship singularity. And then he asked me, what does that mean? I said, and this was a totally spur of the moment, right? And I said, well, it's the point at which everything changes unrecognizably once we reach that point. And that idea that change unrecognizably once you hit a point, that idea came from Dr. Werner Vinge way back. Let's see, where's Vinge's document here? So this document was written in 1993. Dr. Vinge was a JPL guy, and he came up with the idea that as computing gets stronger and stronger and stronger, that that they will in fact kind of move beyond a natural human brain's ability to process. It's a fascinating read. I definitely recommend it. I'll post the links here in a minute. But just the idea that this I will say prediction is nearly 30 years old and surprisingly accurate. I think that's really quite interesting. But it's the idea that once we hit a certain threshold of compute power, that the world will be unrecognizable. And from where Vinge was sitting in 1993, I would say there's nothing that Vinge could have imagined that would have been accurate to where we are now. And we haven't even hit his singularity moment. He thinks it's going to happen between 2005 and 2030. I'd say we're right on track. by the way. That's my personal opinion. I think we're right on track. So I was applying the technological singularity idea to the conversation that Michael Mealy and I were having on screen, on camera, talking about just how powerful this new rocket is going to be. And that's when the phrase Starship Singularity came to life. Now, over time, it's taken on its own flavor. It's been a year and a half. It's been circulating in some pretty interesting places. I'll talk about that in a minute. And it's kind of taken on its own identity, which is I think pretty cool, since it was a spur of the moment, off the cuff conversation. I'm going to come back to that in a moment and talk about policy, national policy. Now, this is a policy of the United States, but I want to assure everybody who's not in the United States, and there's a lot of folks on this call that are not in the United States, that this is not a Americentric perspective, that many nations are developing plans for space. There's about 70 independent space agencies that for their own nations do the same heavy lifting that NASA does. Not funded to the same levels, but nevertheless, these nations are creating their own federal policies. And this document came out right at the anniversary of landing on the moon, July 20th, right, 1967, 1969. And even though it was crafted by one administration, it has been reinforced and adopted by the incoming administration. So it's rare for a document to live through a transition from one form of government to a red form of government to a blue form of government in the United States. So that this has actually stayed consistent is a pretty big deal. And without getting into the details, by the way, I will post this. It is worthwhile to get into the details. This is a really great document. But the focus is, as a new era, it's focusing on commercialization, first to low Earth orbit, commercializing low Earth orbit, and then going back to the moon, and then on to Mars, right? So this is federal policy that that we have decided that this is what we're going to do. And so if you add this to what Dr. Zubrin said just a few minutes ago, now you start to see there's real weight being placed on going out to Mars. Yeah, we're going to do some deep space exploration, and this is probably really relevant to the conversation we just had about making sure our education workforce is solid. But when you see it in just straight black and white, like this is where we're going, long-term exploration and development of the Martian surface, right? That's where we're going. And so you've got political will for really the first time in a long time that is coupled with technological capabilities, that is coupled with financial capabilities. We've always had one or two of those things. We've really rarely, maybe never, have had all three of those things. Hang on. So this world that we're in right now is one of potential and possibility. So then a different document, also really worth reading, also came out basically the same time, the State of the Industrial Space Base. This document, again, I will post these things, really worth reading, talks about where we're at from a United States and military perspective. Now, I want to, again, declare the biases here. These are, all military folks crafting this, and it obviously has a DoD flavor to it. And that's okay, that's all right. But what we're saying here with these two documents is the DoD likes going to space. They're not really thinking about Mars. Candidly, they're not looking at all about Mars. But when these documents come together, the way that they did at the time that they did, and with the people that are authoring this, you start to see synergy and motion in a very specific direction, right? And then the last piece, sorry, I don't want to bore you with papers here. This document, it reinforces the two that we just showed. It was issued at the end of last year. And I want to point out some important elements here. Let's talk about these people. This is the chief scientist of US Space Force. This is the former director of Air Force Research Lab Space Directorate. And this is the general, so civilian chief scientist, colonel, and active duty colonel, General Buteau is in charge of the Defense Innovation Unit, and another general, Space Force, is in their logistics group. So pretty interesting group. And then also it's signed by, missing page. Yep, wait. It's signed by the NASA administrator and the four-star general that leads Space Force. So arguably, these are the two largest budgets in the world focused on space, with support by some of the most important people in the research and development community of space, right? Does that kind of make some sense? So these documents are pushing the world in a pretty specific direction. And so at these meetings are created, or these documents are created at meetings. And I was a participant at both of these things. And I'm credited for coming up with the phrase Starship Singularity. So it's the discontinuity represented by a system which is hugely capable, 100 megatons to orbit. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Fully reusable and cheap. This is a pretty remarkable technology. So let's talk about what this is, right? So, all this other stuff has been kind of laying the groundwork and the framework. In 2 years, we're going to have an election. This spacecraft probably will be flying. And so there's real hope that we're going to the moon and Mars and out through the entire solar system. So let's talk about what is this Starship Singularity and what are we talking about? Well, first of all, it's about SpaceX has already flown as many missions in 2022 as it did all of 2021. And what's amazing about that was that they were the leaders, SpaceX was the leaders in all of 2021 across all segments, government and commercial actors flying things to space. So they have a publicly declared goal of launching every single week, 52 rockets a year. They're actually ahead of score on that. They're actually ahead. It's funny because it's funny for me to say stuff like this because when I first encountered Musk and when I first encountered SpaceX, I was hugely skeptical. I am publicly on record stating that I think that their engineering processes of Silicon Valley don't translate to engineering. It's easy to get code wrong, but if you get it's easy to get ones and zeros in code wrong and then fix it. But if you get the engineering of atoms and molecules wrong, people are going to die. So that was my statement, I don't know, probably 12 years ago or something. And, you know, clearly I've been wrong. And I'm glad that I'm wrong, although, you know, they've taken some heat for some of their practices. But look at this track record, right? So countdown clock, this resets all the time. This is some of the stuff I want you to see, right? Started out pretty bumpy. They had some failures. Okay, no problem. And now they're really picking up cadence, right? This graph does not show their complete manifest. They do not advertise their complete manifest. And this is the thing that gives me hope, right? So ignore this line because they've discontinued the Falcon 1. I'm not looking at all their rockets because they did have some failures of the early Falcon 9s. But if you just look, and I'm ignoring the Falcon Heavy line because that's only launched once and it's 100%. So I don't think that's fair. So the one I'm really paying attention to is this yellow line. And I don't know if you can see that, but it's 175 launches with a 98.8 success rate. So you know what? Credit where it's due. These folks know what the heck they're doing. So you take a success rate, you take a cadence, an increased cadence, and you take this new mammoth starship that they're building. You add in financial willpower, political willpower, social willpower, and suddenly it starts to look like, wow, things are going to change when Starship flies. So I'm going to stop sharing this and share briefly this paper that I'm writing. So the irony here is that I was cited for a sentence, but there was no paper to back that sentence. So I'm actually working on, and we'll release this in next month in July, in August 30th at an event we're hosting. But it's the idea that things are going to change. They're going to change a lot. I'm bringing in some really interesting speakers. I'm not going to get into that in detail right now. But I want these people to kind of take a look at this core document and add their own thoughts. So what does it mean to be, you know, to have a singularity once you get past a certain point? So what's the point? What is the stated point from SpaceX and from Musk directly? Well, first, I can't find it in my own document. They're going to launch 3 times a day. I'm going to stop sharing this. They're going to launch 3 times a day, every day of the year. So let's just simplify that and call that 1,000 launches. All right. We know that they've launched 175 times, but that's over years and years. But we do know that they're launching, let's say, 50 times a year this year. So 50 times a year is not 1,000 times a year. The scale of that seems pretty challenging. But given their history, I believe they've already demonstrated that they can scale to that. So 1,000 launches a year is one element of the Starship singularity. And then the second element is how big. It's 100 tons to orbit. Let's put that in perspective for a second. The entire International Space Station is around 800 tons. You could launch the International Space Station, the equivalent of the International Space Station, in a weekend, in a 3-day weekend. It's really quite amazing how much capacity this thing has. We're seeing China and Russia doing some saber rattling about what they plan to do on their own space stations and their own lunar bases, which hats off to them. I hope they both succeed. But again, Michael Mealing's point, no one is factoring in just how much capacity Starship is going to have. It's an enormous, enormous machine. And yeah, things are going to break and things are going to fail. And that's part of the engineering. And that's one of the criticisms I had of Musk's plans early. Clearly, again, was wrong about his methodologies. So we're seeing a change in technology and capacity. And the world changed when we had ubiquitous railroads. The world changed when we had ubiquitous freeway systems. The world changed when we had ubiquitous air travel and large ship travel. And I think the world is going to be unrecognizable once we get this giant rocket capacity. So what does that mean? That means that I'm a former US Marine, so one of the books behind me is Starship Troopers, the idea of having troops that could be landed anywhere in the world in 90 minutes. That's a very different scenario than we've ever had before. But that same technology could be applied to landing a hospital. Was it 9 months ago, a year ago, Haiti had both a hurricane and a earthquake back to back a month apart. They needed hospitals, they needed doctors, nurses, they needed equipment. How about a first aid kit that comes in the size of a rocket that can drop 100 tons anywhere in the world, 90 minutes after a disaster? There's so much you could do in that world that we really have not factored in. And that's where I think this singularity element, that I copied from Dr. Vinge's technological singularity and applied it to this new world of rocketry. And I want to stress, this is super important to stress, it's not just SpaceX. SpaceX opened the door, but now we've got at least 6 US companies that are all building reusable rocketry. Europe and Asia are working on reusable rocketry. India just 2 weeks ago, launched its first commercial rocket. As a result of this declaration that SpaceX has made, China recently declared not a 100-ton rocket, but a 150-ton rocket. So it's not just one company. This one company is the one that everybody points to, but it's hundreds of support companies, thousands of support companies, and we don't know where this is going to take us. We cannot look past this point of 1,000 launches a year, 100 tons per launch. We don't know what that looks like. And it's going to take a while. Like, this isn't going to happen. This isn't going to happen overnight. There's a development that's going to take years, but Vinge had to put dates on his technological singularity of 2005 to 2030. I think he was pretty accurate. And so if I'm going to follow him, I'm going to have to put my own recommendations and guesstimates. I don't think they're that far away. So I think the world's going to change. I don't think we know how it's going to change. And I think that that defines a new technological singularity, which I'm referring to as Starship singularity. So if all of that is true, and I think I've got evidence to back it, then I think that that leads to a very plausible development on Mars, of humans going to Mars, humans going to the moon in a significant way, building giant space stations, expanding the cislunar econosphere. And I think all of that is happening right before our eyes. And so Marscoin, in my opinion, is a subset of all of the other changes that are happening. And it can be boiled down to Starship singularity, but that's not the whole story. Last year, $59 billion moved into the space sector, 260 billion over the last 9 years. The space sector's finances are changing every single day, every quarter. It's hard to really keep up on it. We are hosting an event looking at the money, the capitalization, the finance of space, the end of next month. So if anybody would like to go to that event, I'll post the links. I think we're going to look at, I think this acceleration that we're about to have relating to Starship singularity is going to accelerate a lot of other stuff. So if you want to look at, get a chance to look at a crystal ball from professionals that are deploying millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in the space sector, I encourage you to come to our event next month. And that's where I will be releasing the final version of the Starship singularity paper. All right, and with that, I've been talking for a long time. I'm going to turn it over. Oof. Thanks, y'all. Let me bring in our next speaker.
Matt, if I remember, Matt Weiss.
Matt Wise, exactly.
I will just read down a little bit about Matt Weiss. Is a former Green Beret, serial entrepreneur, survivalist, inventor, crypto investor, future astronaut, and currently working with a team on the carbon capture X Prize competition. His topic for today is the road to Mars, impressions from Bronzeville, Starship, and the timeline to living on Mars. So, Matt Weiss, the stage is all yours.
Matt, your image, you're standing in one of my favorite spacecraft. So
Isn't that incredible?
A 2-minute story about that, because I'd like to know how you what that was about. And then I'm going to be quiet. So sorry.
So that was actually right. It was literally days before the pandemic lockdown started in Colorado, and I got to go to the Suborbital Research Conference, and they just happened to be offering tours at Sierra Nevada's facility there in Colorado, where they're building the Dream Chaser. And so right out there in the lobby, they have that glass window with the mock-up of the Dream Chaser. I think that was an early prototype that they had made. And so I got one of my buddies, actually a guy from Orbital Assembly Corp, got him to take a photo of me standing in front of that. And then, yeah, that's my favorite photo I put out to make fellow space nerds jealous.
It worked. It worked. All right. Sorry. Please jump into your presentation. Thank you.
No problem. So bear with me. I'm a little disjointed today. My computer completely crashed about an hour ago, taking with it my PowerPoint presentation. So in about 30 minutes, I tried to piece it back together, but there may be some bumps here. So
no worries. We've all been there.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now.
Beautiful. You're in presenter mode, so you may want to switch modes.
All right.
Sorry, you're in edit mode. You want to switch to presenter mode.
Yeah, give me 1 second here.
I'll point out that screen the background imagery was the one that Nico put together. So thanks a lot, Nico, for putting that and sending it to our speakers.
Okay, so today we're going to talk about the road to Mars. I like to think of myself as a resident futurist. I'm very, my whole life I've been imagery based. I've been obsessed with space since I was about 3 or 4 years old. I got the opportunity, my parents took me to the Kennedy Space Center when I was about 4 years old, and I was already obsessed with space, but that certainly propelled me along. And I've been very, very visual about my projections on space, but also I tend to be very analytical and practical. And so I don't just want to say, you know, let's watch Star Trek and pretend that that's where we're going to be someday. I want to know where the road is in between. I want to know where those connections are. And I love this graphic. This is actually a Photoshop that I put together, but it kind of illustrates in an image the point of where we're going. It's not just that, well, yeah, humans are going to land on Mars one day. You know, that would have been people like in the 1950s thinking that, well, humans might land on the moon one day, if that was even in the even in the public consciousness. So I'm going to jump right into it here. This is 2014, or at least I believe this was 2014. That was the date that I got. So that was when Elon first kind of got started around the whole Boca Chica area. This is in Boca Chica near Brownsville, Texas. And this is the current, or not the current, this is a original view of what's currently the SpaceX launch site and rocket factory. It's changed a little bit, as you can see. Now this is just the current state, and this looks like it's probably several weeks ago, because the wide bay you see on the left there with the crane, that currently has a top floor and windows, and it's really coming along fast. It's inspiring. I live in Brownsville, Texas. I live about 15 minutes from the location you can see right here. So, you know, really every day, as a matter of fact, I drive out to the beach and I go jogging on the beach. So I go by this site nearly every day, and it never gets old. It's so inspiring to see how fast things are moving and just how much is happening there. And if you haven't been to Starbase, Texas, make the pilgrimage, come here. I don't care where in the world you live, come to Starbase. It's amazing. And there's a fantastic community of people that's slowly developing around this area. Here's another photo of the current state of things. This is a few weeks ago when they actually had the booster and the Starship stacked. They've taken those down since to do some modifications and whatnot, but according to some of my friends around here, they are expecting to launch that very soon. One of my buddies who is, he works on he's actually one of the engineers on the launch mount, and he said very soon. And I said, well, what's that mean? He said, well, I'm not allowed to tell you. So I'm not sure exactly what that means. Soon could be next month, soon could be next week. But I imagine we'll see some engine tests, and then as soon as possible, I think Elon's going to put that in orbit. So again, this is an older picture, and it shows you just how far things have come. I mean, there's literally very little infrastructure there, and then we can go back and we can see the tank farm and the orbital launch mount and the catch tower and all those things. So it's exciting to see that the infrastructure to go to Mars physically exists. This isn't a pie in the sky sort of thing that we're imagining. This is, you know, something you can literally walk up and take a picture of. And here's another wonderful photo. Okay, so, and again, I apologize, some of these slides are pretty disjointed. So one thing I wanted to talk about is what's currently happening in Brownsville, Texas. And there's a lot of good examples. So if you are if somebody is a investor, for instance, there is so much opportunity. It's strange that South Texas seems kind of to be this unknown, undiscovered place, considering all the activity that's happening. This right here is a housing development. Natalie Rentz, who's a fantastic fellow Mars nerd and and a brilliant engineer and a neurologist. And she is now, this is just a mock-up. Doesn't exist yet. Currently, it's just a big pasture. It's a big cow field. But she is in the process of breaking ground to build these net zero homes, which will be manufactured in a factory and then built, she's saying, in 5 to 7 days. Each house from start to finish will be 5 to 7 days. They're highly efficient. They're net zero. And she's designing them as a prototype for the houses that she intends to build on Mars. So when you travel to Mars, there's a very good chance that a cargo ship full of these house components will follow with you. And then these things will actually be built up on Mars, and that's what you're going to live in. Now, obviously not out in the open air. There may be some modifications to deal with the environment and pressurization. But the point is that there's very real research happening. It's a very tangible infrastructure is coming together. This is not something that we're still hoping to do one day. There are many people that are really making great strides. Here's another, I guess, another really good illustration of what's happening. In fact, if you go back and look at this housing development, in the upper left corner of that photo is actually the land that's being cleared currently for this retail area. Now, understand that this is a very rural part of Brownsville, and not a lot of people necessarily have a reason to live out there. And so the fact that all of this development is going in, and of course the name Launchpad Crossing, it's indicative of the growth that is coming from the current and coming space industry. It shows that there's a lot of people very much expecting a vibrant space industry in this area. And I think once we see Starship launched, we're going to see that. This was not commissioned by SpaceX, believe it or not. This was just a guy in downtown Brownsville that decided he needed a mural of Elon Musk and commissioned that himself. So you can really see that there's so much spirit in Brownsville. But what's also odd is there's also another 50% of people that are almost unaware that SpaceX even exists, and unaware that there's a giant rocket about to take off from Boca Chica. So it's so interesting. We've spoken to educators, and we've spoken to a lot of business people down here that really have no idea that there's a whole space industry right here in their town. And then you have the other 50% who are tuned in and very excited about it. And there is a great community whose specific purpose is just to get the community aware, just to bring them into what's really happening all around that. And it's very exciting. So one of the things that I love to go back to is Moore's Law. Now, if we take a look at the last 120 years, now obviously Moore was discussing transistors, and we can apply Moore's Law to pretty much any technology, and we can see how fast it's developing, whereas the cost is coming down just as quickly. He said it was a doubling, and I think the current stats are actually more than a doubling every 2 years. And so if we put that in the context of human migration, if we put that in the context of space technology developments, you can see that the cost to launch something versus the payload to orbit has dramatically changed. And we're going to see that go parabolic when something the size of a Starship is able to start taking payloads to orbit. I believe that the number in 2021, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the number in 2021 said that all of the satellites launched by the entire planet within that, or all the payloads within that 1 year, could have been launched in one Starship launch. And that gives you an idea of the scale at which we're talking about, the amount of things that we're going to be able to put into orbit and the amount of cargo we're going to be able to take to Mars. And we know that history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. And good old Mark Twain. And so if we take a look at, see a great comparison here, you can see the Falcon Heavy, which has been launching 10 launches for every one that every other space launch company has been doing this past year. That's a lot of launches and a lot of payloads. But then you can see the size of the Starship and just how much that is a game changer. Looks like some slides are a little out of order here. All right, well, we'll roll with it here. But so one of the things we're looking at is, with the, at least with this image, is when those rockets start launching to Mars here at the next conjunction in December. I think it's December, January, basically January of 2025. Probably start in December, just to catch the alignment with the planet. And then I would imagine, and from the reports that I'm hearing, that there's going to be a number of starships go to Mars. It's not just going to be one. You're going to see starships carrying a Starlink constellation. You're going to see others taking the fuel farm and other supplies that we're going to need when we get there. And then just massive amounts of sensors, so we know virtually everything we need to know to launch humans on the next conjunction. And Elon's already stated that his goal is to send humans to Mars in 2029. That's his stated purpose. And I think we're well on our way to doing that. Here's a depiction of a fuel farm on Mars. So the last thing is to tie it all together. How are you and I going to go to Mars? And that's the link that I like to make, and it brings it into reality for me and a lot of other people. So the first thing I think you're going to do is you're going to probably, if you're well off, you have the financing, you're going to finance a ride to Mars along with all the supplies and habitation you're going to need, oxygen, food, etc. Otherwise, I think there's a chance that you're going to mortgage your home and you're going to sell off your Earth assets because, let's be honest, you're probably not going to need them on Mars. And within 3 to 5 years, I think you'll actually see finance companies, maybe even started by SpaceX, pop up to facilitate that sort of financing. You'll be given a place in that housing area that I showed you, which is called Astria. Go look it up. It's a fantastic project, but Astria will have this housing that you will rent. Meanwhile, you'll go to some place like Star Harbor. This is being built in, I had a chance to talk to astronaut Ron Guerin. Also, if anybody is familiar with astronaut Cyan Proctor, I know her from Project Possum, fantastic lady. But I had a chance to talk to Ron Guerin about Star Harbor, and this is Star Harbor is a civilian astronaut training program that's currently it's funded and being built in Lone Tree, Colorado. It's just outside of Denver. And that's where I imagine a lot of astronauts are going to train prior to getting on a starship and going to Mars. So this one's order, but I wanted to discuss how quickly from the very end of the 1400s, like really 1503 was when Columbus did his last trip to the Americas. And then in 1607, we had the first colony, which has existed ever since. Jamestown was eventually moved and renamed, but it's now current day Williamsburg. And so we're looking at humans that had moved from Europe, crossed a vast ocean to a new world, and then basically an unbroken habitation. 100 years later, we have exports. Within I believe it was 75 years, we had exports coming out of the Americas. Polish glassmakers were creating amazing things and exporting them back to Europe. And so if we apply Moore's law to that, it's not going to be 75 or 80 years. It's probably going to be 10, 20 years at the most that we're going to start to see significant habitation of Mars and maybe even some exports. And then I like looking at these two graphics here. There we go. Because you see this depiction of Jamestown, and then you see Elon's, come on. There we go. You see Elon's graphic depiction of the Mars base Alpha. And it doesn't really look that dissimilar. You've got ships on the left and you've got the habitation in the center, and everybody trying to make it work. And I think that's going to expand very, very quickly, which also brings us to land rights, which we can talk about at another time. So what's going to happen after your astronaut training? You're going to come to a terminal. You're going to scan your Marscoin wallet, which is going to have probably have your ticket as your boarding pass as an NFT, and then you're going to board your starship. And that's wow. Pardon everybody, some big technical issues today. All right, So you're going to board a Starship, which currently looks just like this. Now, this may just be a shuttle to take you to orbit where you're going to transfer over to a much larger Starship. Or who knows, maybe we'll just continue to launch a fleet of these. And then you'll go as a fleet in 2029, or 2 years, 4 years later, you and whoever's going with you, you're going to cross from Earth to Mars. The ship that you launch on is going to dock with another refueling ship. It's going to scan the QR code, which is attached to the Marscoin blockchain, or the Mars chain, as we've been calling it. That's going to account for those fuel resources. It may even transfer currency, but it's going to account for the resources, make that transfer, and then you guys are going to fire off to Mars. When you land on Mars, as Leonard said earlier, you're going to essentially register at a kiosk that you are now on Mars. This validates the land claims that you already made while still on Earth. And so now you ratify those land claims. You also become part of the voting population of the Martian Congress. So again, I am quite sure that I missed quite a few things on here, just because my presentation completely fell apart. But I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up right there and see if we have any questions.
I didn't know you were going to spend as much time as you were on Starship and Boca Chica, but that was a good match between what you presented and what I presented. So that was very nice. I thought that was good.
It was almost like we coordinated.
How long have you been living there?
I've been living here for about a year.
Okay, all right.
What's fascinating is the number of people I'm meeting. And I mean, originally, maybe there's people that just had nothing else to do, so they wanted to come live out of their car and see rockets. But what fascinates me is the number of people that have left high-paying jobs and in really good, comfortable situations, left everything to come down here and be a part of what's going on down here. And there are starting to be more and more of those kinds of people.
I live in just south of Seattle, and it was in Tacoma, and it was a boom town as a result of folks moving from the East Coast to the West Coast to get to Alaska to go pan for gold. I feel like it is exactly the same thing. They're gonna carve a small town out of nothing. They're going to take what was there, they're going to build on it, and it's going to become something radically different as a result. So
exactly,
pretty awesome, actually.
I love to point out how history rhymes. If you take a look at the boomtown in Seattle, or even Silicon Valley in California, in, let's say, the 80s and into the 90s, before it really was Silicon Valley, how many people do you hear, like great tech entrepreneurs who say, well, yeah, I had this amazing job in fill in the blanks, and I left the job, packed up everything in my car, and I went out to Silicon Valley because I knew that's where things were happening. And somebody asked Wayne Gretzky, how are you so great? And he said, well, everyone else skates to the puck, and I skate to where the puck is going. And I believe that Brownsville is one of the places where the puck is going with regards to the space industry and the future of humans in space.
How, I don't know, how connected to the Marscoin community are you? Again, this is a kind of new to me, so I'm learning a lot.
I'm not as connected. So I'm great friends with Leonard, and I do keep tabs on the pulse of the Marscoin community, but I'm not as active as I would like to be, simply because I have a lot of other big projects. I'm currently building a solar panel factory here in Brownsville, and we're also developing a property. It's a 25-acre property where we're hoping to develop a research park and also sort of a community hub for what's happening with regards to the Marscoin community, and more specifically to the road to Mars.
Nice. That's interesting.
Yeah,
I would
we'll
like
be very closely tied into the Marscoin community. We're looking to really plant a flag down here for the Marscoin community.
Cool. When you've been there for a year and you've shown all the pictures of the development, but you're saying half the people in town don't know what's going on. How does that feel? I'm going to tell you, I started an internet company in 1995. So Yahoo was still relevant. Alta Vista was still relevant. Like there was a lot of stuff. And AOL was beginning to send mailers out for their floppy disks, right?
Remember that.
And every time I would go out, I would listen to other people's conversations, like at a cafe or something like that. And they talk about this, this http://www, what's it, doc? Like they didn't know what they were talking. Like it wasn't a part of the language. It wasn't part of the the social experience. So what's it like being in Boca Chica? You moved because you're going where the puck is, right? You're going where the hockey puck is. What's it like for the folks that don't know? How do they react? What's it like to be a citizen of Boca Chica?
So I think for a lot of people, it's really hard to comprehend because there's a certain lifestyle that's always been the same here, and it's been that way for generations. It really hasn't changed. Now, there's some amazing historical things that have happened here in Brownsville. We were the headquarters for Pan Am Airlines back in the day. There were a number of big developments that have actually centered right here in Brownsville. But for the most part, the general population has always been a very rural, it's a very manufacturing-based economy. So essentially, not much happening down here. We're the furthest you can get south in the United States. And so, to come here, you really have to be intentional on coming here. You're not going to accidentally pass through Brownsville for any reason, unless you're on your way to Mexico. So I think for that reason, people are used to the way things have always been. And so to have something completely change their paradigm in such a dramatic way is really tough to wrap your head around. And then there's also a lot of people that complain because they don't want to change. They like their sleepy little town where nothing happens and there's nothing interesting going on. And they prefer it that way for whatever reason. I think because humans are typically afraid of change. We're typically resistant to change.
Interesting. And so I'm going to ask the same question I've asked everybody else. Pull out your crystal ball. What does 6 months or a year look like for you and for Boca Chica and for SpaceX? I guess they are all wrapped together.
Well, for me personally, the main focus is going to be obviously getting a solar panel factory up and going and providing green energy to the community here, as well as attempting to probably contract with SpaceX and Astria on some contract or some customized basis. But I think in general, 6 months from now, so in a few weeks here, Elon will prove that he can launch this not Falcon Heavy, the Starship with the booster. That's going to go to orbit. And if you've read the flight plan, it says, well, we intend to do a boost back, land the booster in the ocean, or we may try to catch it with the chopstick arms, which if you've been watching SpaceX at all, their priority is to try to catch that thing with the chopstick. So unless there's absolutely, no possible way, and it's like 50 miles offshore and they're just gonna be like, all right, yeah, we can't do this. But if it's anywhere in the vicinity of that catch tower, they're gonna try to catch that. And I think if you saw when they stuck the landing, what was it, SN16, I think? When they stuck the landing, they did the belly flop maneuver and stuck the landing. And just to prove that they could do that, or let's say even the first time they did that, when they didn't stick the landing, but when they proved they could do a belly flop and then relight and reorient that rocket and essentially propulsively slow it down, that was a game changer. And that just blew a lot of people's minds. And I think when people see them launch this rocket, that's when the floodgates are going to open. I think a lot of other space companies are going to say, okay, we need to go to Brownsville. We need to have a physical presence there, because this is now the largest payload to orbit possible. And it's also going to be far cheaper than anything we've ever seen before. So I think 6 months from now, that's what you're going to see here, is a lot of large space companies establishing themselves in Brownsville. And I think you're going to see Elon probably at least 2 or 3 launches deep, proving that Starship stack works. Because right now he's saying he can produce 1 rocket and booster every single month. And he's already applying with the FAA to launch every single month. And so if you think about what that leads us up to the next Earth-Mars conjunction, it's going to work.
So for perspective here, with his small Falcon 9, he's already, and it's not him, right? It's an organization that's large, right? People, we tend to kind of, put it on the shoulders of one person, but it's a pretty giant team, and they have accomplished amazing things. That company is sending up about 60% of the global traffic to space with their small rocket. Mm-hmm. When they have a big rocket, all bets are off. They actually have more capacity than humans know how to fill right now. When I worked on the space elevator back in 2001 to 2007, people were like, what are we going to do with all that capacity? Because we were aiming for 100 tons a week. We thought that was beyond crazy. And so we asked people, what would you do if you could just launch 100 tons a week? And people were talking about taking up junker cars, pushing them out, and letting them burn up in the atmosphere as birthday meteors. Right? Right, like happy birthday, here's a meteor, right? Like that kind of
shooting star.
Yeah, that kind of like whimsical thinking. And that was like, I think that was a design submission from a eighth grader, by the way. But that kind of like whimsical thinking when you have that much capacity. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do with it. I think it's amazing. But I think it also says we're going to Mars.
Absolutely. I think humans will always find a way to fill that capacity. If you look at what Orbital Assembly Corp is doing, and I think they're actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they're actually a very strong front runner to replace the International Space Station in 2031. But Orbital Assembly is planning to build their gravity ring, they're calling it, I think, for the Voyager station. And it's going to be a space hotel. They're hoping to have it up and going by 2027.
Right.
And I've had a chance to hang out and talk with all those guys. They're a brilliant team, and I am very confident that they'll do what they're saying. But let's take that a step further. And what if we can build these gravity rings and put in manufacturing facilities in space?
Right. Yep.
Space Forge is a great company which has already proven the efficacy of manufacturing in space. And we can actually create better materials and things in microgravity than we can create on Earth. So then if we start producing, well, here's another factor that I'd like to point out is that I think Elon's going to try to scale up the Starship. He always tries to go bigger, but it's going to start getting very, very difficult when you look at just the mass to thrust ratio.
Yep.
But what if the current Starship was just a shuttle to get you to orbit, where orbital
space tugs take over?
Right.
Yep.
Orbital manufacturing is creating a Starship that is 10 times the size.
Right.
And then,
Matt, I love this conversation, but we gotta respect our next speaker. I would love to have another conversation. Please connect via LinkedIn and post your connections in the chat, and I'll share them out. Thanks
Absolutely.
a lot. Really appreciate it, sir. Fascinating. Great picture.
Thank you, Michael. Good to talk to you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Matt. It was a great to see this contribution. Really awesome. I will present now Alec Peters. Alec Peters was born on 3rd of September 1960. was founder of PropWorks, which contracted with CBS Consumer Products from 2010 to 2012 to auction off Star Trek memorabilia, and was subsequently employed by CBS Consumer Products from 2011 to 2012 as archivist for their Star Trek archive. He is executive producer of the controversial fan film projects Star Trek Prelude to Axonar and Axonar, which notably raised over $500,000 in crowdfunding between the years 2014 and 2016. And the topic that he will present is fiction and reality. So the stage is all yours, Alec.
Thank you. And I would have given up my time for the previous guest. I was fascinated.
Yeah, they're doing some big stuff down there.
Yeah, wow, that was awesome. That was really interesting. Well, listen, I first of all, thank you for having me, and I feel I feel small compared to the amazing company I've had. I was watching this in the car as I was driving down to Macon, which is about an hour and a half from here. I was delivering 2 rescue cats to their new owner. And so I was watching on my phone on the dashboard. It just fascinated the entire time. So what we're going to talk about, what I'm going to talk about today, and the setting is actually good here, because you see I'm in my office, which is a collection of space and other geeky memorabilia. Those are actual Captain America shields from the movies, the costume of Steve Einat, the actor who played Garth Vizar in the 1960s Star Trek. I have some Stargate memorabilia. So if you're a Deep Space Nine fan, that's everything that used to be in Cisco's office. Real stuff, because I had a business, as was mentioned, called PropWorks, which was an auction house for Hollywood memorabilia. And my specialty was Star Trek, because I love Star Trek. I'm a huge Star Trek fan. Star Wars as well. We are not tribal in that regards, like the rest of the country is about politics. We love it both. But really, what I want, first of all, I'm gonna give you a little introduction about myself. I'm from New York originally. I went to law school, passed the bar, got sworn in, and said I'm not doing this. And I've been a recovering attorney ever since. I went and coached volleyball at USC, University of Southern California, with the U.S. national team for 4 years. Made almost no money, and it was the best 4 years of my life. And what it taught me was to do what you love doing. And I was very fortunate, won a couple national championships, traveled around the world with the national team, and it really was the seminal events of my life. And then I became an entrepreneur, and I started a small sports management company dealing with the volleyball players, since I was very well tied in with that community, which I still am. And then I created a company called AuctionWorks, which was one of eBay's first partners. This is back in 1999, and it was the first of 2 technology companies I started. And the one thing I have to tell you all is that I knew Elon Musk and Reid Hoffman when they were at PayPal. Before Reid Hoffman started LinkedIn, before Elon Musk was anyone, he was in a cube at PayPal, and they were looking to buy my company. So I always joke about that and said, Reid Hoffman said, we're going to make a really crappy offer for your company, and we don't expect you to take it. And if I had taken it, I would be sponsoring this show right now, because I'd be worth tens of millions of dollars. But so that's it. And then I got this costume in 2011 or so. No, I'm sorry, in 2008, I think, from Rob Klein, who was a friend and an archivist at Walt Disney, but very well tapped into the Star Trek memorabilia business. And it inspired me. And I was talking one day with a fan filmmaker who asked me to come and play the character that Steve Einat created in their fan film. And I did, and it got me on this path to create my own fan film, which is called Axonar, which we made a short film of called Prelude to Axonar. And at the risk of correcting our host there before, we raised $100,000 for Prelude to Axonar, won 46 film festival awards. It is considered the best Star Trek fan film of all time, one of the best fan films, period. And Then we were able to raise $1.2 million to make a full-length movie. Now, this is before Star Trek Discovery was out there. And we released the first scene a year later, and it was so good that CBS and Paramount sued us. So all those things he was talking about, Jakai, am I pronouncing his name correctly? Was talking about all the work I did with CBS. CBS just threw out the window and said, we're suing you. And they told us in no uncertain terms, it's too good. We can't let you release that because it looks like we made it. And they said that in settlement conferences and depositions and to the judge. Anyway, fortunately, that was all settled in 2017. And we've been weathering COVID and a director who problems with directors. And we are about halfway done filming the next 2 episodes. The lawsuit settlement wouldn't let us make a film, but we get to make 2 more episodes like Prelude to Axanar. I encourage everyone to go to axanar.com, AXANAR.com, and see it. Our 2 videos are embedded there. You'll see the 21-minute Prelude to Axanar and the 3-minute Vulcan scene, which is the first scene from the movie that will never be made, but it's also why we got sued. So you can enjoy those if you're a Star Trek fan. And who isn't? And which kind of gets me into, first of all, I just want to say before I get into the meat of this, what I am and what I am not. I'm a filmmaker now. All right. I'm an entrepreneur still. We do actually merchandising for our films. We have a slate of films for our tiny little studio. We have a little 5,000 square foot facility here in Atlanta. And we're very excited about, we've got other projects besides the next 2 Axanar episodes. One is a comedy web series called Jewish Space Laser Corps, which you can see the video of on the Axanar YouTube channel. Again, just search Axanar, you'll get our YouTube channel. And we have other projects in the works as well, which I would talk about another time. So that's what I am. And what I'm not is, I am not, as much as I love it, and I grew up in the 60s, and this is going to dovetail into what we're going to talk about, I am not an expert on space. I call it practical space, not fictional space, but real space. Everyone here who's been talking is vested in Marscoin or building rockets or whatever, and it's amazing. That's not what I am. I am in the fictional realm. And why is that? And well, listen, I think many of us, I'm 61 years old, and I was born in 1960, September 3rd, 1960. I grew up with the space race, right? And, and all those things. I was writing away to NASA when I was a little kid saying, hey, I love the space program. What can you send me? And literally they were sending me, like they basically sent me what they were sending the New York Times. I'd get big envelopes full of stuff, which I still have. And it was all about, and that inspired me, right? That kind of outreach, it might have been some guy at NASA was saying, let's get rid of this little kid, just send him all this crap. Whatever it was, I was inspired. The news was of the space race was inspiring. And Star Trek came on the air in 1966, and I loved it. I fell in love with it. I became a science fiction fan very early. I mean, Lost in Space and all those things. I became a science fiction fan, and it inspired me. And I wanted to be an astronaut like many of you. And I played with Major Matt Mason, if you all know what that is. An astronaut toy that Mattel's bringing back, actually. And so I was inspired to be, and I wanted to be an astronaut. That was something that was, I think, for many, many reasons, many of us are. And how many people are in NASA that today who will credit Star Trek back in the 60s? I mean, you could all the time you'd hear people say, I am one of my good friends, Dave Alexander, is a flight surgeon at NASA. He and other will tell us all the time about, oh yeah, I wanted to be Dr. McCoy, right? Star Trek had such an impact on us. And I think that's really important. And NASA gave us role models. They gave us astronauts, and it was easy to know. I mean, if you grew up in there, if you were a little older than me, well, you knew all about the Mercury 7. You could rattle off those names, of who Shepard and Glenn and Schra and Grissom. You knew all of them. And then we got Gemini, and then we had Apollo, and I remember we were all geeks about this stuff. You could be like me and just a crazy, obsessed geek who loved the whole thing, or you could just be the average kid in the class who wanted and who knew something. We all knew what was happening, and we knew what the space race is. So one of my points I want to make here is we need that again. And I'm not sure we don't necessarily need the hero worship that we all worship the astronauts on, which I think is positive because it gives us a focal point for what we want to do in space, right? But we need these kind of positive role models. Now, here are some challenges we're facing. Space has become mundane to many people. To the average person out there, oh yeah, whatever, you know. And to be honest, that's let's face it. First space shuttle went up, we all watched. Space shuttle, you know, the 55th mission, no one cared about, and they didn't even televise it. Hey guys, chill out. Sorry, I have 6 little dogs here. And space became average and boring and what have you. We need to make it interesting again. And my concern is, I mean, I can be inspired listening to this whole presentation all day long, right? And I bet most of my friends could sit here with me and we'd pop some beers and have some popcorn and watch this entire thing all day long because we love it and it's fascinating. And the average person, it's not. What's worse, and I want to frame this as a challenge, not something bad. I believe in challenges and we try and overcome challenges. There are things that we should pay attention to. One of the challenges is Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk on one level are making it worse. And they're making it worse because they're making it about them. They're not making it about the program. They're not making it. Now, listen, it's no longer the US versus Russia. It may well be the US versus China, but no one's talking about that. Space in 20 years, it may be an us versus them again. It may be the US versus China again, with countries like India and Russia doing their best to get a piece of the pie. But in the meantime, Elon and Jeff are not doing us any favors, as much as they're the reason that so much is happening, right? So I want to say it's like 98% good guys and 2% get your egos out of the game, because the average person on the street sees rich white people spending money to bring their buddies along for the ride. And that's not good. Now, meanwhile, I can sit here and listen and be fascinated all day by what Elon's doing with the Falcon and this and that and watching, and it's all good, right? But there's this little piece that's weighing us down, all right? And it wasn't so bad 10 years ago when it was just Richard Branson saying, I'm going to create space tourism. But now it's Jeff Bezos, taking William Shatner to space. Love William Shatner, right? Who doesn't? Who doesn't love William Shatner? And it's great that he went into space. Again, but there's also a side effect there. And it's like, oh, he takes another rich white guy into space, right? And so those are my concerns with that. Elon and I'm not going to tell Elon and Jeff what to do with their money. They're a lot smarter and a lot richer than me. But I just want to point some things out that I think are impediments. What we need to do is create situations where we are communicating all the great things about what's happening in space, because it is amazing. I come to these conferences, I'm online, and I'm just like, holy crap, it's happening again. And it's bigger and better. I mean, it's kind of like Web3 is better than Web2 if you're into Web3, as obviously we're talking about Marscoin and blockchain and all that. It is so much better than Web2. I was at the forefront, I was riding that cutting edge of Web2 back in 1999 and the early aughts. And it was awesome. This is so much better. And this is the way the space race is. So the challenge is, how do we then inspire everyone behind us? I mean, listen, it doesn't take much to inspire me to be excited about space. I'm always excited about space. I'm always excited about science fiction. I'm always interested in what's happening in that realm. But what we need to do is inspire lots and lots of people. And how do we do that? And I don't have answers for you. But here I'm going to make some suggestions. We need to, first and foremost, make it a priority. And what often happens with us geeks, right? I'm going to just say us geeks in general, whether you're a geek like me, this is his geekdoms. I say, if you check my LinkedIn, it says the multi-geek. I'm a comic geek. I'm a science fiction geek. I'm this and that, right? I once had a girl over who I was dating, and it was like date number 3, and she came over to my house and she saw all this stuff and she's like, holy crap, you're like Bruce Wayne. No one would ever know this, this dark side to you, right? Yes, but we're all professionals in our chosen fields. But what happens sometimes is we get a little too tunnel visioned about our chosen field. And what I want to encourage us all to do is just kind of is have a much more expansive view of communication and how do we inspire people, right? I think that's so important. How does film inspire people? Well, here's the good news. I can't even keep track of all the science fiction shows on TV right now. It is the golden age of science fiction, right? And yesterday I was researching, maybe if you're old like me, you remember this 1969 movie, Marooned, based on the Martin Caidin novel. Martin Caidin, who wrote Cyborg, which became the $6 Million Man, also wrote a book called Marooned, which the book was about a Mercury astronaut that gets stranded in space. The movie, which had an all-star cast, Gregory Peck, Richard Crenna, David Jansen, Kim Novak. I mean, the list goes on. Gene Hackman, James Franciscus. Anyway, one of my favorite movies as a kid. That was a rarity back then. Now, how many movies are there about landing on Mars and living on Mars? I go through Netflix and Hulu, whatever, and this is all good. This is all good. Science fiction is good because it makes us pay attention to these things. A lot of these things now, what can we, the community, do? And I'm going to throw myself in your community, the practical space community, real space, whatever you want to call it, is we can be cognizant of it. We can reach out to productions and be science advisors. We can talk in our own whatever you're doing. We need to make sure we're interacting and engaging each other to communicate, because what you are all doing in practical space is inspiring and awesome, and everyone needs to know about it, right? I mean, listen, I would like to make The Martian standard curricula in every high school in the country, right? Great book. Start with the book because the book's better, of course. Watch the movie, you can't come away from. I mean, I remember when that book came out, and my girlfriend said, "Oh, you need to read this book," and I read it in like a weekend, right? We all did. It was compelling. And then we watched the movie and I loved it. The movie's amazing, right? Who comes away from that not ready to go to Mars? Okay, let's use that as an example of what we need. What we need to do is have things like that are pervasive and popular and can reach down into popular culture and get everyone cognizant of what's happening, knowing that it's not just a bunch of rich white guys going into space. It's a whole wave of people going into space, right? It's not just the United States going into space, but it's China and it's India and it's Pakistan and it's Korea and it's whoever else has programs. I don't even, does Brazil have a program? I'm not even sure. But right, we need to understand that. And it's important for so many reasons, not just so that we as a culture inspire our youth to do these things. I mean, this is why, I hear the term STEM, I'm like, okay, well, when someone explains it to me, I'm like, oh, well, yeah, okay, that's really good. That's what we need to be doing, more of that stuff in schools. We want all this. We need to have it. We need it to be all about the culture, because everyone wants to kind of criticize Gen Z, right? Or the millennials. Everyone, as a matter of fact, I just read one of the most famous comic book artists today had a rant on Facebook about how he's trying to deal with millennials and they're just obnoxious and lazy and this and that. And he's paying them top dollar to do comic art. And I'm just like, in comic books too? I mean, it's just like everyone's complaining. Well, okay, I can't help you with that, but maybe we can inspire them. Maybe they can get, bring them in. I mean, listen, I wish For All Mankind, the program that's on Apple TV right now, was on broadcast TV or all over the place, because there's, they deal with a rich guy who happens to be African-American in their show, who has his own private space program, right? These are the type of things people need to be seeing. They need to be talking about. We need to have this out there. Star Trek did something for a whole generation of people. And what we don't want to do is just leave it to Hollywood to figure out if that's something they want to do. I think they're getting it, because more and more we see like shows of this. I keep seeing there was life on Mars. There are all these shows that are dealing with the near term, the next 20 years of space exploration. And I think that's what we need to do. Now, I also, one of the earlier programs today was talking about how the metaverse can help with settling Mars, which I thought was an excellent program, because I'm fascinated now by everything that's happening in Web3. And so here's an opportunity for us. I think one of the best things, and this is why I love this program, I'm so happy that Michael invited me to be part of it, is how does Web3 change everything that's happening in practical space? Because it is. Web3 is going to change everything everyone's doing anywhere at some level, right? We are going to be voting on the blockchain here in the next 10 years is my guess. We are obviously Bitcoin and everything that is changing everything as well. It may take its time and it's got its up and down, but I'm absolutely convinced that is going to change. Listen, it's changing filmmaking. Right now, we're trying to figure out, and we're doing a lot of work on how do we integrate Web3 into our tiny little independent film studio, right? How do we use NFTs as part of the creative process where we engage our fans and we get them NFTs that they can then build around, and maybe they build stories, or maybe each one's a character. And let's take, for example, Axnar, our film. What if we gave everyone who was a donor an NFT that was a character? And what if we made it so that they could build their own character and it looked like them, or look like whoever they wanted it to look like? And it's an avatar. And then they build their character and they start building stories around it. Right now, we're doing a short story contest. It has nothing to do with Web3, very old school. Send us your story idea. Send us tell us about the top 10 crew members on this ship, and we'll take it in and we'll figure it out and we're going to make something of it. Well, what if there was a process in Web3 that we could allow that to happen, and they could design their own characters and create their own histories, and then we populate a ship with them? Lots of things like that. And then for the studio, can we release an altcoin, a token that would then fund the studio, and a portion of everything from the studio will go back to the token holders? Just things that right now we're spitballing. But one of the things we're talking about is, what are the science fiction shows that we can develop for the web? I'm not even talking about being able to sell anything to Amazon or anyone, but what can we do? Listen, we did a Kickstarter. We did a short little video called Jewish Space Laser Corps, and it was for a Kickstarter. The idea is we're going to do a web series, and it's going to be a comedy, right? Well, here is, we're taking something that, can get us all hot and bothered under the collar if you're into politics, and we're making light of it, but we're also, it's about space, and it's right. And so we can introduce more people to space. We have one program that's in development. That's kind of like Game of Thrones meets Star Trek, right? And it's, and because listen, it's, that kind of filmmaking is popular. People like that kind of drama, that kind of political intrigue, characters that are compelling, but on a really broad scale. And then, right now we're investigating the possibility of doing a show that's set in the near future, that said, what if China and the United States had militarized space? What does that look like 30 years from now, or 40 years from now, or 50 years from now? And what's happening, because one of the things I loved about The Expanse was it showed us a different future that was not, I like to talk about aspirational science fiction, Star Trek, right? The Orville, Babylon 5. These are great science fiction shows, but they're aspirational, they're inspirational, right? We want to be Kirk or Sheridan or Cisco or whoever.
Anyway.
That's one type of show. And then there's your fantasy. There's Star Wars, there's Farscape, right? That's science fantasy more than anything. That has nothing to do with people on Earth, all right? That's fine. And then there's another type of science fiction, which is what I talked about previous, which is much more down to earth, which is real time. Like The Expanse could literally be our future. That kind of, right? And we're going out, we're colonizing this solar system. Now they add in the gates and everything. Okay, but what we see in the, initially in the first season of Expanse is yeah, that's kind of what it could be. These are the kind of problems we could have. And what are the kind of problems we could be facing here in 20 years? I mean, obviously colonizing Mars is going to be happening in the next 10 years. There's one thing, but what about 20 years? What about 30 years, 40 years? And science fiction serves a great purpose. And that purpose is to show us possible futures. And things that we can learn lessons from. I mean, Star Trek's been teaching us lessons for 55 years now. So don't tell me it just got woke. It's been woke since the 1960s, right? Star Trek has always been woke, and it's teaching us lessons. Listen, you can't tell me, if you're not my age, that let this be your last battlefield, the Star Trek episode in which we learn that there's two races, one's black on the right and white on the left, and the other's reversed. And these guys are racist. Well, he's black on the right side. Yeah. And who watched that episode and didn't go, what idiots, right? Right. And reveal the absurdity of racism. That is what science fiction helps us do. And so I think one of the greatest things we can do here in the near term is have great science fiction about what's going to be happening in the next 20, 30, 40 years. I know one of the seminal science fiction novels I read when 35 years ago was Ben Bova's Millennium. And the follow-up Kinsman, right? About Czech Kinsman and how he was the first man to murder someone in space, and how that affected him in the space program and everything, right? That was near term. That was right over the edge. That was like, oh, I can see that. That could happen in the next 10 years. So that's kind of where I see the most effective science fiction coming in here in the near future. And that's what I'm going to be working on. And that's what, if you're interested in that, please come to our axonar.com, come to our YouTube channel, Axonar, check out ariesstudios.net, and join us as we're going to do it on a very small level. We're not Sony or Paramount or any of the big guys. We're small guys, but that's what we're going to be working on. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I just posted ariesstudios.net, but I think I have a typo. Just you do it. I did Axonar.
ARES studios plural.net, okay. Or axonar.com. You can get it to there.
Thanks a lot, Alec.
Thank you.
I really appreciate I can't do that very well. I do. I really appreciate your community stepping in. I know that there was some confusion. Like I appreciate that you are making the effort to say, look, there's a crossover between science fiction and the real world that we're in, and we should start talking to each other. So I really appreciate your community and your fans. So thanks a lot, sir. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. All right. We are getting close to the end of the day.
We have now prepared Eric Bethke. I will present our next speaker. Bethke worked at ultraviolet spectrometer experiments on the doctorate age. He began a career in the games industry, working on Go Pets, Go Dance, Star Trek, Starfleet Command, Star Trek, Starfleet Command 2, Empires at War, and Star Trek, Starfleet Command, Orion Pirates. His first book, Game Development and Production, describing the methodology of creating games, was edited by Ray Musica and Greg Cishak, company chief executive officer of BioWare. A subsequent book, Settlers of the New Virtual Worlds, co-edited with Erin Hoffman, explored human and property rights in virtual worlds. Eric Bethke is the founder and chief technology officer at Million on Mars. And the topic is the presentation of the game Million on Mars. So the stage is yours, Eric.
Thank you very much. Let me see if I can master that IT thing of showing a desktop here. Oh gosh. I normally use Google Meets, and now I'm supposed to.
It's the one in the middle on the bottom share screen.
Yeah.
And then you've got a couple of choices.
Yep. And I got to give the Zoom permission. Okay, I apologize, everybody. I got to quit and reopen Zoom. I've been hanging out here the last few hours. I should have.
Oh yeah, no worries,
figured
no
this out.
worries. Yep, okay, I'll watch for you to come right back.
All right, thank you.
Yep, no worries. That is actually somewhat common. While he's doing that, I'm gonna pop up the memes. I'm scanning the attendees to let him in as soon as he comes on. But if I talk too much, it overwhelms Zoom and you can't see the memes. And shout out, by the way, to Nicolo. He took, I don't know, 100 memes that y'all have been posting in your communities and strung them together in the videos. So I really love this, and I've definitely got a chuckle out of it. All right, Eric is back. I'm going to bring him on board.
All right. Thank you. I'm back.
Yeah, I know you've been here for hours. I'm sorry about the technical problems. You're good? Yeah, perfect.
Fantastic. Well, thank you gracefully, Michael, for doing an apology for my IT failure. That was very.
No, don't worry about it.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Michael, for having me here. I want to thank James Burke for inviting me and turning me on to the conference. I did not know about that. I'm very grateful, and I've been listening to all the panelists, and I have to say, I was really tickled by Alec Peters' presentation being right in front of mine. You were very, very thoughtful about how you laid out the panelist order.
I appreciate that. It was not an accident.
Great. I mean, like, you put it on a T-ball stand for me. Like, Alec's like, hey, we got to get out there. We got to inspire people. Science fiction is really important. You know, you touch upon the theme, you know, of Bezos and Musk. I'm a super fan of absolutely what they're doing. You know, I'd go do their laundry for them. That's fine. But I agree that it's too much about them. And it's got to be about the people. I totally agree with that. So, like, it's just such a perfect setup. I'm excited. Okay. So really what my presentation is about is introducing Millionaire Mars to the greater Marscoin audience. And I'd like to just kick it off, just get right into it and talk about some numbers.
You just stopped sharing screen. Did you want to?
I did not want to stop sharing screens. Am I back now?
Yes, good.
Great, thank you. I like to get people's attention when I give a talk and first ground it in numbers. Because if I go too often about my background, my history, or philosophy, or where I want to go, people might a little bit tune out. What are we? We're a Web3 game. We're a Mars in situ crafting strategy game. You can kind of think of it as SimCity and Factorial combined. We are a Web3 game. The players own their assets, and they can have their assets realized either on the Wax or the Solana blockchain, and we will be adopting more blockchains in the future. We have 11,000 people playing this game every day. Only 22% of them are English speakers. We're global. We have players absolutely everywhere. We've got players even from places that we're supposed to not have them right now. We have players from Russia and Venezuela we have to keep track of, but we've got players absolutely everywhere. 17,000 Discord members, a huge mailing list. We've launched this game 9 months ago, and we as a company have made $9 million of revenue in 9 months. Extremely proud of that. Money is very important. Everybody here in this kind of a Space 2.0 audience is not bashful about making money. Everybody understands why money is very, very helpful. And here's the thing. These 11,000 players are building settlements on Mars, and they're crafting, they're trading back and forth to each other, and they're trading $20,000 US worth of virtual goods back and forth between each other every day. And of that, we have a really complex and rich economy where we charge fees for people in that marketplace or doing jobs or doing other things. So we actually burn, that's the term in Web3 speak, sink $5,000 of S currency a day. 87% of all the Dusk currency. One of our leading fictional characters, a guy named Leon Dusk, who's quite accomplished in starship manufacturing. But 87% of Dusk has been spent back in the game. And while I was sitting here on the conference call, I was like noodling on this and updating our numbers. And I was like, wait, $20,000 a day times 365, that's $7.3 million. And we've made $2 million. So we have a $9.3 million virtual economy on Mars. All right. I hope that got your attention. I thought it was pretty fun. Okay. So that was some numbers to get started. And then I've got a little video so you can see some more of the gameplay. The volume might be a little loud, so just stand back for a second. So some visuals. I felt like if I put the visuals up front, it would be like too jarring and too clashing, but I thought the sober numbers of $9 million of virtual economy was a good way to anchor the thought. Now I got to get to the next slide. There we go. Okay. So now we can indulge a little bit about talking about the team. We have 20 full-time employees. We've got 3 development centers. We're headquartered in Austin, Texas, but we also have a team of 5 out in Kiev, Ukraine. We also have 5 in Cebu, Philippines. So we run development 24/7. We are a private company. We have had $2.5 million of private investment. We've made $2 million. I feel pretty darn good about that ratio in 9 months. We have a ton of experience. I've been personally making games for over 27 years. I designed and led the Starfleet Command series of games. I still believe that it's the strongest Star Trek game ever made. All of my games have been online, massively multiplayer online games. I'm a huge fan of science fiction. I read tons of books. I'm a huge role-playing geek. I love The Expanse, watch Expanse, For All Mankind. Love it, love it. But I'm biased. I think games are a better media for bringing people in and being even more immersed in it. And I think that online games where they're playing with other players is even better, right? And so, and then bring it to the Web3 where the players own their stuff and they trade it back and forth is even better. So here's my team, all these wonderful folks. Some of these folks like Bill Baldwin has been making games for 30 years. Another guy, I'm not on the slide, I missed it, Nimai Mali, he's been making games for 30 years. We've been making tons and tons of games. Plus we got a bunch of young folks that we're also training up. And we've been working our butt off, and we release content all the time. So I really want to celebrate all the people. Here's another kind of look at what the game looks like. It's a web-based game, so you can play it on your mobile phone or you can play it on a desktop. And it's a crafting game. You know, it's about taking inputs, running through a recipe, and then getting outputs. So the players skill up, and they could be good in machinery, they could be good in agriculture, whatever they have, they skill up, they craft, they trade back and forth. In the center image, you see these hexagons. Those hexagons are 250 meters on a side, which works out to being 40 acres. So it's pretty cool. You can save 40 acres on a rover on Mars. All that little height map information, that comes from the Mars high-rise experiment, University of Arizona, JPL cooperation. So we take that high-rise data, we massage it, we put it in the game, and our players own their land. I feel like we have a unfair advantage in the Web3 space because we have a really organic, romantic use of NFTs. Like, why have the NFTs? Why have JPEGs? Well, owning your plot of land, being able to point to that longitude, it feels good. And it feels good to know that that's really what the terrain is, and that's really what the height is. And the other part about us being Web3 is this fantastic player-to-player trade and simulating it. Unpacking for a moment the name of the game, Million on Mars, and the company Million on Mars, one of our missions is to help answer that question. How many people will it take out in space before the economy kicks over and it starts to be self-sustaining? How many? You know, we believe by building this simulation and having all these independent actors working in their self-interest and trade and being mercantile and their own agents, we think we could bracket the problem at least to an order of magnitude and get a rough feeling for how many people it really does take to have a self-sustaining solar system civilization. Here's some more views of the game. How do you play the game? You know, it's a Web3 game. It's really important that a player pays for an access badge. This is actually important. We are a very pro-human game. We really do not like bots. We don't like multi-counters. So we ask for there to be some payment up front. With some payment in front, and then you come in and you start doing all these wonderful things about doing your own buildings and charging your own solar panels and filtering your water and growing your own economy. But if you don't have this stuff, you want to trade with somebody else, you go to the marketplace and trade and all that. So it's really, really important that that's human to human trade because it is built on the blockchain. And because this currency can be earned and can be traded back and forth, it would be heartbreaking to find out that a whole bunch of folks had just set up a whole bunch of mobile phones or a bot farm and blew this crap out. So access badge, humans are really important. We take things very seriously. Here's a great example. I love this infographic. Here is kind of a high-level snapshot of how the game kind of works. If you look on the left-hand side, we've got regolith and we have ice. And those are like two primary surface-based resources. And then you're going to bring that in. You can smelt the regolith in the smelter and produce various metals. You can take the water ice to the water filter, get some water. We've got an atmospheric distiller, the CAD. You're going to bring in the thin Martian atmosphere, chill it down, snow out the carbon dioxide. And then, use a Sabatier reactor and get going, get your methane going. And here's this whole rich, deep, cool crafting chain. And since we launched originally with just 4 buildings, a solar panel, a greenhouse, that CAD, and the water filter. We launched with 4 buildings. We're now up to 40 buildings in 9 months. We've got rover works, we've got mining rigs, we've got all kinds of stuff. Really, really deep and rich. And we're just relentless. We're just shipping more and more stuff, more and more content. A really big piece of feedback from our players was like, hold on, slow down. I was just figuring out how to get my solar charging system set up, and then you change it around. And now, as they say, there's a new meta in here. Now I should be into coffee chains, or I should now be into smelting aluminum or titanium. We believe in being relentless, and we believe in going really fast. We have a really rich, deep lore in the game. Like I mentioned, we have a character, Leon Dusk. Might remind you of somebody. We also have a Velma Patel character. She went out there to Mars and she developed an artificial magnetosphere. She starts moving rocks around. We try to be scientific and engineering, realistic, plausible, more like Star Trek. We're definitely not the fantasy Star Wars, but we're not super conservative. We don't like go, well, what if everything went wrong? How many centuries will it take for us to get to Mars? We're more of like, what if everything went right? So our timelines are kind of optimistic and forward positive. In fact, that's really kind of the other mission of the company is we want to be just like everybody else in this conference. We want to be evangelists. We want to be positive. We want to pull that future forward. Super frankly, we believe that if people are on Mars, these 11,000 people with a 9 million GDP, if they're on Mars and they start to play with SEPTA reactors, then that becomes part of their vernacular. And they're like, hey, yeah, why aren't we on Mars? I understand how this works. Let's just go. Really rich story. My co-founder, CEO, Carrie, she's building a novel, Buffalo Commons, and she's releasing 2 chapters a month as NFT. So you buy that, you read the novel, and then you can also deposit the chapter in the game, and the chapter has in-game utility in the library, and the library levels up your skills. This is her first time being a fiction author, and frankly, she makes about $7,000 to $10,000 a chapter for us as a company on releasing this content via these NFTs and these chapters. So intensely proud of her commercial success as a fiction author debut, right? I'm reading some comments on the side over here. I possibly integrate Marscoin. I'm going to get to that at the end. I want to have a Q&A section, and I want to learn how we can work together better and how you can help us and how I can help you guys back and forth, because we're all in one same shared mission. Another thing I'm really intensely proud about is that we have been shipping NFTs called drops in the Web3 vernacular every week for the last 9 months. We haven't missed it for 9 months, and we have sold new content every week. Again, I've been making games for almost 3 decades. You talk about KPIs, you talk about what is fun, is that fun, that fun. It sounds dour, it sounds crass, but I think the revenue from a player back to this company of game developers, that revenue, that's my KPI for fun. If people are spending money, then I'm delivering fun, and then we can take that money, we can hire more folks, and we can make this experience bigger and better for everybody. This is a Marscoin conference. And so let's talk about our crypto coin. This is Dusk, named after our character, Leon Dusk, of course. Look at that curve. That is really, I think, one of the flattest crypto coin curves of any Web3 game I know of. I really do not know if anybody has a flatter curve than us. Very proud of that. How do we keep it flat? Well, we're very careful on the sourcing. We make sure that there's no bots just blowing out inflation. We're very careful on that part. We go and look at every one of our recipes and where is the dust coming from, blah, blah, blah. We shut off spigots. You know, but it's not about just shutting off the dust for the players who are making it. That would suck, because why did I get into a mining rig and why did I go and smelt all this titanium and if you're going to just crap on my returns? Can't do that. The more important thing to keep a cryptocurrency stable, and then particularly for Dusk, stable flat is actually important to us. We do not want this currency to rise and moon, because if it rises and moons, then people hold it. They're like, oh, I never want to spend this. And if they never want to spend it, then you don't get this beautiful player-to-player trade going on, right? So flat is incredibly important. But to do flat, you need somebody else to buy the coin. And so every single day, we're getting about $20,000 of coin, being spent virtually in the game. But we also have another $5,000 a day of coin being bought off these exchanges to be brought back in the game to be sunk in there. And the way we do that is we say to the player, hey, we got these beautiful new mining rigs for you. We've got these new rover workstations for you, or we've got land deeds for you. We have dozens and dozens and dozens of things for the players to buy. And then we also have an upgrade system. We have a profession system. One of my little slogans internally is always be sinking. You can't be paranoid enough. If you're sinking a ton just totally sinking. And if the coin was to start to rise because it was just sinking so much, that's okay. Then you can go ahead and give out more currency on some other fun game systems and you just make people happy, right? But if you're sloppy and you just let it inflate and then boom and fall down like basically every other Web3 game, if you just let that happen, then you have to come out to your audience and go, oh, well, in the future, we're going to go do some amazing things and then we'll fix it and then we'll sync it later. Just hold on. It's going to be amazing later. No, later, being reactive, that's a donkey. That's stupid. Don't do that. You got to work at it every single day. Always be syncing. All right. Players love us. We've got lots of great, videos. We've got 17,000 people in our Discord. We've got people making videos in Turkish and Chinese and Russian, all over the place. We've got great players. People love us. Don't feel entitled to that. We work really, really hard at that. Our community-facing team is larger than our game design team. We really care about the community. And more testimonials. I really happen to like this little score over here. I love that, we got scored 100% on fairness, got 100% on our white paper, our roadmap, communications. Really like that. Lots of geeky stuff in here. Here's more metrics. Intensely proud about this slide. I'm probably coming across as a crazy person, but I'm really excited to be here. This is our retention graph over time. So what you'd call this is a normalized by cohort retention graph. So everybody who starts at day 0, how many of them play on any given day down the road? So at day 30, we are at 56% of our players who do not even have a piece of land yet on Mars are playing, they happen to play on day 30. That is an insanely high number. I used to be the general manager on Mafia Wars. I was director of product on Farmville. Farmville got to 33 million people. Mafia Wars, couple million people peak. Both of those games made more than $1 million a day routinely. And I led those games. So I'm familiar with games that can make $500 million to $1 billion a year. But we never had retention numbers this high. Like Farmville's day 1 retention would be in the upper 40s, right? And then by the time you get out to day 30, it would be like 15 to 20%. These retention numbers are huge. Now, why are they that good? It's funny because I've had to answer this question a lot with our investors. These numbers they haven't seen before, so I get beaten up by it. I have data rooms and I have to go and defend these numbers and talk about it. There's a couple different things. One, we have a good fun game. That's a pretty important thing. We really are kind of a digital board game. It's a great game for people to trade back and forth, and we take the universe very seriously. So being a great game is important. We're such a good game. We've achieved all the success. We don't even have sound effects in the game. We do have a very good music soundtrack. We've got Matt Gilmore, the son of David Gilmour of Pink Floyd. He composed 10 beautiful songs for us. We've also turned those NFTs. They also have utility in the game. Also does really well. Music we have, no sound effects. So it's not sound effects, it's not animations, it's not that. It is great gameplay. But it's also about owning your stuff. People really like owning their stuff. And I'm going to share something here verbally. I don't talk about it in the industry. I haven't written it up in Medium. I haven't put it out on LinkedIn. We actually built 2 games last year. And I presented the other game at the Mars conference last year, Space Adventure, a 3D Mars game, same game, 40 acres of plot, crafting on Mars, beautiful 3D lush graphics. I presented it at Mars conference. We launched that game and we launched this game on the same day, September 21st last year. And so as far as I know, we're the only company in the world has ever done an A/B test of a Web 2 versus a Web 3 game. Same team, same concept, same time. And Web 3 ownership blew the doors off the other game. Now it's hard for me. I had to actually go and feel a little bit emotional. Like both games are mine, but I spent a little bit more time on the 3D game and I had invested more of my heart and soul in that one up front. But the Web3 blockchain game has outperformed the other game financially 300 to 1. 300 to 1. I am never, ever going to make a game that's not Web3. right? At 300 to 1, it would be a waste of my time, my investors, my team. It's just dumb. Don't do it, right? Now, what's great now is I was working at Zynga when Zynga got into the casual games, the free to play, and I saw this with mobile. I moved to South Korea in 2003 to go build Go Pets because I was really excited about the item-based model. I've done this my whole career as I'm attracted to these new business models. I'm really attracted to when do you do new things with the players? And every single time you're on this new business model, people are like, that's not a game. That's crap. That's fraudulent, blah, blah, blah. And it's true. On the new technology, you are going to get early adopters who are under-skilled at their craft. You're going to get rug pulls. You're going to get some fraud. You're going to get some unintentional fraud. You're going to get a bunch of crap stuff. That's true. But you got to look past it. You got to look at what does this technology do for you. And in this case, here's a crazy thing. In 2008, I thought it was a good idea to write a book on people's digital rights in new virtual worlds. So I wrote a book called Settlers in New Virtual Worlds with Aaron Hoffman, and I really thought the end user license agreement was a violation of human rights. How could I log in and play and then storm a castle and then win the castle or have a sword or have a dragon and it's in my backpack? It says mine, my backpack, it's mine. But what? At any time, the publisher can just flick a button and I'm cast out and I have no recourse? I can't even sue? That does not seem right. So I wrote this book. I published it. I was very smart. I got great designers like Raf Kost and other people from the game industry wrote it. It turns out nobody bought this book in quantity. Nobody sat on the beach that summer and said, gosh, tell me about end user license agreements. So I'm passionate about it, had the timing wrong, but people really like owning their stuff. It's really darn important to them. And so I know it's true. I'm not just blathering. I'm not a fanboy. I had that freaking A/B test. I almost said another word. All right. Another cool thing about us is we are consciously building out the Mars metaverse. We do work hand in hand with James Burke and the Mars Society. Robert Zubrin's one of our advisors. James and I are planning a cool thing for the end of August. We'll announce later. But people and characters are really important. So it's not just that nitty gritty player-to-player crafting trade and like, well, I don't know if I'm going to give you that much money for those titanium plates. Can you bring it down a little bit? But it's also about these characters. So we created 10,000 NFTs. Each of these is a unique piece of art. This is the same as that Bored Ape Yacht Club,
right?
But we've also given them in-game utility. So these were randomly composed, and they get their random rarity on their starting profession. Some of them are into agriculture, some of them into machining, some of them into mining, some of them in aerospace. So you get a random profession. You also get a random skill level in that profession. And in our game, it's really hard to drive up skills. So if they have high skills, that's very valuable. And I'm also, frankly, a fan of work ethic too. So they have a constitution score. And with their constitution score, they have various amounts of stamina. And then you can put these characters to work inside your settlement, and they can do stuff for you. You can have them do jobs for other people. It's really wonderful. So now we're getting Carrie's book out here. We're getting the characters out there, putting more of the human element in there, as well as this rich economic thing. Now, Alec Peters is doing great work his whole career, evangelizing science fiction. Star Trek's super important. Like, we wouldn't be here without Star Trek. We wouldn't have mobile phones without Star Trek. Lots and lots and lots of respect to novels and movies. But you know what? We got progress here. Games are big. Games are huge. It's a $180 billion industry globally, games. About half of that is on mobile, and it's been growing huge. It had a great time during the pandemic. Everybody's stuck at home, so you might as well play some games. Games happen to be roughly the size of the space industry. I am formerly a JPL employee. I did drop out of my PhD, and I love games, but I'm also kind of chagrined. In a weird way, as a human civilization, we're spending an awful lot of time inside these virtual worlds. So be it as it is, I'm trying to use that and almost be subversive and bring this future of Mars forward and let people live and breathe on it now. But I think this number, $180 billion, is going to go much bigger. I think from my A/B test, seeing that 300 to 1, the idea that I own my stuff, once that genie out of the bottle, once this little fraud, scammy stuff gets out of the way in the next 6-9 months, that's all going to get blown away. And then I don't think people are going to go back. I think people are going to want to own their stuff. And I think this is not going to be $180 billion. I think this is going to be double and triple before the decade is out.
Amazing. Alec, I hate to do this, but I have to move on. Or sorry, Eric, I have to move on to my next speaker. I'm dying to see this. Make sure you post all the links in the chat, and I'll post them on the other. I'd love to have a conversation with you. I'm betting based on Alex's comments that he wants to have a conversation with you. So pretty interesting stuff here. Lots of questions, but a lot of enthusiasm. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I literally had no idea that 30 minutes went by so fast.
Yeah, no, well, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty strict about time, and we had a little bit of the technical bobble in the beginning, but
yeah, thank you.
I'd love to keep this conversation going. This is amazing. Yeah,
great.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Eric.
All right.
Okay, so I shall present also Mike Lowry. Mike Lowry, a U.S. Air Force veteran, has a range of experience in aerospace, virtual reality, and cryptocurrency. He developed the Easy Rocket and Xeros flight simulators in the X-Plane simulator for X-Core Aerospace. He was part of the group of innovators developing the concepts that were eventually published and coded into the Bitcoin algorithm. He has been an advisor to FTX, Octanium, MetaLife, Blockchain, Web Browser, Family Office Venture Capital, David Drake, and other family office organizations. He also developed the first virtual stock exchange as a VR developer and has served as an advisor to several cryptocurrency firms over the past decade. He currently develops content for OpenZim, Decentraland, and Somnium space-based clients, and serves as the chair of the exhibits committee for the International Space Flight Museum. His current project is a virtual world Mars base, which will serve as a virtual analog astronaut training facility for various organizations and individuals seeking to become professionals, astronauts, or Martian colonists. Yes, so I would give the word and the stage now to Mike. Mike, stage is yours.
Hi, thanks. I'm trying to share my, there we go. I'm just going to my screen share. I'm doing a screen share with Firestorm. Okay. That doesn't seem to be going through. Why is the screen share with another app not working?
I can see I can see this, I think.
You're seeing my face in the middle of a Marscape background, probably.
I'm not seeing that. I'm just seeing the Martian background.
Okay, so you're,
I see your mouse moving. So there's two pieces, right? So there's the main screen that we can all see, and then I've got a small screen of you off to the edge.
Okay, all right. So here we're in the Firestorm viewer, which is the primary viewer that's used for accessing both OpenSim and Second Life platforms. And so this is the Mars base prototype facility that at the International Space Flight Museum. When someone arrives, they teleport at this landing point, and the first thing they do is they get a chance to pick up a free spacesuit and suit up from wherever they've come from. And so there's a number of directions they can head off into and explore freely. We're currently coding essentially a gamified training system that will integrate all of the ISRU technologies so that you basically will earn as you progress through the training program. And so let me show you a few of the exhibits that we've got here. We've got up in the site, we've got a couple of SpaceX Starships landed here. One static at present, this one over here, SXSS, a capital commitment, is scripted so that you can actually fly it from our main museum facility to Mars and back and spend time in 0G and so forth. And once you land, you wind up at the landing point and you can start proceeding. We will have a heads-up display for the user, which may have it on a rare percentage of cases. People show up with illnesses and they'll have to go into a quarantine facility and so on from there. But right now we're starting with one of our ISRU exhibits. This is our Sabatier process exhibit. So it's obviously vastly oversimplified from what a real industrial facility would look like. But this allows people to understand coming through essentially the flow of how the Sabatier process works to produce liquid methane fuel and liquid oxygen for the rockets out of atmospheric CO2 and local water collected from Martian ice. And so they'll be able to operate this system. It will have failure modes, and which they'll have to troubleshoot. And if the troubleshooting says that they have to replace parts, then they'll have to go and find the parts. And if the parts don't exist, they need to go into other ISRU systems and manufacture them from local resources. And then we've got the larger storage, liquid storage here. So we're building in a rather industrial looking facility here into the Martian environment. But we're trying to space it out and give enough room for something realistic. At the moment, this base facility is a little over a ½ kilometer in diameter as a prototype. Once we get in full operation, we'll be able to scale this up to a minimum of 2 kilometers square of space to explore and settle and build and basically mine resources and so forth. This is our, you probably noticed these solar panels and windmills up on the crater edge. And here's where we've got a base power facility. This is our MP200 reactor, which has the plutonium core in the bottom, controlled by a control rod. And then up in here, we've got 4 Stirling generators that are almost maintenance free, just one moving part each, and they just need maintenance every 6 years. And they use a liquid metal coolant that the plutonium heats, and then it goes through the Stirling generators and then up through these thermoconductor fins that radiate waste heat. And then the metal flows back down the middle to the middle tube there to get back to the core. And so by having these 3 different sources of power, we have a sustainable energy infrastructure here, because, you know, with dust storms, the sun isn't always shining, and with wind varying from 0 to 120 kilometers an hour, the wind is either blowing really well or not at all. And so we need to have a more reliable base load to operate the industrial equipment on base, as well as for our people to survive the harsh Martian winters. This here is our regolith mining field. And these robots here are what are called racers. And you probably noticed the drums here on the front and back are rotating. And so they're scooping up regolith with those black blades that go into the middle of the drum. And when the drum fills with regolith, these pistons lift the drum up over the bin, and the drum goes in reverse and dumps the regolith into the bin. And when the bin's full, the racers trundle on over to a ramp where they're dumping their regolith out the bottom onto a conveyor that will go into the refining facility. This is where a refining facility is going to be. Still working on completing that part of the project. But back here, new arrivals can come in here and they'll show up at our, if they don't get into quarantine underneath in modules underneath the landing facility, they'll come here to what starts off as the first module on Mars that gets built by the first mission. It's basically a Mars Direct module design that we're using here. And this will be the first habitat that the first settlers will come in. So they'll come in through an airlock. And so this will be for at least the first several months, their habitat and base. And it provides a significant amount of regolith shielding with that's put up here to protect against radiation. And the module itself gets coated with a ISRU Martian concrete to add shielding. And so then once they've assembled their first ISRU equipment, the next thing is to build large-scale 3D printing equipment to start essentially churning out modules on Mars from all local resources. So these will be the first modules here. This is a combination storage and bunk room where these large bins on the side can be either bunks or storage bins. And we add some more modules off to the right and left. Each one's got their own airlock. Down below us here, below this hatch, is the first tunnel that goes down to tap the subsurface ice. And up above here, we've got our server facilities. And so this will be phase 2 as we bring in the first wave of colonists, so we can handle 16 per module. So 4 times 16, we got 128 people. And then we got step 3, where we start to get really crazy and we start digging deep and building what's called a universal habitat facility. This design is based on the ideas of sustainable permaculture devised by NASA engineer Greg Allison, who you guys may have seen on YouTube with his Green Greg's or Galactic Greg's YouTube channels. And so we took his Earth type designs for more square shaped universal habitat facilities, and we converted them into something that can actually operate on Mars and handle the pressure differential between the inside and outside. And so we've got basically a tiered structure here. So on one side, on the south side, we've got some buildings in multiple layers here for people to live and work in. And we've got a number of terraces here that we can start planting the first crops on Mars. And then we've got a cistern in the middle where we've got our, we'll be growing our fishes to provide a good protein source. We can do salmon or tilapia or other high protein, low input species. Now we've got a Mercury capsule here because we were celebrating Alan Shepard's Day here, because the ISM and NSS voted this year to not celebrate Yuri's Night due to the Ukraine situation. So we had an alternate holiday this year. So this module here has got its own geodesic dome with leaded glass panels. We've got these floating cisterns of water that'll be hanging from the roof by wires that basically they help weigh down the roof so that the internal pressure doesn't blow the roof off. The water provides additional radiation protection that is intermittent, and at the same time, we can grow algae in these tanks, as well as baby fish. So they grow up in here, protected from the larger fish, and then as they get larger and we harvest the larger fish, we move the growing fish down to the main cistern below, and this creates an internal weather system where the sunlight coming in will evaporate water from these pools. The water condenses on the glass of the dome. It flows down into these gutters and then goes down into the terracing system to irrigate all of the different terrace-based crops. And so this creates sort of an integrated living, working, and growing facility here to demonstrate how this sort of a model works. Okay, so once this gets developed, then we start to really get crazy, because by now we're starting to ship people in. We're also shipping in a lot of bigger equipment, such as the tunnel boring equipment from the boring company. And so now we're using the boring machines to actually bore tunnel systems under the Martian surface. And we've got 3D printers that are crawling through the tunnels behind them, building in place the modules for people to inhabit throughout here. And so we've got these hallway type tunnels with intersections. And of course, each threshold has got a set of doors for protecting against depressurization events. But then in between, we've got these dome-shaped modules that can be working facilities. They can be living facilities. Like this could support a whole family of 4 to 6 people easily. This particular module, we're exhibiting all the different Mars probes that have reached Mars and succeeded, are still operating. If you look at this rail here, we've built these structures to be sort of pill-shaped so that they are naturally holding in pressure. But at the same time, underneath the main floor, we've got this additional cistern facility. We want these modules to operate like Fremen sieges from Dune, so that each module has its own water collection system and storage system, and they can use it either for storing purified water, use it for additional mariculture development. And in the case of a serious Mars quake where a given module gets isolated from others due to depressurization, they have food and water that'll last them a whole long time. They'll have their own air purification system. So each module will basically be its own independent spaceship. So now we got a little bit nuttier with our agriculture. And now we've built this 4-story atrium type ag module, so that we've got lighting at all levels. But I've got 2 models of this. One has a lot of LED lighting up in the top, and I've got another one that actually has a tube that goes up to the surface and has a refraction system that concentrates the sunlight and sends the natural sunlight down in. So I'm not sure which one we really want to focus on. I think this type is a bit more secure, but both are possibilities. I'm going to take a jump down. And so we've got all kinds of crops here. We've got some pineapples, lettuce, strawberries, cabbages. We got all kinds of legumes crawling up the walls, peas, beans, grapes, all kinds of stuff. And so then we've got multiple levels to our tunnel system. And we've got our main, right now, we haven't got a lot of the coding done for automated systems yet, but this is our little pride and joy. This is our Hyperloop, because of course, on Mars, you can't really travel long distance on the surface because of the radiation issues, at least until we terraform things. And so that's another purpose of the tunnel boring machines, of course, is we're going to have Hyperloops connecting the different settlements on Mars. And so we've got our Hyperloop train here that comes in automatically. And you can jump in there. There's some pilot seats if you want to. You can jump in there and ride the Hyperloop. The current loop has a circumference of about 2.5 kilometers, which is a nice ride. And it basically loops between this station and there's a station for our quarantine facility. So we keep the quarantine facility isolated. In the case that there's any people seriously isolated there, we'll basically, cut them off entirely. And but right here we've got something you guys will all like to see. We've got our Marscoin ATM. And so the Marscoin ATM is where you can, of course, do deposits and transfers and payments and all sorts of things. And you'll be able to register land and resource claim NFTs on the blockchain. You'll be able to trade those NFTs with others. So you'll be able to do, for instance, food NFTs. You grow some strawberries in your hab. You can put a food NFT up there. Someone can buy it, claim, come by, pick up the strawberries. Then the NFT goes into the waste bin. But you can have both durable and consumable NFTs working on the system, so that not only settlers can engage in all their commerce in this method, but also using the Mars node network that you guys may remember I presented last year. Because of course, Marscoin is going to be a multi-planetary blockchain. People on Earth will be able to arbitrage those assets on markets through the Marscoin node network satellites. So then we've got a bunch of nice propaganda up here from various sources. So, we've got, oh, this is my favorite one over here. We've got Mars needs women. And so our plans are essentially, once we get the coding done for all this stuff and have the operational heads-up display, the ISRU and 3D printing and all these other systems, basically we're going to have this online so that people can sign up through the ismuseum.org website, pay a nominal fee, we'll accept fiat and crypto, and then they just need to create their avatar and arrive here, and they can plug into our training documentation on Google Drive and start learning things, learning how to do things, come in here and try it out, and work through it. And so our aim here with a functional system is going to be acting as sort of a feeder system, like the little leagues go to the minor leagues, go to the major leagues. We're aiming to be the little leagues of training analog astronauts, because there's probably many millions around the planet who are very interested in this, but not everyone is going to be fully capable, competent, or qualified. But this is a great place to both train people and sort people out in their ability to actually learn and function in a Martian environment safely. So they'll be able to go through us. We'll be able to scale this up to many thousands of regions. We have a project with the Spaceflight Museum where it's called our Sim on a Stick, where we'll basically be able to have a download of the entire facility once it's fully operational, that any educational institution can then install on their own servers, so that their student bodies can utilize this resource on their own internal systems. And whether it's a college, high school, we'll have different level training programs for different levels of educational development as well as professional levels. So this can operate as a feeder program to more advanced systems as well as real world, because we know that if we're going to get 1 million people on Mars, that means there's going to be a huge throughput, and we're going to need, big real world analog and astronaut training facilities focused on Mars colonization, but we're going to need big feeder programs to feed people into those programs. So that's the niche we're targeting, is to be one of those feeder programs and provide this. So ultimately, once that all is functioning, we're hoping that once the rockets start going, SpaceX could actually take a copy of this and install this on their server on every spaceship. So while people are sitting on the rocket in their little pods being bored out of their brains, they can spend their time in our Mars base going over and over and over all of the training. So when they arrive on Mars, there's no learning curve to deal with. They can hit the ground running and start working on building Mars.
That's amazing. That's amazing. You've built this in a year since last year's event?
Most of it, yes. Some of it I built before that. And so if you remember from my slideshow from last year, like for instance, me standing in front of this Marscoin ATM was one of the slides I had. So some of this stuff was built back then, but we basically completed all the mesh work, and now we're focusing on doing the coding for the interactive systems.
Wow, really hats off to you. You've come a long ways. And also credit where it's due. It was your presentation that convinced me that Marscoin was real. I was skeptical up until that, but your conversation about how two blockchains have to deal with the speed of light problem, and that Marscoin is the only coin that's backed by physics, that really got my attention, right? Like, I'm simplifying, but yeah, you convinced me last year that Marscoin was real, because I was skeptical when I came on the event.
Oh, great. I'm glad.
Yeah. So nice job. All right. Well, that is the end of our event. It has been a great day. It's been jam-packed 6 hours. So thank you for everybody who's been a part of this. I'm gonna promote all of the speakers that are still here. And I'm gonna leave Leonard, Jaka, and I for last, but I just want to have everybody do a quick 10-second thanks, shout out to everybody, and then we're moving on. And while I'm doing this, I want to pay special attention to always my team. I couldn't do this without them. They know how crazy I can get trying to do all these things. So shout out to my team, Fabio, Leah, Yusuf, and David, for just putting all these parts together. We couldn't do this stuff without y'all. Shout out to all the speakers, because you're the reasons we're here. So thank you for sharing your advice and your wisdom and your capacity, because there wouldn't be a Marscoin, there wouldn't be development in kind of a virtual method of Mars. Like, all of this stuff is because y'all have done the hard work way ahead of everybody else. So thank you to everybody. Shout out to the Mars Society for broadcasting to their community. They've got a pretty good sized channel that was engaged the whole time. Shout out to the Axonar community, also engaged and talking the whole time. So the Liftport channel, great. I mean, I want my people to be here, but it's actually more important that we kind of spread this knowledge, spread this experience farther. I am having trouble promoting some folks. So what I think I'll do is stick with me, speakers, if you haven't been set, because that's not happening. But let's just do some quick thank yous. My last one, and I'm going to shut up after this, is to Yaka and Nicolo, because again, they did a lot of the heavy lifting in the background. When this whole event closes down, I'm going to throw the meme video up because I do think it's pretty fun and entertaining. And with that, I'm out. We've got another event next month talking about the finance capitalization and the new $469 billion space economy, cislunar econosphere. So Eric, by the way, your numbers are still only a third of my numbers, and my numbers are bigger than most nations. So the space economy is growing, and I think we're beating you, but let's put that to the test. All right, I'm out. Bye, y'all. Thank you very much. I'll post links to the to our Dare Greatly event here just afterwards. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Great to be here.
Okay, I guess I need some traffic copying. Mike, since you were last speaker, you got any last minute goodbyes?
Just want to thank you guys for inviting me back this year. I had given James a tour of the place a month or so ago, and he was impressed with what we did. So I was really happy to come back.
Right.
So thanks a lot. This has been great.
Right. Thanks. Alec, you want to say anything?
Oh, just wow, this was awesome. I learned so much, and yeah, I'm in awe. I feel I just, yeah, you guys are just, everyone has so much passion. I just love, that's such a driving force for me, and it's so exciting to see that in so many other people in this little, in this little group right here that I'm looking at. Wow, you guys are great. Keep kicking ass.
Cool. Great. All right. Thanks a lot, Alec. Thanks a lot, Mike. I'm going to cut you all out because I think I'm having a limit, but thank you. Appreciate it. Chris, Eric, what do you got to say?
Oh, I just want to say thank you very much. It's been a really exciting day, and it was fun to listen to everybody. Again, really well done on the sequencing. And I look forward to figuring out how or if we can integrate or support Marscoin. I have to admit I'm a little bit distracted by Drew Palmer's comment on the side there. So
yeah,
some clarification on that. The IP ownership on this decentralized concept.
Yeah, that's, actually what's interesting is one of the reasons we started Marscoin in 2014 was exactly that how should I say, scam projects will come out and take over the name and then do some silly little project. But at the end of the day, we still have to deal with it. That's one of these people that are out there and just throwing around the name. But it was important to put in a serious project, and today it's kind of shown. It's amazing the type of people that are behind it, that are in this little universe. I'm humbled. I'm always blown away by all these presentations, the depth of everything. And it reminds me of the Marscoin, the Mars Society conventions, actually, the brain power that's usually accumulated there. It's an insanely passionate group of people. And I'll be very, very honored to meet them in person here, and then obviously on Mars as well. Very amazing group of folks through and through.
Terrific. Thank you. Appreciate it, Leonard. Stick around a little bit, Leonard. Chris, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I want to say thanks to James Burke for putting this on my radar, and thank you guys for letting me talk for a while. It's really interesting to hear the other presentations. Hopefully we can all help each other out. And I also want to say thank you to the individuals that donated some Marscoin to the Mars Prize Fund. If you did, please send the Mars Initiative an email and let me know who you are so I can give you credit. Really appreciate the help. We got almost $300 worth of Marscoin during the conference.
Nice. Right on. That's another 300 miles, right?
Another 3 miles. Yep, that's right.
Right on. Right on. All right. Thanks a lot, Chris. See ya. Bye-bye. All right, we're left. Jaka, do you have any last comments?
I would just say thank you for moderating the event. You did a great job, have to say. All the speakers were just great. We learned a lot. And the most important is, as it was mentioned, that the passion is here. We are here to succeed. It's now or never. So the time is right. So we just have to push it and we'll do it. Thank
Awesome.
you.
And thank you again. Hats off to you and Leonard and James and Nico. If y'all hadn't been pushing this, I don't think it would have happened. So with that, I'm going to sign off. I'm going to let Leonard have the last word.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone for joining us today, joining the panelists in these awesome conversations and talks. Very humbled, mind blown, a lot of beautiful content that we will feed on for the next year. And I'm looking forward to the event actually next year. It's going to be very, very beautiful as well, bringing the space enthusiast space community together with the crypto folks. Actually, I think this is one of Marscoin's definite goals. So thanks very much, Michael, and the whole team behind you to support us and make this event happen.
Right on. All right. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, y'all. I'm going to close off
Bye, guys.
the screen here. Have a great time. See you next year.